Jerry.
Welcome to day 2 of the Greater Cincinnati Native American Coalition Indigenous Peoples Day Convergence. Creator God and all our ancestors, have pity on us as we start day 2 of this convergence. Give us compassion, wisdom, and understanding in the words we choose and in our conversations with our relatives today. May we learn something from our shared experiences and stories today. May we listen and understand each other and continue with respect and honor for all our relatives. We ask that we please keep Jackie Huckleberryeyes and her family in your prayers as well today. Welcome everyone to Indigenous Peoples Day Convergence 2020, day 2. We are here to educate, celebrate, and hold space together. We are the Greater Cincinnati Native American Coalition, and we exist to advocate, organize, and educate about Indigenous issues. We are coming to you live from the unceded lands of the Osage, Miami, Shawnee Nations, and the Adena and Hopewell peoples. Welcome, everyone, to Indigenous Peoples Day Convergence. Day 2. Let's get started with our first presenter, Dawn Knickerbocker. Dawn will present reciprocity in Native traditions. In this presentation, Dawn will discuss how reciprocity helps us see clear through the eyes of the earth. As humans, we still have some lessons to learn. Welcome, Dawn.
Ani, thank you so much, Jerry. I just want to say that it's been an incredible learning year for me and for all of us. And my heart goes out to Jackie Huckleberryeyes, Andrew. I don't know circumstances, but regardless, I'm here with her in spirit. If you looked at the schedule, you'll notice that I am switching places with her. So I'm happy to do that. And I have a presentation that I prepared for you today. So I'm going to share my screen. So you'll have to give me just a moment. And this presentation is in PowerPoint, but I am an artistic person. And so most of the things that you'll see in this presentation are things that I created for you for this discussion about reciprocity. So I want to really start off by introducing myself to you. I am Anishinaabe. I belong to the Anishinaabe people. I am a citizen of White Earth Nation. I am enrolled technically in my White Earth Nation. And so I just want to give a moment of silence as we think about what that means on Indigenous Peoples Day weekend. And hopefully you can see this full screen, and I'm just a small picture in the corner to the tech people there, because there's a lot of work that's gone into the watercolors. I want you to see that primarily, not necessarily my face. So greeting in Anishinaabe is Dan Indigenous, Anishinaabe Kui. And I did not grow up on my reservation. I'm what you might refer to as an urban Indian. But my grandparents did. They were from White Earth, Niuge, Shikukwe, and Duish, Cassaway, Tijon. That's who I am. They are my family. And so I'm just going to give you some of the lessons that I learned from them and from my family. And because of what's happening right now and the racial reckoning and the history of this country, I need to say Black Lives Matter. They matter to me, and I'll be speaking to you today from my heart. I want to center us around the word reciprocity. The subject is really important to me as a person. I grew up on a dairy goat farm in the 1970s. I've always had my hands in the dirt. I rode my horses bareback every day, and we grew our own food. We milked our own goats. We ground our own grains. And I knew what the earth was capable of, and I still know. And I knew what the earth needed from me, and I still know. So I may not be an ethnobotanist or a scientist, but this is what I know. So I'm going to start out with some really super basic nerdy science. And basically, modern neuroscience says that the human brain evolved to reward cooperation and service. That when all things are working well, when like nutrition isn't an issue or suffering isn't acute, but even when there's like damaged brain material, our brains are hardwired for service and cooperation. Actually, my Twitter handle is cooperating, actually. And it's sometimes, this is called in the science field reciprocal altruism. In the evolutionary biology, reciprocal altruism is where you're giving something of yourself so that another being has something from you so that they can merely survive. In other words, human beings were hardwired with original instructions in our brain. And we know that extreme individualism, greed, violence, those are all pathological and a sign of physical, developmental, cultural, spiritual, even institutional system failures. Caring for our relationships is the foundation of families. It's the foundation of healthy communities, and it's the foundation of life itself. So here we are, we're on Turtle Island. Our stories that we tell each other about cooperation, it's the standard of our way of life, or at least what we call the good life. This picture of this turtle I got off of the internet. Somebody drew it a long time ago, and I absolutely love it. It represents Turtle Island. And our ancestors knew the shape of this place, and they said it kind of looks like a turtle. That's because they've been on every inch of it since time immemorial for many, many, many thousands of years. And when settlers came, they wanted to know, what is the English name for this region, and why isn't there an English name for this region, and why isn't there a name? And the reason why is because the boundaries are arbitrary and unimportant to the original Indigenous people here. it's an important lesson in Indigenous maps that Indigenous place names cover the land in great detail, but to colonizers or settlers, they're confounded by the lack of Indigenous names for the region. Like, for instance, they'll say, hey, what's this land called? Indigenous people, I don't know, but this is the people's Kanata or village. Oh, got it. The land of Canada. That's how these great big places got their name. But the question that the colonizers, they're not calling the places where the river current begins to quicken, or where the migratory birds land in the spring, or where the rock is shaped like an ancestor. They don't know where that is, and if we were to ask, their answer would be nothing. They have no name because they do not have a relationship with the land. And you'll notice that the names appear on maps that are of the big places, not the little places. And so I tell you this in relation to where I am right now. I'm speaking to you today from the Miami Valley in Ohio. It was built on the indigenous homelands of the good and many tribes of the Hopewell, the Adena, the Miami, the Shawnee. They, in other Algonquin-speaking languages, probably even my own ancestors, the word Ohio is beautiful river in the Algonquin language. And settlers gave us a name for many things. Even I'm enrolled in the Minnesota Chippewa tribe. Chippewa is the name of our shoes that have the pucker toe, for instance. But people here actually, we called ourselves the people. The Lakota means the people. Even the Miami, they called themselves the Mythosiki. I think I said that wrong. I'm very sorry. But that means the people. Even the Seminole, they called themselves the people too. They called themselves the unconquered people. But you know the Seminoles. But we are the people. And even further, if you really understand what the people is, then you know that in Anishinaabe, our origin stories, we called ourselves the people of the deep blue water until we moved inland, and then we were the people of the woodlands. And we were defining ourselves as the people. I've spent many years in Salishan territory where they were the people of the blue-green water, and also the people of the clear salt water, and the people of the tide. I spent some time near Standing Rock, and they were the people of the starry sky, or the people of the tall pine trees. And I went to and I visited the University of Arizona with the people of the Four Sacred Mountains. And the thing is that it's the relationship with the land and the water is our primary way of even identifying ourselves. So it's often said that we are the earth. And what I want to tell you next, it doesn't come from me, but it comes from teachings. It comes from many elders, many nations. And it's also important to cite our sources. My dad told me, who was told by his grandfather, that everything has a spirit. The rocks have a spirit, the trees have a spirit, the plants have a spirit, and they are no different than who we are and what we are, and we must be grounded in that. When you plant a seed, when you are given a seed to plant, you are given a relative. And when you harvest medicines, you are to make sure to not take the root. and you are to harvest in a good way, in the way that our elders teach us to harvest. And you recognize that the land needs you just as much as you need the land. We would not have Menumen up in White Earth if we did not recognize that the land and the water needs us as much as we needed them. One of my favorite poets, of course she's the poet laureate, is Joy Harjo. She said, "My generation is now the doorway to memory, and that's why I am remembering." And that's me as well. And I send my greetings to all my relations from earth to sky who make this life rich. They remind me daily of my responsibilities. And I honor these gifts with reciprocity. I sit here on this earth with threads of time flowing through my body, just as yours. And I feel so much emotion. I feel the joy. I feel the pain of the memories lost. And I'm thankful for every sunrise and sunset that I get to be here. And I'm taking a breath. And here's another really beautiful quote from the book Braiding Sweetgrass. If you've not read it, it says, "Action on behalf of life transforms. Because the relationship between self and the world is reciprocal, it's not a question of first getting enlightened or saved and then acting. As we work to heal the earth heals us." And this is my experience as a practitioner of rights, of human rights, of rights of the earth, of rights of the land. And this is what I try to practice. And frankly, we are always busy. Our colonized minds are habitually human-focused, continuously concerned with ourselves, and too commonly unaware of our impact, our profound impact on this planet. And so I want to talk to you in the next couple of pictures of some really bad news about how we as humans have failed in our giving to the earth and stepped away from our teachings and the consequences of that. So ecosystem degradation is a global phenomenon, and it's expected that by 2050, this is an article that just came out very recently, by 2050, 95% of the Earth's land will be degraded. That is 24 billion tons of soil that's already been eroded by unsustainable agricultural practices, slash and burn, and other things that are happening in our forests, in our rainforests, in our wetlands. It is the leading cause of ecosystem failures. We need all ecosystem functions. We need nutrient cycling. We need climate regulation. This is what sustains the earth and then, of course, sustains us. Also, 4.7 million hectares, which is, I don't even know how many, how I could even imagine that scale of land, of forests, are lost every year. And new research is constantly demonstrating the urgency of the situation. And one study that I have linked here, and I can send this out to others, said that the consequence of this indiscriminate deforestation has a 10% probability of us not surviving in the next 20 to 40 years without facing just catastrophic collapse if we remain on our current trajectory. Here's another devastating fact, that there are now only 4 seed companies that control or, quote, own more than 60% of the world's seeds. And this is from a report from January in 2019, so it may be even fewer than that now. In 2008, there were 6 corporations that owned the majority of seeds. And me being from White Earth, we have Manuman, which is a seed that has its own rights, similar to the way that human rights. It has the right to thrive. It has the right to flourish, just as we do. And it is the indigenous wisdom that is giving rights to these seeds, our relatives. We also have human industrial activity, which has altered 75% of the Earth's surface. Now, it's not a bad thing for human activity to alter the Earth's surface, especially if you're acting in a good way. As a matter of fact, most of the forests that are on Turtle Island have been managed and have been altered, and the seeds and the plants and how we've taken care of the animals that are here have been altered for 10,000 years. But when you do it with the idea in your mind that you are here to extract, that you are here to find resources, then that is the industrial activity that is altering the surface in a bad way. This report and this statistic came October of 2020, so this month, from a report from the United Nations environmental chief, who wrote a report about how the COVID-19 pandemic is no silver lining for the climate. Many people were saying, oh gosh, we're stopping driving so much, manufacturing is down, industry all over the planet is down, and now we have some climate relief. This is not true. The human expansion that has happened over the Earth's surface today and the industrial activity, it's altered our planet so much. Aki, our Earth, as mother of giver of life, critical to our own survival, has limited our ability to have oxygen, which regulates our weather patterns, which pollinates our crops, which grows our food, which spreads our seeds, and she is under increasing stress. This is a wonderful quote from Chief Oshkosh. And he talks about how, for it is truly a circle if we take care of her, Mother Earth, for it is true that she will always be there to take care of you. What he was talking about here was helping our people act in a good way and remembering how we are to practice caring for each other, caring for the creatures, caring for the trees, taking only the sick or mature trees as you are planting, keeping in mind and being careful and mindful as we walk together. What else is at risk? ultimately is our Indigenous culture. Our Indigenous culture is, as you saw, connected to the land. We are the land. And the erosion of the ecosystem in general and the erosion of our culture, our knowledge, our language, is the elimination of what is hyper-localized. It is the elimination of instructions. It is the elimination of our survival. And this will impact people across the globe. What about all the work that's being done with sustainability and the sustainability movement? This is a really common environmentalist term. I use it myself. The story that I'll share with you is not my own. There's a woman named Carol Crow, and she's an Anishinaabe ecologist at this point in time. And she tells a story about explaining to one of her Anishinaabe elders when she was really early in her career. She was traveling to a conference about sustainable development. And this was not a term that was familiar to him. So she explained the notion of managing resources in such a way that future generations would be able to obtain the same ecosystem services that are provided today without impairment to the land. And he was quiet for some time. And the idea was hardly new to him. But then he asked her to carry a message to the conference. He said, "This idea of sustainability sounds to me like the same old formula by which people simply continue to take from the earth. They want to just keep taking. You can't just take. Tell them that among our people, our concern is not what we can take from the land, but what we can give." And it's these little lessons and reminders that we all have throughout our lives, from teachings that we must dig deep to find. And in my own understanding of reciprocity and the wisdom that I've been granted, what is most personal is also most universal. And I must humbly say that I'm no environmental genius. I am no scientist. I am an amateur, but I come to this place because of who I am. So, what does this all mean right now in this conference? And we are asked to re-indigenize. And that is what I want to reimagine. When I think about the term re-indigenize, I think about transforming to local, transforming to being where you are in this place and caring for the earth that you're on right now, surrounding you, especially through the eyes of the earth. There is no administration, there is no employment that will provide this for you when you are re-indigenizing. You are describing things in the small ways. And I think that we can apply that to every aspect of our lives. And so I say to you, thank you for listening to me. We say miigwech, which is thanks. thank you so much. We all have stories of indigenizing, and we all have stories of reciprocity. I'm going to check on the time here really quick. It looks like I have a little while longer. So I want to say that one of my earliest memories of reciprocity was when I was a girl growing up on my farm with my family, my mother, my sister, and my dad. And I always hung around my dad. He did these different projects. He worked at as an electrical engineer, and he would do these little projects with people out of town. And sadly, he grew up in an area that he was, and this is probably going to be emotional for me. When he was a child, he was adopted and by white people. And it wasn't a good experience for him. And as he was growing up, he was extremely poor with his Indian family and all of his siblings. And sometimes they would be left alone for a long while. And sometimes they wouldn't have food or milk for the babies. And so sometimes he had to go steal from a store and steal milk. And he was 7 or 8 years old, and he and his brother Harry would do this. And so when I was a little girl, we would go on these out-of-town trips for these jobs that we would do. We would fix people's heating and air conditioning systems, and we would stay in their house. And sometimes they would invite us to the dinner table, sometimes they wouldn't. But as we were out of town visiting, we went to the place where he was a boy, where he had to steal some food. And we went into this little grocery store. It was kind of a dive. It had kind of wood paneling on the outside of it. And we walked around that grocery store, and we gathered milk, and we gathered bread and some fruits and some other things. And we went up to the cash register, and my dad became very silent. And he went and he paid. And then we left. And he did not bring the food with us. And he told me the stories of the hardship that he went through as a child. And he didn't pay for this, not for them, not because they were missing out on money from their own sales because some Indian children stole milk from them. But he did it for his own heart. He did it for his own giving back. And it was that lesson in reciprocity that stuck with me throughout my lifetime as an adult. And this is of course a very personal story. And it connects with things that I teach my own children about being responsible, even if you're in a hard place, even if you're in a place of being a victim. We all still can heal ourselves. So I want to pause here for a moment. And I want to think about re-indigenizing and why we're here today. I just recently read the new proclamation for Columbus Day that Donald Trump wrote. He decided to call us, those who are celebrating Indigenous Peoples Day, saying that we were radicals. And I just want to say that I'm okay with that term. He said that we're, quote, radical activists seeking to tarnish the explorer's legacy. He also signed an executive order establishing a commission to promote what he calls patriotic education. And I want to say, here's what I call patriotic education. First of all, telling the truth of our history, even if it's difficult. Refusing to deny atrocities, past and present. That is patriotic. Embracing the fact that the United States has a dirty, messy, sometimes horrific, sometimes not, sometimes the leader in taking action for the rights of humans and for the rights of the planet, sometimes. But we are both and. We cannot hope to change if we cannot tell the truth about who we are, about what we have done. The same as when my dad went back to that grocery store and paid for groceries and didn't take them. He was a child and he did something and he was making reparations for that. And so do we. We have to take responsibility for these founding stories that we have. It gives me hope to think that we could possibly be telling the truth. The president also said that if you've listened to the 1619 Project that talks about the establishment of slavery, of the enslavement of human beings for gain, that still is in place today. There are people still suffering from the legacy of slavery. That is bad news, according to him. The fact of the matter is, Columbus did not discover us. Columbus didn't discover anything. And the only reason that, in my opinion, that anyone would celebrate Columbus Day on October 12th or on any day is because that person believes the genocide of brown or black people or red people is a good thing, and also is not acknowledging history or geography. So I'm really happy to wear the badge of radical activist, and I am wearing it with pride. And I hope you join me. Because if that means the truth, then so be it. I'm wondering if Jerry is on, and if Jerry can join me for a moment.
Good morning or good afternoon, Don.
Yes, good afternoon, Jerry. I just wanted to ask if you could join me, and we have a little bit more time until we are to go into the Zoom discussion room, but You have given me so much wisdom over the years. I'd like to discuss with you what you think about Columbus Day. And I don't know if you've seen the presidential proclamation on Columbus Day, and if you had any thoughts about that.
Yeah, it's quite disturbing. The fact of the matter is this country is found on stolen land and on the backs of enslaved people. So when we talk about truth and reconciliation, that that word means that there was a time that everything was good, and then it got bad, and so we reconcile to make it good again. But there can be no reconciliation without conciliation. We haven't even gotten to that point yet. And because we're trying to skip these steps until this country is able to come to terms with the fact that it was founded, it was created on the backs of enslaved people and on stolen land, until they're able to come to the accept the fact that over 52 universities, institutions of higher learning, that the endowments that they were given when this country first started to create these universities was on stolen land. The land was 40 million acres was taken from native tribes as they were forcefully removed. And then those 40 million acres was divided into plots. And those plots were divvied up between 52 universities and sold off to create these universities. So even our education is based on stolen land. We have these doctors and people with PhDs and academics that talk about giving, scholarships, or hey, we created a scholarship program for these Native people, so that they could go to school, so that they can come to our place of higher learning. We'll take 4 or 5 people, but the fact is that their place of higher learning is built on their homeland. You know,
Yeah, I also have a complicated relationship with higher education and higher learning. And in my own experience of being somebody who didn't have access, um, you know, when I did go to college, I didn't go for what I really wanted to be, what I wanted to turn out to be. I went for what I thought would help me give back in some way. So I got a kind of a business degree in organizational management. I feel like I am worse for that degree, if that makes any sense, because I was extremely colonized during that process of understanding of the lessons lost, the markets and the strategies and the plotting. It was a 4-year course on how to extract. And it's taken me a really long time to undo all of that and to get back to understanding what is hyper local, what is getting my hands back in the dirt again, and what is feeding our elders again, and what is creating actual relationships and community, not just in business cycles, but with our winged and our furred and our leaved and all parts of nature deserve a relationship. And when I got my business degree, those weren't relationships, those were future products. And all businesses, whether for-profit or non-profit, are all intended to support their stakeholders, which are human. And they are not intended to support the stakeholders which are of earth, which are of Aki, which are of the mother and the giver of life. So I have to simultaneously go back to expansive thinking and also back to what I know of myself, what is encoded in my bones, what is actually, everybody is indigenous to somewhere, and those lessons are in all of us. In reality, those lessons are encoded in all human brains.
This is, I think one of the things, Dawn, that I learned from you was your a lot of the knowledge that you have about food sovereignty, and about relearning a relationship with our food. The food that I had a relationship when I met you was from the convenience store with Slim Jims and a Slurpee, or a bag of hot fries and a half gallon of milk. This is the food that I was getting and putting into my body, and attending some of the conferences and talks you put on. It's more than just about your health. And people always tell you, oh, your body's a temple and you're supposed to treat your body right. And you're like, oh yeah, that's some hippie new age stuff. I'm going to eat the Slim Jim. But you talked about, first of all, you talked about food apartheid and weaponizing food. And I didn't realize that I was taking part in that colonization by giving in to the fact that they had weaponized the food that was available to us in a way that it affects our health, our diabetes, our heart disease. And then you talked about that relationship from harvesting the food to preparing the food, and and serving the food, and then sharing that food in the way that you do. And that made so much more sense to me, because then I understood what people were talking about when they talked about that relationship with their food, and to re-indigenize that relationship. So I hope that um, later today in a Zoom room or later time, if people have a chance, if they're ever able to see you speak or listen to you talk, hear you talk, or read anything that you put out, you have such an amazing insight on a relationship with food, and you've done a lot to help with the Greater Cincinnati Native American Coalition with their relationship with decolonizing urban spaces and creating, areas that we could start growing in these indigenous foods that we talk about.
Thank you so much, Jerry. Do you know that this time last year, I was up in Minnesota in Shakopee, Minnewacan territory, and I had the honor of cooking with Sean Sherman, who wrote the book The Sous Chef, which is a James Beard Award-winning book. And the work that he has done through natives in helping create a pathway and removing barriers for indigenous people to reconnect with their own food and their own relationship with food has been such a phenomenal gift to the world. And I feel like non-native people also benefit from seeing indigenous people re-indigenizing. I feel like it gives everyone hope to understand that we can have a spiritual, cultural, systematic, reciprocal relationship with food. one of the projects that the Intertribal Council for Indigenous Food Sovereignty is working on is reconnecting our pathways and our trade routes. Here in Ohio, some archaeologists have dug up some of the mounds and they found, pieces of copper and salmon bones and bear claws and things from many, many other places. And what that tells us is that this was quite a super highway here in Ohio for trade routes. And that exchange of food has been something that has not been restored because part of colonization is the divide and conquer. And when Indigenous people were put into war camps and were told that you cannot hunt and you cannot fish and you cannot harvest off of these boundaries that we had never experienced before, we lost so much of our understanding of our culture, of our diversity within our own diets. And instead, as we were starving, and as some Indigenous people, especially in the Lakota, Nakota, Dakota areas were so hungry that they were actually eating the grass and dying. And so the US government could not watch this any longer. And so they started dropping off these barrels of oil and flour. And that is where fry bread came from. Now, long ago in the past, we had taken some ancient grains and grasses like manoomin, and we've created this flour, and we've mixed them with these really healthy fats that contain a lot of omegas and they don't go rancid. And then we've taken that on long journeys on foot or running, and that has sustained our travels. So we knew the recipe. But when we were using these highly processed and horrible saturated fats, it made us really sick. And the lack of interconnectedness and the lack of relationship with where that food came from made us culturally sick. It made us isolated.
Don, thank you so much. I appreciate your time. I know you're wearing many hats today. May, it's important, and I hope that we continue to cultivate our relationships with each other and create reciprocity with a life that nourishes our movements for justice. For anyone that wants to speak with Dawn directly, please use the Zoom room at the link provided. Up next, I am going to present your MC for today, Homer Shadowheart. Hey, Homer, how you doing? Oh, you got to unmute yourself, Homer. You are on mute. There you go. So usually Homer's, there you go. Usually Homer's coming to us pulled along the side of the road, talking from from inside his vehicle on the interstate someplace. It is so glad to see he finally made it home. Homer, thank you so much. It is nice to be. All right. Well, you're sounding great, and I'm going to leave this to you.
Thank you, Jerry. Go along with what you and Don were talking about. I think each of us, to be radicals as much as we can on Monday, should wish everyone that we encounter a happy Indigenous Peoples Day. Coming up next, we have Dr. Tomasina Chupco. She is the co-founder and co-director of Traditional Doula and Midwifery Arts. She has also authored numerous books and is the founder of Siwapili Matriarch Council. Today she presents Birth as Ceremony. Welcome, Dr. Chupco.
Hello. Hi. So my name's Doctora Tekarima Ticitl, and I just go by T. And I'll start with the introduction. So my family originally were from Mexico, specifically what today is known as the states of Jalisco and Zacatecas. And then I was born and raised in California. So on my father's side, I have the Mexica, Wirarica ancestry roots, indigenous roots, and I grew up Chicana. And then I've been living on the East Coast for the past almost 15 years now. Just yesterday, I got to ride from the American Indian Museum in Manhattan to the Ramapo Lenape reservation over here, and we had a nice prayer for Indigenous Peoples Day out here in New York for the past, well, this would have been the 5th year of having Indigenous Peoples Day there, where we've been dancing. I'm part of Calpuli Huehuetlatoli. It's a Mexica dance group. So this year, yeah, all that changed, so I'm happy to be here. So thank you, Sarah Rose, for the invite. Happy birthday. And I'm, because of the ride yesterday, catching up on the rest of the speakers from yesterday. But it's very nice to be here with all of you. So yeah, I have been on the East Coast for 15 years, and I originally came out here just for 1.5 years to come get a degree in, I wanted to be a teacher. And then, so I got that, and then continued and worked towards my PhD, and then got that. And then I went back to midwifery school after becoming a doula. So I've been around the birth world. My oldest son is going to be 14 next month, Ashayaka. So I've been around birth for the past 15 years, and then I completed midwifery school last year. So I've been a licensed midwife, certified midwife for the past almost 1 year now. And before that, because a lot of my mentors are like, no, don't say you've been around birth for 1 year, because it's been longer than that. So I really just, my whole mission in life is to live life as ceremony. And so then that's why it's easy for me to be like, birth is a ceremony. And most of our relatives, relations understand that, feel that way. And then that's like a really new idea to some people, different cultures and everything. But it's all good. I really, really believe in my heart that regardless if we're Indigenous or not, if you're Indigenous or not, you can have a very beautiful ceremonial, spiritual, and enjoy birth as ceremony. And for me, for our people, because I didn't grow up Mexica or Wirarica. I was listening to Essay's talk earlier. Similar to her, I grew up as a ward of the court in the foster care system as well. So, and, so in our family, there's the 528 years plus of colonialism, imperialism, genocide, all how those systems of power have, disrupted our families, caused a lot of trauma, and it hurts. And, we still have circles and cry about how, and I just, cry about it, but actually are doing stuff every day. I see a lot of our Indigenous relations of different backgrounds, and, we might not agree on all these different things throughout Turtle Island or the way we understand it, Anahuac, Tiwantisuyo, North, Central, South America. But there is more of a harmony, consensus, and I'm just grateful for our lives, for being able to see a child be born at home, and whatever home that means to you. Because for me, home meant the Temascal. So my sons were all born in the sweat lodge, on the earth, with the fire, no matter if it was the 48 hours, the 8 hours, or the 3 hours. I had 3 sons. So home means something different for everyone. And I really believe and advocate for all people, all families, women who want a home birth to have a home birth. Because, you know, it's all related. So everything what people have been talking about and what's been going on, you know, for the past so many hundreds of years, it's all related, and it's all related to that first breath of life, right? So, you know, as the movement continues, as we've seen what's been happening throughout Turtle Island, and yeah, how they thought they discovered us, how, you know, the stealing of the land, the raping of all the women, the forced and, you know, sterilization of the women, as Bobby spoke about through his poetry, that happened then, that still continues today. You know, the all those diseases that have killed our people, them writing our history, changing the traditions, the gender roles, all those things continue, right? And amongst it all, we're still giving birth, and we're still going to continue to give birth, and we're still going to continue to be Indigenous and live Indigenous, because as long as, you know, there's a Mohawk midwife, Quese Hook, right? Cook, that she had a quote, I read it the other day, that women are the first environment, by Quese Cook, right? And that's the way it is. So it's like, respect the women, respect the land, because it's all related. And so, you know, I feel very honored and special when I meet sisters like Sinkala, who gave birth at Standing Rock, Minnie Wichoni, whose birthday just passed too. So happy birthday. And, you know, amongst the movement, amongst everything happening, you know, and maybe it's not like genocide the way it was then, but now it's cultural genocide. We're going to continue to give birth, and we're going to continue to live as Indigenous peoples, because that lineage comes from your mother, that bloodline. And it honestly, it doesn't matter if you're connected to your mom or dad, is what I've learned. When they cut that umbilical cord between me and my mom, you know, there was that disconnect, but that spiritual invisible cord is forever. So I'm grateful always to my mother, to my father for my life, even though I didn't get to grow up with them, right? And then I'm very grateful to all the other relatives and, you know, community, family who have taken those roles for me, for my sons, for the family, right? So, you know, when I think of birth as ceremony, I have to also think about everything that's been going on, that people have expressed about, you know, how colonialism has impacted our lives, what we wear, what we eat, how we speak, our languages. I don't speak Nahuatl or Wirarica fluently. My Spanish is probably as bad as my English. So those are all things, you know, when I see a birth at home, like I'm thinking back to, I got to go to New Zealand and see a beautiful home birth with two Maori girls singing in Maori as their baby brother was born. And to me, that was the most beautiful thing. And that's what I mean as birth, as ceremony, because the words that their baby brother first heard were in their original language, and it was all love, and it was so simple and beautiful. Mom and dad, the sisters, brother, like that, welcoming the baby like that. So to me, when we talk about, because, you know, I my whole life right now is just to focus on my sons and my midwifery career, right? And so or journey, way of life, and I've been getting to meet a lot of people, and they always, you know, they're like, well, you're always talking about birth as ceremony. What does that really mean? Some people have been asking, aside, you know, the everything going on. And so that's just, you know, one example with that. Like, a lot of parents, families want you know, we can be very quiet at some of those births, and all you hear sometimes is like, if it's a water birth, the water just moving, or the candle burning, and it's real nice and quiet. It could be daylight, nighttime, however. And then, you know, some families want, and it's important for the first, you know, when the baby takes that first breath of life, to hear an Indigenous language, their Indigenous language. It's important and it's beautiful, and that is birth as ceremony to me. And then, you know, there's a lot of more examples, like even how we show up to birth. Like we've talked about that, about how, you know, how to just, what do you wear? Do you wear huipil? You know, are you wearing jeans, or like, are you wearing a skirt? Like, are you wearing the huaraches, or some other relatives wear moccasins? Like, what do you wear when you go to the birth? How do you present to yourself to a birth that we're saying is ceremony? You know, so there's like those little things too from the birth worker perspective. And, you know, one of the things that I really want to share here and highlight is the importance of prenatal care in order to really have a birth as ceremony. Because yes, I've met and had a lot of sisters who are like, you know what, I don't need anybody there besides myself. I could do this myself. And I got to that point too, because with my first son, the original midwife I had, and I wish I would have found an Indigenous midwife or you know, but over here in New York, the original midwife that I had canceled on me. She canceled on me 3 days before the due date. And so I called every, like, I think there was like 20 something home birth midwives at the time for the 5 boroughs out here in New York. So I called them all, and one took me because she heard teepee and sweat lodge, and she said, you know, I've been to 500 some births and I hadn't been to one of those, so I want to come. And I was just like, thank you. But at one point I had gotten to the point where I was like, you know what? I'm just going to do this myself. I said in the ceremony, we're peyote people, you know, like we're part of the Teocalli Quetzalcoatl Native American Church chapter. And a lot of the women in the community that I sit up with, and we have our babies at home, you know, we're all connected like that through the medicine, sacred medicine like that. So I was like, in one ceremony, at one point, I was like, well, I'll just do it myself. And then my sister, who's going to be my doula at the time, and the father of my son. So I was like, that's it. But then this midwife came through like 3 days before, and yeah, it was a beautiful sweat lodge birth. And that's another thing that we talk about a lot, is the importance of a ceremonial fire to have birth as ceremony. So, you know, not too many people are like, to us at Ehecatlallitle, right? That's the 4 elements of life. That's, you know, that's who I connect with. That's who I pray with. There's again, how colonialism, imperialism, all that has like altered the way people think, their connection to Creator, Great Spirit. But for us, you know, we're like that, connected to Ehecatlallitle. And so in a lot of the birth, that's what it is. Like we talk with a lot of moms about, you know, if you're Indigenous, you get it. Like you already know. I feel like I'd be talking to the, you know, like you already know. So about reclaiming Indigenous, the first sovereignty, taking birth back, like you have that connection with those elements. You bring in your culture, your traditions, you know, you do it. But like for all the other relatives that you know, that are the education and the upbringing has, you know, there's a lot of relatives who maybe don't identify as Indigenous. But like growing up in out there when I was doing my undergrad in East Oakland and North Richmond, the Bay Area out in California, I got to meet through Orlean, Tojil, Indigenous Youth Group, and, you know, thankful always to all those relatives and involved in the movement like that, who taught us like where we come from. So, you know, all our people from Central South America, I guess a little bit of nationalism is okay. We're always saying Viva Zapata, you know, Emiliano Zapata, and it's okay. But then, you know, like a lot of our people, they don't know, you know, like folks see me and they're like, oh, you're Mexican, Mexicana. And then I was taught like Mexican, you know, when the Spanish arrived, it wasn't even called Mexico. Like, so they came up with Mexicano, Mexican, by, you know, they would kill our ancestors and they would make you say Mexicano. So it was like they couldn't pronounce the sh in Mexica, so they changed it to the he, Mexicano, instead of, you know, Mexica. So if you say you're Mexicano, it's like you're saying, no, I'm not Mexica. So, you know, and that Mexica is just one of the many indigenous peoples in throughout Mexico, right? So a lot of our folks, you know, like they're Purepecha, Zapotec, Wirarica, you know, Mexica. There's so many, and then they either come to the States or born out here in the States, and we see it within our own families, communities. Like you know, they're very, no, I'm Mexicano, I'm Salvadoreño, I'm Colombiano, you know, but they have indigenous roots. So it's like I bring that up because, like, our relations or relatives who are, you know, who were brought up indigenous and have that connection, like birth it just flows like the water. It's beautiful. And then for our other relatives who there's then that disconnect, that trauma, that, you know, that pain, and there's a little bit more work to do when it comes to birth, when they want to take it back to the elements, to a birth altar, to mother blessing, you know, like explaining. So I was taught, you know, from one of the traditional midwife that as a midwife, I'm just there to beat the drum. And, you know, this is very humble work to be around birth. It's the work of the creator of the sky world, right? Like it's the miracle of life. It's beautiful. And I used to cry at every birth. I'm not a little over 100 and something births now. And sometimes I still do, sometimes I don't, but it's very emotional, and it's very beautiful. And it's that thin line between life and death, right? So we want our people to continue to, you know, have that first breath of life and continue that way in a beautiful way. So to get to that, you know, the prenatal care, like I was saying, is really, really important. And in these times, I've met some moms who were like, I had no prenatal care and just do the birth. And then, and I've done those too. Or I've had sisters who are like, you know what, I can do it myself. And they call it the unassisted birth, and they're beautiful too. It's all, you know, it's all good. I believe it comes from that inner power of every individual person. Because they're, you know, me, myself, if you look around like in Mexico, in the temples, in the stones, there's, you know, and different sculptures throughout the world. There's always, when a person was giving birth, a woman was giving birth, there was always another two people there. So we like to say the midwife, or, you know, what today is known as the doula, the birth worker. So I see, like, you know, they say that that we can give birth alone, and we can, but I really believe, like, you should do it. You should do it with a midwife. You should do it with or another mother, someone, you know, and I really believe that in my heart. And I have a lot of midwifery friends too who work in the hospital, and it's different. Like, I chose to start this home birth practice, Sihuapatli midwifery, and Sihuapatli in Nahuatl means Sihuat means woman, and Patli means medicine. So, like, medicine of the woman, or medicine woman, that's the name. But it's also a plant that I got to know recently, and a few years ago, because I didn't grow up with Sihuapatli, but and it's we use it as a tincture, and it can help bring on more contractions, and usually just put in some drops in some water, and it helps to get your uterus contracting, and every time we've used it at home, babies are born right after. So I really love that plant. I really love the importance of, you know, like having connections with plants, with medicines, and Sihuapatli is, and it has a lot of other uses. Girls down in Mexico, and we bring it that way, dried, and buried in the earth with to make it like a tincture for those 40 days. So that's one. But also, like I mentioned, we're peyote people, and that was one of the books that I wrote, is Birth is a Ceremony, and it has 18 different birth stories of women, indigenous and not, worldwide, who have consumed peyote throughout their pregnancy, in labor, and postpartum. And so I know that's a very controversial subject. And again, like I was saying, all across Turtle Island, there's indigenous peoples who we have different agreements on things. So I was taught and raised, when you go somewhere, you respect that home, and that's how it is. And so I throughout my pregnancies, I remember being at the peyote gardens, and there was the Comanches, Udanes, and they were like, no pregnant women allowed in the teepee. And I was like, okay, good. Where did I sleep? So I went and slept in the house, and that was it. But and then down in Mexico, the same. It just depends which community you go to. So you might be allowed to have medicine in ceremony, might not. There's also, a lot of families who their prayer is in life to be able to have children. And tobacco is the first medicine that we use, and I've seen miracles happen with the tobacco. And so, there's been women who for years prayed for a baby. And then with that power smoke, with the peyote and the teepee, a year later or so, they're pregnant. I've seen that, and it's really beautiful. And then I've also seen, a woman pray for a baby for years, and then it just not happened. So there are some ceremonies, some medicine that's prepared specifically for women who want to have a baby, and are welcome to have the medicine in that ceremony. But, learning throughout from the Peace and Dignity Journeys, the Prophecy of the Eagle and the Condor, throughout the Americas, I learned that too. There's, again, the way colonialism and all that has impacted our people, our minds, our bodies, religions, our way of thinking. There's a lot of gaps, or we don't agree on certain things, or we do agree. And some people pray to Jesus, some people talk to grandfather fire. It's all like that, and all that plays out when it comes to birth too. So I just been taught, respect how people want to bring their children to the world. And as a midwife, that's it. I'm just there to beat the drum, and the life giver, the mother, you're the warrior, you're the mom who's going to give birth. And I'm just there to support you in that process. I was thinking about the mother blessings too, how not every mom that we mentioned that to wants one. And I was taught that the mother blessings, come from the Dene people, that it's actually a 9-day ceremony. But the way we do it out here, have been doing it, it's a 1-day, all the women get together with the pregnant person. I try to keep up to date with all the terminology. Pregnant person, pregnant woman, that they, their friends and family that they want there. And so we'll start with a birth altar. Mom makes a birth altar, and it's usually really beautiful, because then at the birth, she has that birth altar set up too. And that birth altars are so different for everybody. We usually put a palecate, the bandana down, and then the 4 elements are represented there, however that means to them. Maybe there's a poposhkomi there, burning with the huiyoscopal, palo dulce, different herbs. There'll be a glass of water. There'll be a catatecocoli, the conch shell, to represent the wind. And then there's always plants that represent the earth, so that they have that. And then they have, if they had a family that, they were connected with, because some of us don't, it's just then you start seeing pictures of their grandmas, grandpas, their mother, father, like that. And then there's different items that are, given to babies. So we've seen beautiful, little baby shoes or moccasins and feathers and baby's first earrings with tiny, all kinds of different little instruments. So it's nice to have the birth altar set up at these mother blessings. And then we do, we all, there's a point where she expresses any fears, any worries, anything going on, because throughout the pregnancy, those 10 months, 9 months, it's a lot that we carry. And especially some of us who come from, like, you know, being survivors of sexual abuse, like that rape, the sexual molestation, it comes up in birth. So that birth altar, it helps with that. Those, you know, that's why I say we're just there really as another sister, as another woman to help you. But when we pick up those instruments, those, you know, waterbird feathers, eagle feathers, that, like, that's what's helping you. That's what's helping with the trauma. Like, you know, so at the mother blessings, there's a point where the mom can bring up any fears, worries. And there's sometimes the mom's like, I'm good, I don't have any. And that's beautiful too. So but there's still a mother blessing. And there's times where there's a lot of birth trauma to go through. And so we'll start like that in a circle. And then there's the massaging of the feet with the corn, the washing of the feet with the water, you know, exchange food, and the men are with the father somewhere, and then usually they're in the sweat lodge or something, and then we come together and share food and gifts like that. So, you know, that's another part, that to treat birth as ceremony, I think it's really important to have those mother blessings, or just blessing the way, you know, have that opportunity. That one we'd like to do like 4 weeks before the guest date. And I've seen it every time. Like, it works. It's beautiful. I recommend it to everyone. There's a lot of birth workers now doing them. But yeah, we like to honor where it comes from. And those fears, you know, they get to your mind and it shocks it can shock your whole body. But once you, like, put it out there, I've seen women talk it into a stone, into an obsidian stone, and then just buried it in the earth. And she took it, it's gone, like that, just like that. And then, and so the mother has to trust, you know, has to trust those sisters to then get to that birth as ceremony. And that's the part that it's like, it's really, really important, because you end up, like, you know, just getting completely naked in front of your mother, your grandmother, your sisters, your friends, and sometimes, you know, they're like, I'm not ready to speak it out. I don't want to speak into the stone. I don't want to write it down and read it to y'all. So they just, you know, write it down and burn it. But it gets out there one way or another, you know. So, because all this requires trust. So I would say, yeah, the mother blessings are really, really important and big in helping to get to birth as ceremony. And it's beautiful each time, you know. So there's that part. And then, you know, there's in the birth itself, like some of the differences that I've seen in the hospital versus the home is, like, at home, I remember, you know, in different birthplaces, moms who they're like, I don't want to just cut the cord with the scissors and a plastic clamp. So that we have the option of using the obsidian knife. And then a string. It could be deer sinew, buffalo sinew, or I remember in New Zealand too, they used the fiber and had a little abalone shell. So cutting that cord with an obsidian knife, obsidian because it's the fire, and the whole idea of heat and cold. So we want to, you know, when you give birth, everything opens, not just your sacred space, your yoni, like everything opens. So the idea is always to bring back the warmth, because all the cold that got in, right? So, you know, that was another of my reasons for wanting a sweat lodge birth, to give, you know, our babies are in the sacred black waters those whole 10 months, and it's perfect. It's beautiful. It's like beyond words. That's just a miracle, right? And then they're born. And so in my head, I was like, well, I want them to be born in something similar to those sacred black waters. So they were in the lodge, which was pitch black, and you could just hear the fire sizzling, crackling, and it was warm. Like, the different months, November, March, and June, and over here it was still like cold and everything. So with snow and stuff in some of those months, except the June birth. So we had lodges, the stones in there in the lodge that were just warm enough so the baby was just, nude like that. We didn't afterwards post, it was just perfect. So that was the idea. Like, once we give birth, they're exposed to everything we talk about of colonization, that, they're exposed to that. So we want them, when we talk about protecting the sacred, that's our children. And it starts from that first breath of life. So we want to do it like that. And then in the lodge, so then it's like we're open. So the warmth is coming in. And again, there's people who are like, well, that's not traditional. Why are you giving birth in the lodge? And, and so there across, Anahuac Island, there's controversy. And then there's other, oh yeah, that's beautiful. And then more and more people are starting to give birth in the sweat lodge like they used to, because they were used for that, and then the teepee too. So, or other birthplaces that I'm starting to learn about. The obsidian knife we use at the birth, but also some families are like into the burning of the cord. And so that's been neat too, because I really feel that it makes like that birth, the ceremony. I like to end every birth with a prayer, and then some people don't want to call it a prayer. So, but just words of gratitude, right? Words of gratitude to the Great Spirit for having had a beautiful, like, natural home birth. So we all, as the burning of the cord, you pretty much need 2 candles and the little wooden box, and then the placenta is over here, the box is in the middle, and baby's on mom. And then takes about 15, 20 minutes. So while that's burning, we go around and we all, give thanks to Creator for the home birth. And so that's another one. And it's beautiful because the candles, I had one grandma, she made the candles, and she was just, her and the husband were both holding one, and then that's the same idea, the heat's being transferred after you just gave birth and everything's opened up. So I feel like that part also makes birth very like that, ceremonial. And it's beautiful. I love it. Not everybody wants it, like the lotus birth, or just leaving them intact, not even cutting the cord. And so my whole thing, it's your body, it's your birth. And that's the title of one of my other books, My Body, My Birth. And if we can do it and it's safe, and, let's do it. So the obsidian, the burning of the cord, those 2 have been, never ever did I see that done in the hospital, just home birth. And it's been really, really nice. So there's that. Another part that I'm like, I really, with all these changes and everything, it's missing the powwows, because it's nice we used to go do the danza, right? Mexica, and love supporting all the artists and everything. But then what I always like is going to people's cars and what they have in the trunk, because I used to get bear fat, and I'm running low. And I like to have the bear fat because not every family wants that either. But again, I'm always like, what is birthday ceremony? And I feel like the bear fat, that grease after baby's born, rubbing the baby with that, it's that warrior medicine. And, I can't just go around rubbing bear fat and then people's babies. So of course, it's just like folks who are on the red road or connected to the sweat lodge, the teepee, peyote, like, Sundance, like that. So that's another one that I feel like birthday ceremony it makes it like that. But now I'm starting to think back to a lot of the births, and it's the same thing, like then smudging the baby, welcoming the baby with the copal and the eagle feathers, and like that's all birthday ceremony, and it's not for everyone. But I feel like I like talking about those things, because if we're talking about reclaiming, taking birth back, one mom at a time, one home birth at a time, then what does that look like? Because I have a lot of consultations, and people are like, okay, so when am I going to get the epidural? And then I have to explain, like, we don't carry epidurals for home birth. We don't, so like, at home, it's natural and it's ceremonial, and for folks who don't want it that way, then it is how they want it, I guess. But I like to keep praying the whole time I'm at a birth in my head, not out loud, because there's a lot going on. We gotta be doing the vitals and everything, and in my head I'm always just praying until that grandmother placenta is out. And that's another one that I was taught in school that placenta should be out in 30 minutes, an hour at the most. And I've been at some births where it's 4 hours later. So it's all emotional. And, there's a lot that as women we carry that affects us every day and then affects our birth. But even with all this that was happening with the pandemic and everything that's happening, people were like, if you have fear, you can't have a home birth if you're in fear and about everything going on. And I was thinking about that, because I was just well, actually, our people are crossing the border, historically in fear and pregnant, and still getting across. So in my head, I was no, yeah, you can have fear and still have a home birth and make it, ceremonial and beautiful, because you want to, not because, somebody else is putting that idea in your head. But if you want to, and then that's why I feel it works. And I've been seeing beautiful home births, and it's an honor to be at all of them. But it's always works if it comes from the mother. If the partner is pushing it, it can go this way or that way, right? But if it comes from mom and she wants it, it happens, and regardless of those fears. But there's things that we do to work through them, So yeah, I wanted to share about that. And then postpartum, because there's a lot that we do in the prenatal, then there's the birth itself. And I feel too, there's so many birth stories I could talk about, but that's for the moms to talk about. I just like to share some of the similar things that we do here and there. And then postpartum also, I feel and throughout the prenatal visits, throughout your pregnancy, you have friends there, family there, they help here and there, and then everyone wants to be at birth. But then you give birth, where's everyone at? Everyone's gone. So we've been talking about postpartum support and the importance of that. I like to include in my services as a midwife 4 visits postpartum, and we have I took Panquetzani Ticitl. She's runs Indigimama, and I love her work. I took her workshop, A Cerrar las Caderas, and the importance of, the rebozo. For us, the rebozo is a traditional shawl, scarf, there's different sizes, but we use that in the prenatal visits for massages, in the birth to help cope with all those contractions, birth waves. There's a lot of different moves that we do with that rebozo that helps. But then postpartum, I like to do the postpartum closing of the hips, of the bones. There's 7 rebozos inside the sweat lodge. I've done it in many people's living rooms or outside on the grass, but in the lodge, I like it because it's warm. And then it's, more because it's warm, but the sweat lodge is just my favorite place to be. And we'll put all 7 down, and then she'll lay there. And then we go starting from the feet to the head, and then from the head back down. And then at the end, they're all tied up, wrapped up. And then pour some more water on the stones and go out, close the door, leave them in there. And that's another component that's important with after you gave birth, everything opens. So you want to bring back in the heat, and it's called in Mexico, the cierre de caderas, the postpartum closing of the hips. And I explain it to some people, and some people are just well, is that spiritual? And then, because if it is, they don't want it. And then I'm well, it's physical too, so it's all that. But yeah, so some things are for some people, and then not for all. But it's all good. There's different components that are that are part of it. And then the grandmother placenta, you know, I was taught to throughout, like through with the medicine, we got to go meet different relatives throughout Anahuac Tiwantisuyo. And with grandmother placenta, like it's more common now that people are encapsulating the placenta and having it in pills or a tincture, or there's a book that it explains how you can make shampoo, conditioner, masks, creams, all kinds of stuff. But we tend to do, if they want it, the pills, the tincture, a print, looks like the tree of life, right? And sometimes just raw pieces. And again, throughout, you know, in terms of like the disagreements or consensus, I've met Native folks who, some of us are like, yeah, our people have always eaten it, you know, like as soon as, like every other animal, as soon as its placenta's out, is, you know, make it into tacos, add some salsa and boom. And others are like, what? No. And then I met some grandma midwives in Colombia, and they were talking about how like the placenta, if you make a print of it and you see like the silhouette, it's an ancestor. And so she's our grandmother, and you don't eat the placenta. And so there's like I said, I guess as a result of colonialism and everything, like amongst us, our people, there's differences. So some people are like, no, we do not eat the grandmother placenta. And others are like, yes, it helps with breast milk. It helps with postpartum, you know, depression, all those hormones. So that's that. And it's the same thing also with water births. So I've met indigenous midwives who are like, no. Our people never gave birth in the water. Like the first breath of life should be like that, with the heka, the air, right? And others are like, nah, like, you know, if you've been to the cenotes down in Mexico, like our people were giving birth in those sacred waters too. So then it's like, okay, but those cenotes are not as clean as they were 500 some years ago. So there's or I don't know, people are like in the ocean like that. So there's differences, and as like I'm going in my midwifery journey path, I listen to a lot of these grandma midwives and indigenous midwives, and then, you know, midwife warriors who they all have different understandings. And my thing is the mom, what do you want? And what's your culture? And what's your tradition? Some people know, some people don't. But how do you want to do it? What's your birth plan? What's your birth vision? And for the most part, as home birth midwives, we cover everything that's usually in the birth plan. But I like those moms who like make it all color coordinated and have specific details and everything. So that's all good. But yeah, like I see myself, you know, as a midwife my whole life. Like I'm in it for the long haul. I know like some people like to retire and even know what ages or whatever, but I've met grandma midwives who are like 89, 95 years old. They're out there with the moms, and that's how I want to be. But yeah, the other thing is, you know, that I wanted to touch about is womb healing, and how, like I mentioned a little bit about survivors of sexual abuse, have sisters who survived rape, you know, from their own, sometimes uncles, fathers, and so how all that plays out too in the birth. It's a lot. What we talk about in those prenatal visits, and you know, there's a lot of confidentiality, but in general, that happens a lot. Or, you know, I hear a lot of medicine men, spiritual men, who conduct prayers, who pray for people, talk about, you know, to always respect a woman when she's pregnant and to treat her the best. And yet they're, you know, sleeping with other women while their wives are pregnant and stuff. And so those things hurt, and it takes a lot of work in our prenatal visits to address that sometimes. And so I'm just gonna say it right here, like that's the big prayer, right? To pray for love, respect, truth, loyalty, to treat women with integrity, with respect, and not just when we carry life, but always. And the same for men. Because yeah, it goes both ways, right? And then I like to be mindful of the LGBTQ friends and relatives, because they have it hard too, and treated differently, and however people decide to go about it, it's their bodies, it's their lives. We're just there to support them. So in this work, they say we carry our midwife bag, and then not to all of them, but I bring that cedar box and have all those instruments that come with the fireplace, with the altar. And then there's that invisible bag. And that's the stuff that we have to always check and work on. So every birth, I like to honor it as ceremony, and I don't just go to all these births. Like, I've been saying no to take care of my sons, myself. And sometimes we have to. So I really believe that birth is ceremony, and to treat it like that. Like, I'm not in a peyote ceremony every weekend, like the body needs rest after every birth. The importance of cleansing your, mom, but everybody involved too, midwife, doula, the partner, everyone goes about it different. Smudge yourself with your fans, your feathers, take a shower, a simple, a shower, burn some cedar, smudge yourself like that. So yeah, like I always just thankful to Tlanantintlali, to Cuauhlique, to Tlazoteo, Chachuitlique. Those are, that's who I pray to, who I talk to, who I ask for guidance. I want to see every mom who's in my care give birth at home beautifully, and and really honor it as ceremony. Because yeah, there's a lot that goes on, and we have our we have our own creation stories of where we come from, right? Like one time, the boys, they were talking about, oh, well, the teacher said we come from monkeys, or that we crossed the Bering Strait or something, and then the whole Adam and Eve story, and so like I tell the boys, the way I was taught, where we come from, we have our creation stories, how we come from the sun, we come from the fire, we come from the corn, we come from Wirikuta over there, where hikuri, peyote first came out, the peyote, the corn, tobacco, all related, all one, how it's always in our home, in our altar, in our hearts, and in our births. And then throughout Turtle Island and Nahuatl, Tiwantisu, there's so many creation stories, so many of where we come from. So birth is really beautiful when it comes to like where we come from. And then the boys, when people give them a hard time, they're just like, I come from the water. That wasn't my mommy. And, and it could be that simple too. But yeah, I just wanted to share this much today. Sorry if I'm all over the place. I should have made a PowerPoint or something, but I just really grateful that I got to spend this year like that, Indigenous Peoples Day, through this Convergence. And like we say, it's every day. Indigenous Peoples Day is every day. We it wasn't this whole divide and conquest, because we're still here. So it was or divide and conquered. We're still here. It was, the way I was taught, it was like it was a divide and control thing. And they're trying to control every part of our way of life. So it's all connected. And I just want to say thank you to, all the water protectors, all the all the fire protectors, all the, you know, everyone who's doing stuff for our Mother Earth, for the environment, for you know, our children to just be able to have those clean waters, to, you know, everyone protecting our sacred lands, sites. The whole world is sacred, but there's specific, you know, mountains and temples and everything that and it's all related and to birth, because we want those connections, that energy. And I think it's really beautiful every time I see a pregnant woman, person out there in those, you know, in those protests, in that movement with their belly like that, and all the energy the babies are carrying. And that's, you know, that's how they learn. That's how they learn to then be good people and continue our traditions, our languages, to decolonize the mind, the body, so it can be perfect, like our spirits, like our ancestors. So I'll share that much. And thank you for having me here, and enjoy the rest of your weekend.
Dr. T, I want to thank you so much. I don't have the words to express how honored and blessed we were to have you speak today. We were scrambling to call our daughters and our granddaughters and our aunties to join in to watch. We were calling people. It's like, you have to get on. You have to watch this right now. Even myself, my daughter is pregnant, and finding and, you know, someone who has that knowledge, that medicine, and is able to speak about indigenous midwifery is such a blessing, you know. And when you said love, respect, truth, loyalty, not just when we're carrying life, it broke my heart and made me think of my grandmother and my mother and those relatives that I saw within you. So thank you. We were incredibly honored to have you speak today. And for everyone watching, remember to join her in a Zoom room for further discussion. Hopefully we have information about the website, about her Facebook page and all her social media. We can share that. We can share that with other people, with the people on the Zoom link. So thank you. Next, we are so excited. We are so excited to have Quese IMC with us today. He is an indigenous hip hop artist and producer, and also performs tribal songs and flute. Quese has been featured on national tours and also on the national hip hop show, The Breakfast Club. Welcome, Quese. Oh, Quese, getting a little sound issue with you. You're muted right now, buddy. You're still muted. There you go. We're getting a little bit of static. No sound. Okay. So our technicians are going to speak with Keith really quick. Talk with him with the issues he's having. This is something that does happen, technical issues from time to time, especially when we're streaming live. I hope that people are taking the time, are going to the Zoom links provided, having those conversations with the guests that we do have on today. Special shout out to Homer Shadowheart. He was having a little bit of a technical difficulty earlier. And to Sarah Rose Harper, her birthday today. She chose instead to spend it with us doing all of the tech duties and filling in for other people. Katie Salmons, who also is one of our tech producers, media people, and gave me this really cool green chess piece. I'm not sure what I'm going to do with it, but I'll probably end up making a piece of jewelry out of it or something. So one of the other things that we have going on is we have more speakers today. We have Jackie Huckleberryeyes, who's going to be with us. So we're going to go ahead and put on Keith's video next. Play that till we can figure we can get these technical issues corrected.
You gotta move on, move forward, document, record it. History in the making while my natives get deported. Faded for no reason, my people can't afford it. Hand drum with frequency, circuitry gets shorted. We from the stars, imagination and capers. Surrounded by chaos, never trusting the neighbors. Through the pains of this world, I knew I'd be major. My love for hip-hop, a jump shot b-ball player. This world, I didn't understand till later on in life, when I knew I'd be blessed with mad favor, mad flavor from creator. So let me savor the moment for my people, none were braver than those who've gone on before, who are one with the creator. I come this far, MC world changer, and I made it through the storm, silently mumbling a prayer. I never imagined that the dream would come true. I got so used to saying when these dreams come true, here we are. We come this far, in this lifetime or the next we'll fight hard. Evolution, yes. With this hand drum, with this hand drum, and all the children. Cause I wanna live, I'm gonna make it. Yo, we seen the people gather in the sounds of hand drums. Yo, we seen them shut them down. They shut them down, they shut them down. Like Public Enemy, but who's the enemy now? Soulless and chaotic seems at their birth. Maybe that's the reason they don't connect to Mother Earth.
Okay. So we are gonna join back up with
all right. Can you hear me? Give me a thumbs up if you can hear me. Can you hear me?
We hear you really.
Man, I had a beautiful intro right there, and dang, tore it straight right off the bat, Indian style. Just
that's all right, man. That's what we've been expecting. So
I'm ready. What's up, everybody? My name is Quese IMC. I'm a Skeety Pawnee and Chawi Pawnee, and I'm also a Nogazalgi Bear Clan. Yo, I had a great intro just now. Like I was jamming out on the drum, and apparently I wasn't even plugged in, so I apologize for that. But I'm glad to be here, and I'm very honored to represent my family here on Indigenous Peoples Day Convergence. And in saying that, we're going to go ahead and get started. So, let's do it. Ooh. Noah, Hanks J, Stongo. It's a beautiful day, and I just want to say, Noah, Salkuke de Tikuskitui. I want to share a little bit about that song. That's the Pawnee Camp Standing Rock Water Prayer song. And a lot of times, as Native people, a lot of our songs are about storytelling. They're about things, spiritual things that have taken place in somebody's life, whether it be today or 100 years ago, 300, 400, 500, 800 years ago. A lot of our teachings are passed down through stories, through songs, and they're accompanied by a ceremony or a certain way to move about in ceremony. And so that song comes from that. That song comes from the Pakararu called Atu Akitaro Awa Haksu. It comes from our ancestors, that voice. And in that voice, let me unplug it. In that voice, it'll guide you to do things in your life. It'll help you. It'll talk to you and communicate, whether in life or whether spiritually or in visions. And so that song came to me during Standing Rock at Ochete Shakoin. And the reason why it came to me, I believe, is because the choice that I made to start our Pawnee camp at Standing Rock. And I remember sitting there one day just praying and knowing how beautiful that time was. And all of a sudden I heard, hey yo, head on, hey yo, head on. And when I heard that, I knew, where did that come from? And then it created itself, like it was already prepared. And all I had to do was follow the vision, follow the dream, follow the path to cross paths with that. And all of a sudden I knew this is a song of spiritual solidarity. As a Pawnee, a Skeety, a Chawi, we were ancient enemies with our Lakota relatives. But now we're in a different time. They say under that chakusu dat wiskadu waruksti, underneath that sacred pipe, we can be one. But in order to be one, there has to be a humility. There has to be a compassion, a forgiveness, and an understanding that we all do come from the stars, maybe different places in the stars. Therefore, as the ancestors have stretched to the earth to bless each and every one of us in our deference on earth, we have the choice whether we can unite or whether we can divide. So when I came up with that song, it was brought to me. I thought, you know what better way to create a song that symbolizes spiritual solidarity and unity? Just as that Girirasitu Waruksti gets Paruksti, that sacred Missouri River brought us together. It was her. She was trying to show us. And she was trying to give us the understanding of what it means to truly connect to the water. And when you connect to that water, you have an understanding of connecting to yourself, finding yourself, loving yourself. And once you do that, you can love all creation. And then you can love each other. And so as I thought about that song, I thought, ancient enemies now camp together along the sacred Missouri River, one of our most holiest rivers, the Paruksti, Kits Paruksti. And I thought, you know what? The words are going to symbolize that unity. Noah, acknowledging something or someone, or saying, all right. Mini Wachoni is Lakota, meaning the water of life. Dada Chikstahu, Pawnee, meaning from my spiritual place, my Chiksu, the place where those deep feelings are, I give thanks. So in Pawnee, we're acknowledging that water of life, and we're giving thanks from the deepest feelings of our heart. Two languages together in one song, symbolizing that spiritual solidarity, is the least I can do in the song to show that spiritual solidarity is very important in our future progress of overcoming this destructive force that has been on this land for a long time. So I wanted to share that with you. Hopefully that inspires you. Hindi mahi data chikso anyway. Let's go. Good job. Gonna see our fathers over there. We going to have a good time. Wake up.
Listen and feel it, y'all. Yeah. 1, 2. Check. One, two. How y'all feeling out there? Indigenous Peoples Day Convergence. Let us all converge in good vibes and good spirit. It feels good to be alive. Yo, check it. 1, 2. 1, 2, 1, 2. Yo. I'm in New York. I'm in New York. Yo. All my people, we make a change in the world, but sometimes it's kind of strange. Got the virtual live on the freestyle coming through my mind. This is two-state aligned. In line as the stars stretch to the stars. Sometimes we gotta catch the vibe through the technology. Internet as we come 2 feet and set ourselves with the stone. Sacred beings bring us home. Yes, never think backwards. Walking backwards, rocking my patchwork with the solidarity. Bring it back, no doubt, because it carries me. Yes, indeed, that's the way. And all my people out there, we can't sway from the truth as I'm here to get loose. I'm the engine in between and the caboose. Quese IMC, bring it back as they turn the chokehold to the noose. But we got to bring it to a place of understanding, fighting the power as we're landing on our feet to make a change in the world where they continue to keep us strange. Yo, Quese IMC, Culture Shock Camp, here we go. One, two, 1, 2, 1, 2. Virtual live in effect. Yeah. Here we go. The battle isn't over. Yeah. It only takes one time to figure it out. Hands up if you know what we talking about. All my people, when you're walking and you're living in doubt. When you talk about Quese, yo, you talk about the cloud. The battle is not over, the struggle just begun. Whenever you're walking, keep your head up to the sun. Square up with opposition, stand up a triple threat. If you ain't coming right, you better come correct. 2000, a police state and public housing when you're browsing. Surveillance on recorders, scan at the borders, either on your palm or your forehead. Infrared is red into the world pink. It's scarier to think the brink of human genocide. Ticitl, overpopulation, something we gotta realize. A world in mass hysteria, lock or break the racial barrier. Or get killed off by AIDS or malaria. It's scarier than feeling a fury up to adversity. Being at the mercy of Lucifer and his evil fairies who wanna bury us 6 feet under, die clueless with one and never for sure. Everything is obscure, you are oblivious, lazy, it's all shady. The mischievous devil keeps your baby, but you can't make that sacrifice for God, so I nod and pray so my broken see the way clearly. It only takes one time to figure it out. Hands up What we talking about? All my people, when you're walking and you're living it out. When you talk about Quese, they talk about the clouds. The battle is not over. The struggle just begun. Whenever you're walking, keep your head up to the sun. Square up with opposition. Stand up a triple threat. If you ain't coming right, you better come correct. If you ain't coming right, you better come correct. If it ain't human rights, you better come correct. If it ain't indigenous rights, you better come correct. If it ain't sacred sites, then you better come correct. It only takes one time to figure it out. Hands up if you know what we talking about. All my people, when you're walking and you're living it out. When you talk about Quese, you talk about the clouds. The battle is not over. The struggle just begun. Whenever you're walking, keep your head up to the sun. Square up with opposition. Stand up a triple threat. If you ain't coming right, you better come correct. Make some noise, y'all. Yo, check it out. All right, at your homes, I need you to put y'all's ones up in the air like this, y'all. Ones up like this. Say one nation, one nation, one nation, one nation. Yo, everybody say one nation, one nation, one nation. Yo, one's up, everybody, come on. One. I scooted it, Ticitl. Yo. Yo, feel the vibe, yo. Feel that joint, feel that music. Yo. It's beautiful the way you play those notes with your fingertips as you're bringing riffs and you're singing with the spirit. So walk with us, talk with us, giving the keenest kiss. Leaving this world not as a human being on a spiritual journey, but a spiritual being on a human journey. You heard me when I called. All the darkness will fall. You're the black of the night when the spirits fight. One purpose to take your life. Bush, your old money has been spent by the blood, by the young veteran, the Vatican with its hidden doors. Nobody knows on the ground chain boards. 1,000 euro satanic scroll. Skull and bones, warriors, come on. It's a good day to die for a reason, a purpose. This kind of song I make a pastor nervous. Palestine, Afghanistan, and Iraq. Your struggle reminds me of way back. So everybody rise up, put your grudge aside. 500 years and we still survive. Movement music, freedom music. I love this music, revolutionary music. Y'all know Hene, yo, Hene. 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 One's up, everybody, come on. One's up, everybody, come on. One's up, everybody, come on. Say one nation. One's up, everybody, come on. One's up, everybody, come on. One's up, everybody, come on. Say one nation. Yes, make some noise for yourselves out there, y'all. Oh, Indigenous Peoples Day Convergence. We are here, we are still alive. Yes, give yourselves some love today for your ancestors paved the way, y'all. One's up, everybody, come on. One's up, everybody, come on. One's up. Say one nation. All right, y'all. Do it all here. Anyway, do it all here. Real quick, y'all feeling good out there? Do a little segue. I'm gonna take this jacket off here. One thing I want to say is it's real important for us as Indigenous people. This is the way I feel. You know, everybody has their own minds. Everybody has their own beliefs. But for us, within our circle, within our camp, spiritual solidarity, red and black unity is very much important. Because a lot of times people get lost in trying to figure out what the future is when they haven't figured out where they come from. Where you come from is a part of your identity. And a lot of times people are searching for that. And when you search for that, you're searching for oneself, a connection, a spiritual connection to creation. And when you find that, you can connect to your ancestors. And in connecting to your ancestors, you realize that when our ancestors meet in the sky, they look down upon us and they say, hey, that's my great, 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 great granddaughter, grandson. And so we're here today. Continue that in a good way. I know y'all feel that. Yo, you're at your house. Go and vibe out, y'all. All my B-boys, B-girls, House dancers. Yeah. People don't know how to dance. All my natives. Yo, check it out, get down. I got the sound. Yes, I'm brown. With the red tone. Quese IMC. Indigenous. My Mexican side from Guanajuato. I'm feeling this. Come on. Yeah. I hope y'all feeling good out there, y'all. Virtual Live is definitely new. Technology to you, yo. Y'all ready to go to the protest? Where's my signs at? Walking down the street. Fighting the power. Standing in solidarity. Yo, I hate the clock. I got a minimum wage job, and it'll make a lot. But I'ma break the lock of laws and change strongholds along roads, cause I'm a nature walk. I wanna be a sick MC, that'll make you stop. I'm not the baddest MC, but I'm the one that'll make you feel bad. Give you once a punchline like that. Yo, make some noise, y'all. Wait, y'all. All right, grab your hand drums right now. We're young, empowered, path we roam. This ain't Hollywood, this is our home. We're light, we're different, fight and resistant. Walk the red road, that's why we stay gifted. Easy? Hell nah, it's been a long road. It's quite alright because we've been foretold. Modern day warrior and modern day time, where people have a line and we're seeing all the signs. Hear it in the people, then we see it in their eyes. See it in the people, then we see it in the skies. The people are fed up because they haven't been fed. Hungry for the knowledge, we've been misled by the media, misled by the news update. They want you to stay tuned. Propaganda on the screen, mental breakthrough will curb the mind control to keep you satisfied and glued. To my people out there who stay fat and amused, my people wake up, we can't lose. We pay mad dues, now we must gather young warriors, and what we do matters. We're young warriors, path we roam. This ain't Hollywood, this is our home. We're light, we're different, we fight and resistant. Walk the red road, that's why we stay gifted. Young warriors, happy and alive. We made it this far cause our grandma survived. Indigenous pride as we ball up our fist. 500 years cause we say I resist. Indigenous pride as we ball up our fist. 500 years cause we say I resist. Indigenous pride as we ball up our fist. 500 years cause we say I resist. Yo, check 1, 2. 500 years. Cause we say. Cause we say. Cause we say. Cause we say I resist. Young warriors, happy and alive. We made it this far cause our grandma survived. Indigenous pride as we ball up our fist. 500 years cause we say I resist. Indigenous pride as we ball up our fist. 500 years cause we say I resist. Indigenous pride as we ball up our fist. 500 years cause we say I resist. All right, y'all, how y'all feeling? Y'all feeling good? 500 years cause we say I resist. Here we go, y'all. Quese IMC.
Quese, my dude, Quese, man.
How you doing?
Man, I got to tell you, we had people were in here dancing in the studio. People was loving what you had to say, what you had to spit there. All right, man. Hey, listen, thank you so much, Quese. Please,
good?
Yeah, we're good, man. Please make your way over to the Zoom room to speak with Quese or ask your questions and have a deeper discussion. Meanwhile, we will continue.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Quese. Meanwhile, we're going to go ahead.
Thank you very much. Y'all stay up. Indigenous Convergence. Peace.
Thank you. Meanwhile, we're going to continue on with our next guest, Jackie Huckleberryeyes Andrew. Introducing Jackie Huckleberryeyes Andrew. Andrew is a traditional woman and a sacred water carrier. As a twin, she is a bear dancer who shares the bear medicine in schools and in the local and international realms. She's bear danced, sang the woman's warrior song, and raised her nation's flag on behalf of her chiefs and her nation at Standing Rock in protection of our sacred waterways. Welcome, Jackie.
The wind. Inches Mikhalalush, Luwat Ufkan, Scotland Khan. My name's Huckleberryeyes, Jackie Andrew from the Lilwet Nation, Scotland. I am born a twin. I have a twin brother, and my grandpa used to always say that twins are very powerful. They're very special to never upset the twins. And he's always said that since we were born, and it's part of our culture that twins are to be protected, and we possess what we call bear medicine. So, and as a child, we used to bear dance, but it was more of a playful bear dance. And now I actually have a bear robe that came to the International Indigenous Leadership Gathering, and honestly, like through prayer. Our uncles in the family, Frank Andrew and Fraser Andrew, and the late Fraser Andrew and the late Ernie the Barge, and they used to do bear sweats, and they would put 100 rocks, I can't remember, maybe 150 rocks in the sweat lodge, and they wouldn't have a door, and they would actually just have a little hole on top, and they wouldn't open the door between the rounds. They just have a stick, and they'd open up that little hole there, and then they go into the next round. And that's how powerful the bear sweats were. And you know, people call us medicine people, or like a medicine woman, and I don't feel that I am. I feel like I'm a baby. And considering our history, you know, we had people that came into the mountains, and we had our own ancestors who would live on the top of each mountain, and they would take care of the people, and their only job was to be to hold the medicine and to pray, and they never came down to where the people were. So that was like up Schwanatam, like here we have a medicine mountain here too, and of course in Lilwet and throughout all Statlam. And this is how connected our people were with spirituality. And I feel like we're all born with that, but we ended up kind of throughout, I guess, colonization and modern times and technology, we've become disconnected. And now we're learning to be connected to the earth, the land, the water, and our culture. And as our culture is based on our land, and as the land changes, so does the culture. And then you throw in the history there. And so now we have the seventh generation, who we are, and it's a time of change. And so that's why I say I feel like I don't want to carry that role of being like a medicine woman, even if I'm making medicines. And I as people, when we're coming connected to the land, we learn about all the plants around us and the medicines and the berries, and we've learned that from our surroundings, and that's from the bears. You know, my uncle Frank and my late uncle Fraser would talk about, you know, how the bears are so important to our people that even when you look at a bear, when it's skinned, it looks like a human, you know. And the bears go out around and they harvest, and we learn from that. The bears are eating plants and berries, and they're eating medicines that'll actually help clean their system out. They're leaving scat around so that more plants can be, I guess, travel throughout the territories and grow. And so we're more connected to the bear than anything. And I feel very connected to the bear because I'm a twin. And I never planned to be a bear dancer. It just came natural. And with that came a lot of responsibility that I never realized. And you really need to be humble and have no ego, and to really be aware of your surroundings and how you're connecting to the water, how you're connecting to the land, how you're connecting with the elders, the youth, the feast, the food, everything around us, even the drumming or the rhythm of the earth, just being so grounded that you feel that you can slip into your spirit, or your spirit is truly connected, And I feel like we all have spirituality in us. We all are spiritual people, and I think as the more we get connected to the lands and the waterways in our culture, the more sensitive, the more we realize that we truly are ukumilch. We're spirit, we're spiritual, and our mechach, which is our bear dance and our bear medicine, has come. That is such a revered teaching. And I call myself, I'm just a baby. And I am like many of our generations, especially the ones that have the different generations that have gone to residential school. Some of us have been disconnected to our culture, and some of us are still healing, and we have intergenerations that are relearning or reconnecting to our culture, our family, our bloodlines, our land, our spirituality. And so some of us take it upon ourselves, or we've been gifted a bear robe. And with me, I was at the Indigenous leadership gathering in Lillooet, and we put a call out there for a bear ceremony, and I wanted to bear dance. I just wanted to have a bear robe and thought it would be really beautiful to dance with my children. And eventually we put a call out, and bears came from everywhere. One came down from the States, another from Mission, all over the world, really. And they ended up bringing them all to the outdoor arbor, and we sang songs, we did a ceremony, we did offerings. And then my Uncle Frank, he got up and he spoke, and we didn't know this. He got up and he spoke, and he said, when the colonizers came, when the government came and they brought in residential schools and they brought laws that took away our right to practice our culture, and our medicines were put away. Our medicine men, our medicine women, the mechach, the bear dance, and many other spiritual practices were put away. Some of them were forcibly put away, and some of them were willingly, just to protect it. We also have a responsibility to protect our culture from people, from other forces that want to come in and do like salvage anthropology, or they want to take pictures, like pose pictures that are not even the proper way of how our people are. So we have a delicate history, and so we truly are the seventh generation where a big change is coming, and we're here to be a big part of that. And I think this day and age, especially what's happening in the world today with COVID, is part of prophecies. Our elders, like ceremonying with other elders from Turtle Island in North America here. So my uncles ceremonied with Chief Orville Looking Horse, and he came up here and he told his story that he carries, the prophecy about the 7th generation and about the white buffalo calf pipe that he carries for 19th generations. And so some of our elders and our ancestors have come together, like the prophecy has said, and there's going to be a big change and a shift in time, and it's going to be the Red Nation. It's going to be the Red Nation that's going to bring us together, because there's been some tablets that have been brought around the world, and they, for different times, they tried putting them together, but it was always one nation that wasn't able to meet, like, over time. And now I think they believe that it's the Red Nation. And I don't mean to sound like we put ourselves above each other, because we don't. It's part of our teachings that, like, even inanimate objects have spirituality, you know, that we care about everything, whether it's a plant, a mammal, an animal, a tree, the water. And again, it's just a constant balance, like the medicine wheel teachings, that we need to keep. I would say, this is my teaching, that just think of yourself in the middle of a medicine wheel. You know, are we keeping our mental, our emotional, our spirituality, our physical, are we keeping all that in balance? And I teach some of that when I go into the schools and into the community, or when we're up there speaking at our gatherings and stuff, because we really need to share those teachings, because our children and our children's children are going to be the ones that are going to be dealing with this, I guess, a clash, and also a beautiful amalgamation of cultures, of a way of thinking, of technology, of medicines, of everything. So we need to pave that way for our children's journey and our grandchildren, and because we don't know what they're going through. And even now, even though the prophecy has brought us here to today, we don't know what's going to come of this, but we just need to have faith. We need to have faith in the prophecies. We need to have faith in spirituality, and not only ourselves, but also like our families, you know, our community, and faith in the world. And so I think this is really what's happening today. So, and it's quite amazing, because you can look at some of the footage in the last years, 30 years ago, of like Oren Lines or Chief Orville Looking Horse, or some of our own elders and chiefs, some old recordings. What they're sharing was pretty much exactly what we're going through today. And it just blows my mind. And I'm like, wow, they said that this was going to happen. And, you know, now I'm communicating with many of these leaders, and I'm saying, how do you feel about this? You know, and this, and they just, you know, I keep thinking, oh, you must be so scared or nervous, or this must just blow your mind. But when it comes down to it, they always say, oh yeah, you know, we knew this time was coming. We know that the 7th generation, we knew that this big shift was going to happen. And we've been telling people, not only just First Nations people, but other Indigenous people, other non-Native people, other cultures around the world, been telling them, be prepared. Be prepared for this time of change. Be prepared for this big shift. You know, and that's going to come through unity of all the colors, the red, the white, the black, the yellow. And now that the big shift is happening, because we're assaulting the earth, we are disrespecting Mother Nature, and now I guess a pandemic has happened because we're doing that. And that's our big lessons. And our people are all about the teaching, all about the lessons, all the gifts. There's gifts in everything. And when I think about what's happening today, that's what comes to mind is unity. Because we're all pulling together to keep each other safe right now, and other things are happening, other crises, and especially in North America, especially in the United States. And it's scary when you look at that. And then we think, well, you know what? We can't think of them as, oh, they're over there. Because our teachings back in the day were, we were all connected. And same with Statlam territory. Well, now we all have different communities, but our elders say we were all connected. We had Statlam runners that would run between the communities, and they would literally deliver important messages, and we called them Statlam runners. And they would run all the way from, for example, like Lilwet and all the way through Darcy and they'd be here in Chukwash or somewhere. And so, and our people were so connected to the land and the spirituality that we had messages come to us. We knew when something tremendously powerful or tragic was going to happen even before it was. You know, we knew when somebody was going to be visiting. We just knew. There's just a knowing. And I've noticed since I've reconnected back to the water, I say reconnected because of course we start off with water from when we're in birth. We reconnect back to the land and we go to the elders for teachings, as we're still learning every day, that the more I connect to, the more I realize my spirit and my connection to good Mother Earth. And I truly believe everyone has that. So that's where I get back to saying, you know, I'm a bear dancer, and yes, we had very spiritual mechach bear dancers, and we no longer have those. And what we do now is we're bear dancers from the heart, and we're really trying. I am really doing my best to hold on to our old teachings and protect the mechach, to protect the bear medicine, the bear power, because we could be out there dancing at powwows, we could be dancing in competition, we can be doing, you know, so every day it's a responsibility, and we need to protect that. And we always have to think about, you know, somebody wants to record us, take a picture, film us. We always think the source. Who's doing it? What's going to become of it? Who has say about it? Where is it going to be shared? Because our people have a very delicate history with how we've been filmed. And we don't film all of the bear dances and the sacred fire. And we do that for a reason, not just out of respect, but we do that because that's spirit. We don't film spirit. And I'm learning that every day, learning something all the time. Because we did a World Peace and Prayer Day yesterday, and my uncle Frank Andrew sat down. He told us about how our Andrew family is connected to the grizzly. How we had a grizzly that died in our field and back in the day, and just powerful stories, and then hearing how, because of course our Statland people, the story goes of how our creation story, I guess, is that the Statland people were created during a flood, and I believe it was a cedar rope was used for a raft, and the people that were left that survived were all descendants of them. And so that's in Shuksh, I believe, and that's like in the southern Statland territories. And our people need to know this history and these stories and these beliefs and these dances, these songs, this medicine, and pass it down to our children. And because, you know, like my children, they're multicultural, I guess you would say. Their background is, of course, Lilwet, and they're also Scandinavian, Irish, Viking, and I tell them, I said, be proud of who you are. I said, because your parents and your grandparents, and they know this, they went to residential school. They were taught not to feel good about who they were, about their brown skin, about their culture, about their language. And so this is my parents, and this is my grandparents. And my children are now teenagers, and I told them, and I'll repeat it, and I say, be proud of who you are. I said, many people, they want to be like you. They want to be First Nations. Some people are reconnecting with, some people may be Métis, or they may have be part, like a small percentage of Native blood in them, and they are taking pride in that. And I told them, I said, people are looking at our culture, and they're looking at how we protect the lands and the waterways, and the salmon, and the bears, and the grizzly bears, and everything that comes along with it. They're looking at us, and they're realizing, oh, that's why they're on the front lines. That's why they're raising issues and concerns, because they're connected. And not everyone's connected. We're all still learning. And that is part of the balance, again, that I feel like we're a part of. And that is scary, but that's also very powerful, because we go back to the prophecies, we're part of the change. We're part of the shift. And in time, we'll have a better understanding about what it is, what we play in that, whether it's, in our little family, or with ourselves, or our community, or the nation. But in some ways, I think the biggest thing that I've come up, my biggest teachings in the last 10 years was that it's up to us. I would help out with gatherings, and with the chiefs with our gatherings, and be helping co-MC with people from all over the world. And I'd be up there just wanting to help out, to be of service. And then someone said, Jackie, will you come and speak at our event in Vancouver or somewhere else, or come do a workshop? And I'm like, I don't speak. And then I realized, I do. I get up there and gatherings, and and to me, I always thought I'm the glue. I'll make letters for people to come, from visa letters for elders to come to our gatherings from Greenland, or from Mexico, or Ecuador, or wherever, and then when they get to our nation, we'll help host them and make sure they're comfortable, and just kind of being the glue for people to connect with each other. And then I realized, and we keep hearing this today, if you want something done, you got to do it yourself, and you got to be that change. And then, so this is why part of the teachings nowadays is we really need to be the shakers, the shape shifters, to say, when we want some change, that we got to be that change. So that's what I think of us as a seventh generation. And when I look at our medicine wheel teachings, our mechach, our bear medicine teachings, because we're so connected, and so much like the bear, so much in many ways, not just on how they look, but on how they travel the lands, and how they harvest, and how they fish, and what they like to eat. We're just so much connected. And we have an old bear medicine song. The Mecha song is recorded on wax cylinder. And my dad went to Ontario as a chief. Chief Leonard Andrew went to Ottawa. He came back with this wax cylinder recording of our Mecha dance. And that is so powerful to hear how our people chanted when they sang the bear song, the Mecha, and how the energy that they put into it, the output, the input, and we need to do that more, because our people are not chanting, and that's all of us, and so we've lost some things, and some things we're getting back, and many more of our people are wearing our smoke buckskin and dancing with it. Our just yesterday, our graduates are are graduating in their buckskin dresses. And so we are reconnecting, and we are growing through unity and through spirituality and through medicine and through the bear medicine. So that's what I have offered. When I was a child, my dad, Chief Leonard Andrew from Lilwet Nation, he worked with other chiefs from Statliam Nation as well as from Ntlakatmuk in Lytton area to help preserve the Stein Valley watershed, and which is where our grizzly bears have been. And I seen some of the grizzly bears when I was 19, and I didn't realize then how precious it would be now to say I saw grizzly. It was a young grizzly crossing a log, of all things, across a creek. And our ancestors, this is the territory where our people gathered to harvest, to hunt, to ceremony. Our children, our youth were brought there to have their coming of age ceremonies. So this is our people, how we were connected to the land. And this is where the grizzly bears were. And so we took on this connection, the spiritual connection and guidance from the grizzly. And they truly guided us on how to live and how to harvest. And it was in the 1990s when our chiefs got together to protect this watershed so that we can protect the grizzlies and everything else that was in the area. And it was preserved. It was not like in how we would like it to have been, in the sense, well, for me, like by the nations, but it's declared a park now. But, you know, my dad was saying, well, at least it's protected. So our people go back there, and we're bringing our children, and our schools are bringing the children back there for their coming of age ceremonies, their solos and vision quests. So we're still taking part in what our people did before. And we need to have that connection to the water, to the land, to the grizzly bears, to the salmon. We need all this here so that we can be connected to spirituality, so we can prosper. And one big lesson, huge disappointment in the government, in the systems that I experienced, was when I was working with legal aid and intake in the Pemberton courthouse, and I was just helping our people in there. And this non-native man walks in, and he got fined for killing a grizzly. And I remember sitting there, and later I talked to his lawyer. I was just blown away that somebody would kill a grizzly. And because it was in our area, that's the courthouse that he had to attend. You know, and then I started thinking, at first I was in shock. And then I was thinking about the remains of the grizzly, you know, what became of like the paws, and like why would they do that? Why would they hunt and kill something just for the paws? Just for, I don't know, is it gallbladders or whatever they take? I don't even know, and I don't even understand. And to find out that the punishment for such a crime is thousands of dollars, give or take $8,000 for killing a grizzly. So I don't know if that was a male or female, I don't know. So I don't know if that means, of course, that's, you know, if you kill a mother, you're killing all the future generation of grizzly bears. So I've just blown away with how some people can think of it just as a game and not even think of how it's going to have an effect on the way we live. And that's not just First Nations people. It's how are we going to live without the salmon? How are we going to live without the grizzly? Because we're all connected. Between the nations, like we're reconnecting as Statliam nations. So sometimes the Southern Statliam doesn't always align, or they're not always communicating with our initiatives or our intentions. And I believe we're coming together more now, whereas we protect the salmon and as we fish, we share those territories too. And even with the protection of the grizzlies, because we have, I believe it's called the Costa Cascades that I've been a part of. And we're bringing together our communities. We're traveling and communicating between the nations, I guess I would say, and even further on with other nations about our care, our respect, our concern for the grizzlies, and how are we going to protect them. We've got to bring awareness. I didn't know that we had a couple years ago 18 to 20 grizzlies in our territory, and that just blew my mind. I didn't learn that until our communities took initiative and they made a film, and through our chiefs and through the youth. And so teaching and awareness and hope and prayer is everything that we're doing today for ourselves, so that we can be whole, so that we could live a complete life. When we go into the spirit world and we become an ancestor, we can say we did our part. We did our part. We took a stand. We protected everything that deserves to be respected and valued. I think of our history with the government and the church and residential schools and their intention to disconnect us to our family and disconnect us to our land and our culture, all in one swoop in several different generations, and how that tore apart all our generations, the disconnect to spirituality and the land and the culture. And as a seventh generation, I feel that we're owning this change and we're taking action. And it's almost like, it's scary because it feels like it's almost too late. And for some things, some animals are extinct, some birds are extinct, some plants are. Like we're dealing with so much in the forefront to figure out what's a priority. And to us, to our people, and to many other First Nations, the priority is our salmon. The priority is the bears. The priority is the grizzly bears. So because we need that connection back, because if we bring our youth back into the Stein and there's no grizzly bears, how are we going to teach that? Maybe we can tell stories that are on the rocks and the pictographs and say that was a grizzly. But that's not who we are. That's not who we're supposed to be. Our ancestors have not passed down these teachings to our people and our elders and to us and our children, so that we could, our ancestors passed down these teachings so that we could be whole and be of good spirit. You know, that's why we always say all my relations, because we're all related, we're all connected, whether it's through our families, our communities, our nations, through the world, the red, white, yellow, black, we're all connected. All my relations, we're all related to the bear. We're all related to the grizzly bear. We're all related to the salmon. The salmon, right now, there's such a shortage, and it's sad. It's scary. It's beyond that. I haven't had salmon in years. For the first time, I bought like salmon in a can, and that's so disheartening, and it's scary. And I mean, there's too much. Like my uncles have taught us. They said when the colonizers came, they brought a different way of thinking. They said that they called my ancestors and my uncles called them the paper people. They said, when the colonizers come and the settlers, there's going to be a different way of thinking. Everything's going to be on paper. You know, there's going to be the law. You know, I mean, eventually that became the law. That became money. That became contracts. Our land was taken away from our people. They drew out maps. You know, our people had maps that were in the stars. Our people had maps that were on the rocks. We are not paper people. And we're taking some of this thought process, and we need to become disconnected to that, because when the government took us, our people and our ancestors away from like the Stein Valley, what we call now the Stein Valley watershed where the grizzlies are, and they put our people onto reserves in Statlim territory, in Lilwet and in Tlatmuk and other nations. When they put our people on reserves, that changed every being about us. But we're still connected. And I'm so grateful for that. And that comes through prayer. That comes from every day, keeping that balance, having that hope, taking action. We need to be the change, because we are the seventh generation we're going to be the shapeshifters of today. We're going to make this change, and part of this big shift is coming through ceremony and preserving and protecting our lands and our waterways and our salmon and our grizzlies and where we forage, the air. Like with what's happening now with COVID, across the whole planet, people couldn't come out of their homes, and therefore we're not on the waterways, we're not in the lands, and we're not driving. So there's no pollution. And so we find that the whales are breaching in waterways that they don't usually. And in LA, there's no smog, there's no pollution. You know, we're amazing stories around the world, because the world is slowing down. And part of the prophecy, they said there's going to be a big shift, a big change. And they said, especially Native people, First Nations, Ukhwamilk, they said, don't forget, the world is going to want to go fast and speed up again, like we are now. Like with this, we're going into this phase 2 where we're getting out a little bit more. We're not isolating, and and they said, but don't forget, our ancestors, our elders are saying today, don't forget, slow down. Be very careful, tread carefully, stay home, stay with your elders, protect your elders, because that is what's going to save our people. We need to take care of ourselves so that we can take care of everything else that is around us, because that is all my relations. Yeah, we just know it's kind of happening. And then I've been telling people, I said, I think it's real live bears. I said, it's real grizzly bears that are going to be released in the fall time. It's not just a repatriation of like a grizzly hide. So it's quite amazing. And we need to have hope that it's going to work, and that it's new efforts.
This is the meadow where Jewel's last live points were recorded. So the day before she died, the hours before she died, she was in this meadow, using this meadow, and she's no longer with us.
It's important that we start taking our lessons and using them to support and enhance the grizzly bear population.
Ladies and gentlemen, introducing Jackie Huckleberryeyes, Andrew.
All my relations from Lilwet Nation, Statlam territory. I'm in my backyard at home, of course, laying low due to COVID in my community and my nation. And I keep hearing crackles back here, and sometimes we get deer. Sometimes we get like some red dogs, and sometimes we get bears. So I'm very alert. It is raining. I just wanted to say that I'd like to introduce you to my Schnuckwet, which is my friend and my relative. This is Mata Ohitika, and Chief Overlooking Horse did a name ceremony for this grizzly that was brought to our Indigenous leadership gathering. And last year we had a World Peace and Prayer Day, and we had a ceremony there, and we did a bear dance. So, and I wanted to add that all the bear dancers, we are gifted these bears. They have different stories, and we don't kill them, we don't hunt them, and that's something I've learned when I've did ceremonies and dances, and I spoke at different gatherings for just to share the medicine. And I know people that were quite sensitive, thinking they felt bad because we were dancing with a bear. And I think like some of these bears were in cabins on walls and on floors, and some of them and we honor the mecha, the bear, and the grizzly, and all the teachings with it. So that's really important that I wanted to add about the name giving ceremony and how we honor the bear, and that we respect its life. And even now that it's been brought to our care as a grizzly bear hide. Here's something again. And I just also wanted to add, of course, that in our nation that I mentioned earlier, that it's the life givers and the women that have in our families and in our nations that shared the bear dance. They're the ones who actually carried the hide and did the mechaf, and shtlalam is how we say the grizzly. And that was something really powerful, because I know today sometimes we have, like I was saying, amalgamation of like other teachings, which are good teachings, but they're not our teachings. Like, and every area has their own, depending on where they are in the world. And so some Eastern medicine, or some powwow medicine, which I absolutely love and I attend, and some of them just have different beliefs around the teachings, the female energy and the female teachings. So that's really important to me. And that's been part of my learning and part of even my struggle as a female bear dancer, because today, with colonization, patriarchal teachings and patriots, that we have new teachings that believe that women are not supposed to dance with the bears, and that's not our teaching. And also I wanted to add that, the teachings and my elder shout, Martina Piero, like with a women's warrior song, that has traveled all over the world. And she said that as long as it's sung from the heart, and that one goes, everyone's heard it all over the world. It's hey, 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 ah-hee-oh, ah-hee-oh, hey, hey, ah-hee-oh, ah-hee-oh, hey, hey, ah-hee-oh. So that's just some of the teachings that I'd like to share about the land and the waterways and the bear medicine and the female energy and the male energy, because we need all that. The bear is getting heavy. Hi, Jerry.
Jackie, how you doing? It's so good to see you. I appreciate you, especially right now, taking the time to speak with us. We missed you this year, and hopefully we'll have a better grasp on COVID next year, and we'll be able to see each other in person again. I want everyone to take time, and hopefully, if you've had a chance to watch watch the videos, and if you ever get the opportunity to see Jackie in person, it's medicine. It's amazing. I was humbled to watch her bear dance and to watch all those people from all over the nation, from all different nations, come to her and bring offerings to her as she was dancing. Your brother and sister, your relatives from New Zealand are commenting right now. You can't see it, but I can see it on the screen.
Lucy and Isaac.
Yep, they're commenting. They were watching all of this. So, all right. Well, I'm going to go ahead and let you go for now, Jackie. I appreciate you just taking the time out and speaking with us.
Coach Jim, I'm going to go look for this brother bear in the back here.
Be safe. Be safe. Okay. Up next, we have Jimmy Lee Beason II. Jimmy is professor in the Indigenous and American Indian Studies Department at Haskell Indian Nations University. His writings, lectures, presentations, and research focus on decolonization, Native empowerment, traditional values, radical social work, and social justice advocacy for Native communities. Welcome, Jimmy.
Hello. Thank you. All right. So how's everybody doing out there? So I'm still trying to get used to some of this online lecturing and things of that matter. I'm slotted for a whole hour, so I'm gonna try and talk for an hour. Back in the classroom, usually I don't talk for a whole hour, but I'll try to keep it somewhat engaging and talking about these ideas and theories and practicality when it comes to decolonization, indigenization. What do those things mean? What does it mean when we are using these terms, right? So, but just a little bit of background, a little bit more background about myself. I am originally from Oklahoma, currently live in Lawrence, Kansas with my family. And I think like many Native people Indigenous people in this society, in this world, the process of decolonization begins even when you don't even have a name for it, or you don't even have a term for it. So I figured the best way to explain some of this is to provide my own personal experience when it comes to decolonization and indigenization, and this path I've been on for quite some time. I just turned 40 in August, and I think my process of decolonization began back when I was about 13, when I was in middle school. And I think that was due to the fact that I was really politicized at an early age from my mom. She talked a lot about the American Indian movement, and also just a lot of the experiences she had when she was working in a predominantly white office environment, and a lot of the verbal harassment she would get for being a Native woman. But, you know, she's pretty, you know, fierce, and she, you know, just didn't take those things. And she, all right, sorry. I'm gonna show my full Vogue. Okay. All right. So, anyways, so when I talk about decolonization with people today, I always think about these personal experiences, these things that I remember growing up with my family, with you know, certain elders I talked to, and like I was saying, it begins with all these. I think it begins with questioning why the world is the way it is, questioning why society is the way it is for Native people, and questioning why we speak English. You know, questioning why everyone around me is Christianized or adheres to a certain Christian theology. And I think those experiences, you begin to try to connect the dots, and you begin to start thinking like, well, why is that? Why is it like this for us? Why is it like this for Native people? Why is it like this? Why are there so many issues when it comes to alcoholism, you know, certain types of dysfunction within our communities? And I think it's these questions that leads you down the path of decolonization. And you want to start to learn more and start to figure things out a little bit more, just so you can have a better understanding of your place in the world. And that's what I started to do at a young age, was beginning to understand my identity. And like many Native people, especially from Oklahoma, you don't have one tribal identity, right? You mostly have Native people who are going to have intertribal backgrounds, maybe mixed backgrounds. So I think that whole dynamic for Native people, as it was for me then, as it may be for a lot of Native youth today, it can be kind of confusing. It can be a little, you know, you kind of wonder which path you're going to walk down. And in that questioning of who you are and questioning your identity, it brings you into direct, you know, maybe conflict with people you would call your relatives or loved ones, right? Especially if you are trying to decolonize your spiritual perspective. You know, because a lot of things that occurred to us, especially as Indigenous people, was at the kind of the brunt of Christianity, right? So when we think about everything that has happened to us in terms of colonization, has occurred at the behest of Christianity. You know, this theology that basically at one point in time was trying to determine whether Indigenous people had souls, or if we were even human beings, or so it's just all these different things that kind of come into play when you are trying to decolonize yourself. And growing up, that was the thing that, you know, a lot of things influenced me to try to pursue a path of decolonization, even when I didn't realize I was doing it. You know, I think we also have to understand that a lot of times within our collective history, a lot of Native leaders in the past, they advocated for a lifestyle that would have been viewed upon as decolonization today. Refusing to drink alcohol, refusing to value the things that white society, European society valued at that time. And we're still in that struggle today. And so within my personal experience, taking all those things into account, I started to try to teach myself and talk to more people, talk to other natives, talk about, where is our place in this society? If this is our territory, if this is our homelands, if this is our place, then where is our place in the society? Where do we stand when it comes to these different issues that affect us historically and contemporarily? So a lot of those things took me down this path of decolonization. I remember in the 8th grade, I stopped doing the Pledge of Allegiance. And I remember the teachers would get onto me and they would kind of get mad at me and be like, you need to stand up and all this stuff. And I would just refuse to do it. And I would give my reasoning behind it. And usually they left me alone. So I think at that time, as a middle school kid, not fully understanding what I was doing, but definitely feeling the spirit of it within myself, that kind of continued on and on. So you just begin exploring more and then understanding that I am, and that many of us are a direct product of colonization when it comes to our kind of fragmented cultural knowledge, when it comes to, obviously we speak English or speak some other, European language. There's many Native people out there today who are fortunate enough to be fluent within their language, but there's a lot of Native people who aren't able to have that as a result of colonization. And, I think it's just a matter of trying to get back to those things and try to reclaim it, mainly for a sense of healing and try to understand your purpose. And a lot of decolonization comes to understanding our purpose as Native people. And our purpose isn't complex. We are simply human beings, and we are trying to understand this world and live within it to try to become better human beings. And I think that's what decolonization means, is kind of getting back to these principles and morals and ethics and values that were destroyed when we were confronted by Europeans in Christianity and all these different things that were pretty much diametrically opposed to our traditional teachings, living as a relative with everything, as opposed to living as its master, right? Because within that European framework, it's all about control and exploitation. So in understanding that and pursuing decolonization and indigenization, it's just basically trying to gain knowledge of yourself so that you can understand yourself, so that you can understand where you're going as a Native person, as an Osage person, as a Seminole person, as a Lakota person. So we're basically products of that whole system that we're still trapped within, and we're trying to get out of it, which I think and it's kind of a linear process. It's not like something that's completely a straight line. You may come to certain realizations later in life or not. But at the same, for example, again, sharing my personal experience, a lot of Native people struggle with alcohol. I myself struggled with drinking alcohol at a young age. And even when I would be drinking around or partying around as a younger man, I still had that mentality the government did us wrong and we need to have our land back, that type of stuff. And later in life, I realized that, following that path of consuming alcohol wasn't the best thing for me or my family or my community. So again, it's not a straight line. You're always going to have different things to learn, and I'm still learning today, even though I teach and I'm a professor. I'm still always learning. I'm still trying to understand a lot of these different things that we deal with, even within my own life, and how I'm going to teach our children, and how we're raising them, and how we are going to try to help them understand their place in the world. So that's kind of a long-winded, personal, outlook or perspective when it comes to my understanding of what it is. But I'm going to kind of get more into the academic nature of what I'm discussing, because, of course, that being a professor, that's what I do. And having a background in social work, I'm going to use a lot of social worky terminology for some of you guys in trying to explain some of these concepts of decolonization and indigenization. And and then hopefully this will help influence everyone who's watching to get some more insight as to your path of decolonization, indigenization, right? So I think in order to understand decolonization, you have to understand what colonization is. And I think a lot of people have an idea about it. And but just to kind of a refresher, at its basic form, colonization is about taking over territories for the sake of resource exploitation. When we think about the so-called Age of Discovery, when the different European nations were coming over here, when the Portuguese, the Spanish, and the British, all these different groups were vying for power within the Western Hemisphere, it was all about glory and gold, right, and God. So all those things influenced their behavior and how they interacted with the indigenous people here in the Western Hemisphere. So with that in mind, that's basically kind of how colonization played out, or that was the basic justification for it anyway, from the European standpoint. We need to take these resources and we need to increase the wealth for the sake of the monarchy, the sake of the crown. And in the process, try to make ourselves richer. And if these natives get in the way, we'll just kill them or we will forcibly convert them. So a lot of the text and a lot of the documents and a lot of the policies followed along those lines of basically treating Native people like they had no rights or had no claim to the territories on which we lived. So in understanding that process and understanding what colonization is, we can have a better idea of what decolonization is. And one of the things that colonization brought to our territories was a sense of individualism, was Christianity, male-centric patriarchy, a disregard for the environment as a relative and looking at it as something to exploit for material gain and for material wealth. So all these different values that Europeans brought over and essentially forced onto indigenous people, those are the things that we basically have to get overcome, right? Because those are the things that were very detrimental to our people. Aspects of individualism and looking at ourselves as just me instead of we can have a damaging effect on our communities. So in kind of looking at decolonization, I drew up certain points, and I think I talked about this before. When it comes to decolonization, there's the way I look at it, of course, as a social worker, there's micro decolonization and macro decolonization. So when it comes to like micro decolonization, what I mean is that it's like within yourself, like within your own mindset and within your everyday existence, what you are doing to decolonize in a sense every day as an individual. Okay. And usually that takes that process looks like understanding traditional spirituality. Okay. A lot of people may not look at it that way, but the way I look at it, to decolonize is essentially to almost, you would have to question the colonizer's religion, which basically set the blueprint and gave permission for the destruction that was wrought on our people through Christianity, right? So you'd have to almost question that and then try to make the decision to, okay, so what were we doing before we were brought this book, before we were brought this idea, this concept of a savior? What were we doing before then? And I think that's the thing, is like getting back to that traditional sense of spirituality is one way, is like probably one of the bigger steps towards decolonizing oneself, right? And that's a decision a lot of people have to make within themselves, because it can be tough when you're dealing with let's say family members who are highly Christianized, or a community that supports that, and you love them and they care for you and you care for them, but you might not feel like it sits right with you going into like a church or something. So sometimes people won't act on those feelings out of worry or fear of offending their family members. And that's one of the bigger things that I think provides an obstacle to like reclaiming your spirituality, your traditional spirituality. Okay. So, and the other one is making efforts to learn your tribal language, right? I know fragments of languages. On top of being Osage, I'm also Seminole and Kiowa Band Cherokee. I don't know that much about my Cherokee side, but my grandmother, who's Seminole, she grew up speaking fluent Seminole. And but that's the thing, is I wasn't around her all the time and only know certain words, right? As many of us tend to do. We know like maybe hello, goodbye, and when it's time to eat, and when it's time to or if you're getting in trouble as a kid, you might hear certain things that your grandma's shouting at you, telling you to stop, right? So but in any case, it's making the conscious decision to try and understand the language, because when you start learning the language, it begins to change your outlook on the world around you, because it introduces you to another perspective, which can change the way you see everything. One of my bros, he told me one time that he's Dakota, and he was talking about the English language, and he said spirits don't like English because he said it has no spirit. Like the English language has no spirit to it. And it made a lot of sense to me, because when we think about it, it's just a conglomeration of all these different kind of scavenger languages that were pieced together from different languages throughout the world, in terms of American English and things like that. So when you get back to understanding what your tribal language is, and trying to understand the world through that lens, it can open up a different perspective for you. The other thing is developing a collective mindset. Like I said, in this community, in this society, we have been conditioned to think of only ourselves, unless you grew up in a huge extended family. But even then, sometimes everyone acts as an individual instead of a collective group of people moving in the same direction, because there's a lot of things that family members do that others don't know about, or they may be going through some trouble or having some help, and not everyone is there to assist those individuals. So I think trying to get to the mindset of we instead of me is a big part of that, and then learning to understand and work together, and trying to be able to understand that conflict resolution and things of that nature were a big part of why we were able to work together. Because in today's society, I was talking with this about to my wife earlier today, how in this society we're kind of somewhat privileged to the point that if you don't like somebody, you can just leave, right? You can just go, if you have that option, like if you're working with a group of people, and things aren't going the way you want it to go, you can just say, well, I'm going to go somewhere else. I'm not going to deal with you. Whereas if you're thinking about in a collective mindset, you would have, if your goal is to decolonize, you would have to be willing to compromise, you know, because the same things that go into, let's say, a marriage or a relationship, those same dynamics work within a group. You know, you have to be willing to compromise and willing to, see the point of view of the other person to make things work. And I think that's a thing that is lacking to some degree, right? So another one is becoming familiar with agriculture, things like that. We were doing that earlier this year and trying to grow vegetables and things of that nature, and trying to understand that, that's something that is definitely needed to be understood, especially with the world we're living in and the fact that it's a very fragile world, and understanding what you can plant and grow and eat is going to be very important for your survival, and learning and getting back to hunting, and also understanding your tribal history, right? So these are all things that you can do as an individual. And there's a lot of people who already do a lot of these things, right? But mainly the way I approach it is like, there's a lot of people who might not think about it that way. And this hopefully will give some guidance and advice in pursuing kind of like a decolonial perspective, all right? So when it comes to macro decolonization, these are kind of like the bigger issues when it comes to the process of decolonization. So part of that, the big one, the main one, right, is land back. Everybody talking about land back, land reclamation, give back the land. And not just in the sense of what happened with the recent Oklahoma case where like half the state was given like jurisdiction to Creek Nation, and I'm talking about actual control of the land and stewardship over the land. So that's kind of a more macro type of decolonization, and building communities in which we're supporting each other. A lot of times we wonder, well, how will we do that? And I use this as an example all the time when it comes to living collectively and outside or as outside the colonial system as you can. I mean, just look at the Amish, right? The Amish, they live like it's the 1800s, and they try to minimize their use of a lot of different things. And I think, wow, why can't we do that as Native people? But that's the thing, you have to get enough people together who are willing to live together on land and try to rebuild a society. And I think that process can be very tedious, and a lot of people might not be willing to do that. The other thing is indigenizing institutions as much as you can. Like, for example, I work directly within a colonial system as a professor, taking grades and giving grades, but it's the way I look at it is I try to incorporate as much of those values and teachings that I received into the classroom by trying to understand and respect everyone in terms of who they are, and trying to bring that to people, to Native students, so that we can get an idea of what our history is and what our contemporary issues are, but all within like a framework that I try to bring to it, because not every professor does that. So that's kind of what I try to do as a Native professor, is try to my values and the teachings that I have received guide my teaching style and my teaching philosophy. So that's kind of how that works. Or I try to indigenize the curriculum based on those value systems that I hold sacred. So Another one is indigenizing for macro decolonization, indigenizing public school systems, long-term goal development, cultural schools. I almost think that when it comes to our education, that we almost have to create almost like a reverse boarding school where we have total cultural immersion with the youth when they start learning just everything about Native history, learning about traditional methods of living. I think those things could be very, very successful if we were to put a lot of effort behind that. Another one is, let's see, taking measures to realize full tribal independence. And the other one is community defense. Now, a lot of people might, there's a lot of people out there who may not look at it that way, but I think we got to understand that as warrior people with these different values that comes down to these teachings is getting back to this idea of defending our territories, defending our communities, defending our family, defending our relatives from outside threats, right? And in 2020, there's a lot of these different issues obviously happening that we're witnessing. And a lot of our people aren't thinking in that manner, thinking about basic situational awareness or going out and trying to look at the world as something that, I'm not saying it's something you should be afraid of, but it's definitely something you should be prepared for, and definitely have those teachings and that mindset that we're kind of in a situation now where you have the rise of white extremists, targeting Black and brown communities. And so what's our response to that, and being able to act on that in a practical manner in which we protect ourselves and we defend ourselves, right? So I think that's just those teachings that are woven into our very culture that we also need to look at and to understand and to, try to, what's going to happen in November, what's going to happen when, when our communities, are under a threat, So I think these are long conversations that a lot of people have to have, if we're going to take processes of decolonization seriously. Okay, so that's something that I had kind of created in talking about breaking it down, because I feel like sometimes when we talk about decolonization, it's very in the abstract, kind of this theoretical framework. I just try to make things a little bit more simplified. It's kind of why I just kind of put down like a basic, list of that. And, those are things that one can do. And so the next thing I wanted to talk about was, how does colonization manifest itself within our territories, within our lives? And it manifests itself in various different ways. Oftentimes that could be, historically, that's overt physical subjugation, killing, genocide, and sometimes it's a very subtle way, a subtle form of domination. So some of the forms of colonial domination is denial of European colonization. A lot of people will say, well, that didn't happen, or trying to minimize what occurred with indigenous people on this hemisphere. When we talk about genocide, ethnic cleansing, wars for extermination. And this manifests itself through various ways, such as emphasizing settler independence. How many people out there celebrate the 4th of July, going out, popping fireworks, and trying to, wave around the flag and do all this stuff, and, just trying to, be a part of that whole celebration. Well, their independence meant our subjugation, right? They were fighting for their independence and ultimately ended up taking away our independence, okay? So it's just these kind of narratives that get forced upon us in mostly, of course, the school systems, public school systems, media, pop culture, all that stuff. And as Native people, we can be affected by that and let it kind of, wash over us and, affect our mindset if we're not careful with that. Or if we don't have a strong grasp of our own identity, it's easy to kind of grasp onto these other identities of, America and trying to, be a part of their whole equation. And then also the other one is this idea of exceptionalism and erasure of Native history. There's a lot of schools out there, pretty much most of them, who barely talk about Native people. Schools are built on top of stolen indigenous lands, and schools don't talk about the history of the people that are there. And that's basically erasing, erasing our history, erasing our identity as a people. And the other form of domination is, or minimizing European settler violence. All right. Everything that was this country gained in terms of its infrastructure, in terms of its political and social might, was gained through the sword, gained through the weapon, the gun, So, but there's always a minimizing of that history when it comes to indigenous people in what we had to go through. So, and another way that colonial forms of domination occur is that Native culture is viewed as something in the past. White narratives pretty much define the future. Most Native children are being taught by non-Natives, predominantly white women. So when we think about that, we got to think about what kind of influence they're having on our children. And so there's always different ideological manifestations that occur when it comes to how Native people are dominated within this society. But the thing is how do we overcome those things? How do we overcome and try to get back land? That's a good, land back is a very good statement, but how do you do that, right? How do you get to a point where we are taking back control of the resources, and it's not even like getting control just for the resources. It's about reclaiming it to live more conducively with the environment. Getting back to those teachings as a relative. Getting back to creating a society that's based on mutual respect and mutual aid. So it's just all these different things that we need to look at when it comes to decolonization and indigenization. So trying to go through my notes here real quick. But one thing I wanted to share with everyone was when we're talking about concepts of decolonization and indigenization is what are the different ways in which that can be pursued. And reflecting on this in my maybe 20 or so years trying to walk a path of decolonization, I broke it down to 7 virtues of decolonization and indigenization, and or as I like to call the 7, which are: reclaim your traditional spirituality, relearn your culture and values, relearn your Native history, refrain from alcohol and drug abuse, refute colonial nationalism and propaganda, reassert your warrior culture, and resist. Reclaiming traditional spirituality, kind of glossed over that a little bit earlier. But yeah, colonization and Christianity are basically entwined. Really, you could say without Christianity, there wasn't colonization, because that essentially provided the justification, the ideological justification, and the religious justification to treat Native people as subhumans and to either exterminate Native people or forcibly assimilate Native people. And, you know, in the European mindset, what greater co-signer to killing off a group of people than God, right? So this is ordained by our God that we need to go in and, you know, take over everything for the sake of civilization, right? So that's one of the things is, but in acting in a decolonial manner is basically getting back to traditional spirituality, traditional modes of spirituality, getting back to those teachings. And that can be very difficult in a couple of ways. One, so many people, Native people, tribal communities, their ways were completely lost, destroyed through the process of decolonization. So a Native person, a young Native person might think, well, I don't want to go this way because I don't agree with it. And there's something within my spirit that's telling me I don't want to go along with that. So what do I do? I'm trying to find my tribal ways, but unfortunately, those might not be there. And that's a tough question that I think, you know, a lot of our communities are going to have a conversation on when it comes to those different things, because how do you resolve that? You know, if there's no traditional foundation, if it was totally lost with through the process of colonization, then how do you get back to that sense of that type of spirituality if it was completely destroyed? There might be some fragments of it left, but you know what I'm talking about is like certain songs, certain ceremonies, certain ways to conduct yourself during a ceremony, things of that nature. So I think it's you know, a matter of kinship. You know, you have to look to your relatives maybe for that guidance, and be willing to you know, walk that path if you're sincere with it and willing to accept the responsibilities that go along with walking that path. So, and one thing about that is you know, I think that when it comes to reclaiming spirituality, it's like, what are we, you know, what are we doing it for? What's the purpose, you know? And I think we have to look at it, it's a way to, you know, become reconnected, and really isn't a form of selfish gain. It's more for, it's for understanding yourself, but also to try to understand the world around you. Because when you go to ceremony and things like that, you're basically, you know, you have to humble yourself, and you have to go into those things with a sense of humility and understanding that you're only human. And I think that's, you know, it can be tough when it comes to those ceremonies, because a lot of times, you know, we operate a lot from our egos, and we all got egos. And I think it's, you know, we have to learn to put those in check when it comes to a lot of our ceremonies and spirituality and our responsibilities to each other and to those certain ways. But and then number two, relearning your culture and values. So values are about really how we see the world, you know. And one thing I want to encourage anyone who's out there who's, you know, talking about these value systems is, you know, basically helping your elders. You know, if somebody's in your family and they're elderly, get them their plate of food. You know what I mean? Always ask if anybody needs anything. Be willing to help. Be willing to put in the work. Be willing to do things. Kind of going back to the whole ceremony, it takes a lot of work to put up a ceremony. You know, are you helping? Are you offering, you know, your truck or your vehicle to help in that manner? Are you offering to make dinner? Are you offering to go split wood or chop wood? Are you offering to go collect things that are needed to get that going? you know, I'm thinking about this in terms of like NDP and Sweat Lodge, because those are the things that I learned, you know, is that you have to be willing to put in the work to meet those prayers and meet that sincerity. You know, you have to be sincere in meeting those things halfway and being able to, you know, walk that way, walk that path. You know, so I think we got to take our egos out of the equation and just say, you know, I'm just here to help. I want to help. And this is what we need to do, all moving together in the same direction with the same objective, to ensure that people's prayers are going in a good way. But that's what I mean when I talk about like culture and value systems. Like, what are you doing, you know, when we're not on Instagram, or what are we doing when we're not, you know, in talking to other people? I think it's those little things that really, you know, I notice anyway when it comes to, you know, mannerisms and behavior. So, and another number 3, relearning your native history, and this can go on. This can go in a couple of ways. One is like talking to knowledgeable people, knowledgeable tribal members, knowledgeable, you know, elders who actually know about the tribal history, and asking questions, and also participating in ceremonies and things like that can actually get you familiar with the history. Reading books, and those are kind of like, you know, as of course as a academic, I like to read a lot, but I also know that not everything in there is like, you know, this engraved, you know, rock truth, you know. So you have to really look at those things from a different perspective, and you know, and kind of look at everything with a critical eye when it comes to like reading books and things of that nature, and basically reading it, and then, you know, what did you get from it? What did you understand from it? Because a lot of books and a lot of things out there are written by non-natives who I think are sincere and who have you know, are in putting out this information, but we also have to understand it was written from their perspective and through their lens. So we have to try to you know, read it, and then you know, process the information through our lens. And then refraining from alcohol and drug use is number 4 on my list of things you can do to decolonize. And I put refrain from alcohol and drug abuse mainly because, you know, that's one of the main things that we deal with, that we struggle with as Native people, is there's a lot of issues with alcohol and drug abuse, you know, and that's not because we're Native. It's most of those issues are there because if you look at the history of what occurred when it comes to losing lands, you know, haven't seen, you know, you think about our ancestors seeing their relatives and family members killed, people dying. And a lot of times natives who were living on reservations, you know, took it hard and started, you know, hitting the bottle as a form of self-medication to deal with all that. You know, they're going through their apocalypse, so to speak. And they were trying to figure out ways to deal with that. And unfortunately, a lot of that was drinking alcohol. So basically, in order for us to pursue a path of decolonization, I think addressing and, you know, kind of coming to terms with that is something that should be given up to kind of keep your right mind about you, is something that is definitely needed. You know, especially since when you look at the history of alcohol in Native people, how it was essentially a biological weapon that was introduced to many Native communities in the later stages of colonization deliberately, so that we would become drunks, so that we would, you know, so that alcohol was present at a treaty signing, you know, so that those people who were there, whose natives were there, you know, if they were all buzzed up, they wouldn't really understand what was happening. And I think that's the thing, is like we have to look at it as it was a weapon used against us. And, you know, it's like, do we still want to embrace that weapon? Do we still want to use that, you know, even recreationally. You know, I'm not trying to judge anyone, but at the same time, it's kind of like, you know, I think if you're on a path of decolonization, that's definitely something that kind of have to like think about, you know. So, and then when it comes to number 5, refuting colonial nationalism and propaganda, that's the main thing, you know. That was back when I was in 8th grade, 13 years old, refusing to stand up for the Pledge of Allegiance and getting in trouble for it, right? Or what's happening tomorrow, Columbus Day. Of course, a lot of moral victories occurred in which it is now Indigenous Peoples Day, but it still doesn't mean the work stops. I think it, you know, essentially means refuting these colonial narratives, refuting the nationalism and the propaganda machine that is a big reason why a lot of people think the way they do in this country, because America has a very strong propaganda machine, you know, nonstop, continuous, you know, projection of issues and things, you know, through film, media, you know, all these different things, pop culture that influence our mindset. And I think we have to understand and be critical of those things as well, and refuting them, and being able to understand that Americanism and American identity, it was forced upon Native people. You know, a lot of times we talk about like the Snyder Act and how Native people were given citizenship. But I think a lot of people don't understand is that there were a lot of Natives who did not want to be U.S. citizens, simply for the fact that it was a means to erode tribal sovereignty or erode Native communities or Native political structures and social organizations. You know, if we give, from the government standpoint, you got to look at it, you got to be, again, look at it with a critical eye, because nothing the government does for Native people is out of the kindness of its own heart. There's always an agenda, right? So when we talk about citizenship, like, yeah, we're given citizenship, but you also got to understand that they did that with the intention of getting rid of our tribal identity and tribal sovereignty. And ultimately, you know, it might not have totally worked, but at the same time, it just chipped away a little bit at that, because what they wanted to do is make us citizens so that we would be subjected to their laws. So because they couldn't really do that unless we were citizens. So making Native people citizens was a way to bring us under further control and domination of the colonial government. So it's basically a matter of refuting those things and trying to, you know, understand if we're getting duped, you know, when it comes to some of these things, and be willing to refute it and to stand firm and to stand against it. So the other part I wanted to talk about was the reasserting your warrior culture. And when I think about, you know, when a lot of people hear warrior culture, they think about just like killing and, you know, battle and things like that. But it wasn't just about that. It wasn't just about those things. There was different protocols in defending your family, defending your community from outside threats. And, you know, and I think that's the thing, is like getting into this mindset that we have to be willing to defend ourselves and protect ourselves. And self-defense is not violence. You know, self-defense is a human right, an inherent right, and it's woven right there within our culture and systems and our traditions. You know, we had ceremonies about conflict. We had ceremonies that we did before we went to war and went to battle. And those things are deeply part of us. And I think a lot of times, you know, the colonizer would exploit that to say that, oh, they're just wanting to fight. And it's just about, you know, they're savages and they want to fight. But the thing is like we were fighting against them because they were trying to destroy us, you know. And I think that needs to be understood, that, you know, we are warrior people, and we do have an ability to use our voice and to protect ourselves physically if need be when it comes to, you know, racism. You know, you look at racism, and all these different groups popping up around that, and we have a responsibility to protect ourselves, and protect our children and our communities and our loved ones. And I think that's the thing, is like, a lot of people shy away from that, but it's a part of who we are, and it's part of those teachings. There's a reason why we look to the hawk and look to the bear, and we look to these different animals who protected their cubs, protected their children, protected their offspring, protected their communities, and we look to them, and they were our teachers. And there's a reason why that is for that, is because as human beings, we when you go back to the beginning of time, we didn't know anything. We had to learn from our environment. We had to learn from our from the animals, things like that. So I think it's definitely something that needs to be discussed, and people need to have conversation about that in this time, because there's all these things that are a threat to our people, as it always has been since colonization started. And then the last one of the value systems is just continuing to resist, because there's always going to be something that's going to try to derail who you are, trying to come at you, come at our communities. And one of the things is just try to resist those things, resist temptations, resist individualism, resist drinking alcohol when you feel bad. And that's easier said than done, but we also have to be able to take away the stigma associated with our mental health, mental illness. If we have relatives struggling, that you don't have to go through these things by yourself, that you can reach out, and there are ways to help you. But a lot of people, especially with Native men, get kind of caught up in this. I'm just going to tough my way through it. I'm going to, you get shot in the leg, you're going to like, I'm all right. I don't need help. So it's just kind of like, that we got to be willing to help each other and to overcome these things, so that we can, just maintain who we are. Right now in this society, we're trying to continue to be who we are as Native people, and all that means is simply being human beings, because that's what a lot of our names, when you translate them into English, simply just means the people. It means being a human and living as a relative with the rest of everything, with the environment, with the universe, and all these different things, and living in relation to that, and offering respect and acknowledging those things that are more than us, because as human beings, we're we can be we can be tough, but we're also very fragile. We need knives to survive. We need to develop things to survive the winter, while there's animals out there who can just, they don't need that. They can do what they need to do without all that. So it's just getting back to that thinking that we are all relatives and willing to learn those things. So basically, at the end of the day, in its simplest form, decolonization means just, not acting like, the colonizer, not acting like, not being an individual, quit not being selfish, trying to, help each other and to learn and to be willing to be more responsible, but anyways, I think that's what I got for today. I don't know if it can be tough trying to talk for a while, especially in this remote learning environment, because you don't have the interaction of people. And I think that's the thing, is like, as people, we need to be around other people. And I think this is kind of just demonstrating how it is we learn better when we're around each other. So, but in any case, that's kind of some of the stuff I wanted to talk about. And yeah.
Cool. Jimmy, thank you so much. I look, I mean, I was like writing notes the whole time. I was like stuck to my seat. You have so much information, and I know that I know with COVID and with remote learning, a lot of times we're not aware of, we can't see other people's faces and stuff. We can't see how people are are doing around you. But yeah, I was taking a ton of notes, and I know people were remarking that they were waiting for you to come on so that they could hear you share your knowledge and talk about the things that you're talking about. I really appreciate it. Thank you very much. Absolutely.
Thank you.
To speak with Jimmy directly, use the Zoom link provided. Our next guest is Dr. Tomasina Chupco. Dr. Tomasina Chupco is an Afro-Indigenous advocate for Indigenous and African American women, co-chairwoman of the Healing Symposium, NCIED 40 under 40 award recipient, and the founder of Indigenous Intentions. Her passion is inspiring and empowering women who are part of marginalized communities to find and understand their innate power and voice. Welcome, Tomasina.
Hi, how are you all doing today? I know I can't really interact with you all because of the chat, but I would love to share my presentation and my screen with you. So please give me one moment as I share my presentation.
Absolutely. Make sure you let us know if there's anything we can do to assist you on that.
Okay. Are you able to see it?
Not yet. We have a whole room of tech people standing by waiting to help you.
Okay. I'm just having issues sharing the screen. I know I should have practiced earlier.
Oh, no, that's okay. It's a little it can be a little daunting. It's a new platform. It's something different than Zoom. So
Well, I'll just get started even if you all can't see. I don't want to hold up too much time. So my initial presentation is learning how to be an intentional person and finding your voice within the Indigenous community. As told by me, I present myself as a quiet leader because I really don't talk much, but I know that sometimes there is power in being silent as well. So the goal of today's presentation is to show you how to be intentional and have that inner dialogue for your inner voice and understanding your inner voice and how much power that has. Finding your unique voice and finding your clarity in the style that you speak and legacy designing. As Native people, we understand that it's all about the next 7 generations. So we love to leave that legacy, and I'm here to somewhat guide you on doing that. Okay, first I would like for you all to be mindful and set an intention on what it is that you all seek from my presentation, whether that be wisdom, clarity, or inspiration. Just say to yourself what it is that you need from me, and hopefully I can help you with that. I love to create safe spaces. So during this time, I would love for us all to agree to reserve judgment of me and yourself and not to judge yourself or others too harshly during this next 20 minutes that I have you. As the MC had said and introduced me, I am Dr. Tomasina Chupco. I am a member of the Seminole Tribe of Florida, and I'm also a doctor in education. And it's very nice to meet you, even though I can't see any of you, just the MC, but I'm so glad to be here and I really appreciate the invite. Okay, so the first slide is intentional impact and knowing the power of your own voice. So I want you all to question yourself sometimes during this presentation. And the first question I would love to ask you all is, what do you think is important while you're speaking? Is it to be heard or is it somewhat to be understood? For me personally, it's to understand others as they're speaking to me so that I can better help them. But sometimes I know as humans, we just want to get our next sentence out. So we have to be mindful of what it is that we want during these conversations that we're having within our community. I'm a firm believer in journaling as well. And journaling is just a beautiful practice to help you guide your inner voice and get to know yourself better, because I know within our culture, sometimes our voice can get diluted because of our upbringing and our parents, and that's within any culture or society. But it's just important to differentiate your voice versus the voice that your parents have given you or their ideas that have been implanted in you, and to know the difference. Please let me know if I'm going too fast during this presentation. It's just a lot of information that I want to share with you all. So finding your unique voice, there are 4 types of speaking styles to help you find your unique voice within the Indigenous community. The first speaking style is informational speaking. So that just means that you're able to deliver information that you've learned. And all these speaking styles have a special power, as I like to say. So an informational speaker who delivers information to others, their power is to move a person's knowledge forward. And that's very important within our community, even though it may feel like you're just regurgitating information to someone else, but that's needed. And all these speaking styles are very much needed as well. The next one is motivational speaking. This is to inspire or to jumpstart someone. This is usually externally or outward because you're giving energy to someone. And this power is to initiate change in the person that you're speaking to. The next one is inspirational speaking. This is one of my favorites. It's like that internal jumpstart. It's that inward energy, and you're giving that inner hope to someone as you're talking to them. And that's an inspirational speaker. The next is a transformational speaker. You're willing to go in the dark with the person, whether it be emotionally, but your job is to bring them out of that space and help them to transform with the knowledge that you do have, and to help them commit to a breakthrough. Your power is to show that person their own power. It's not really about you within transformational speaking. So I love affirmations, and affirmations just help to strengthen your inner voice so that you can share within the Indigenous community, or begin to share your wealth of knowledge or your message out there in your mission. So one of my favorite affirmations to be heard is, I deserve to be heard. Everyone's voice is very important, even though it may be stifled within some families. Is very much needed and very important. There's a desire affirmation, which I love to say is, I only desire the best for myself. I only want the best for myself and the best for others when I am speaking to them and when I'm trying to help them move along within their journey as well. And a thankful affirmation is, thank you all for existing. Like that's just, it is what it is. Honestly, there's no explanation needed. I just thank you all for simply existing, because we don't know how much each person means until we have certain types of conversations with them. I know that was a ton of information, but just to get into like a little backstory, my speaking style and how I found my voice. First, I was an informational speaker. I'm really good at regurgitating information. During my scholar endeavors, that's pretty much what we had to do, was just learn and then report on what it is that we learned. later on, I realized I'm actually an inspirational speaker and a transformational speaker. It's a cross between the two. So as I said, the informational part came through going to school and being in university for so long. I was pretty much forced to speak weekly, which I could not stand. Like, I'm just not the type of person to get in front of a crowd, but it pushed me outside of my comfort zone. And that's when I realized I was just good at informational speaking and relaying information. But sometimes just relaying information, I'm sure many people you have heard talk or speak within school or lecture, it gets kind of boring and it's just a bunch of information. And I hope I'm not doing that today because I'm trying to pull from that inspirational speaking side. But I practiced integrating that engagement with the audience, and that led to a different style of speaking. So how I got here, a friend of mine, Yunajaha Lone Wolf, a couple years ago, she had an idea to start a movement, and it was a group of friends. It wasn't just like solely one person. So it was a group of friends, and she pretty much voluntold me. I didn't really volunteer for it, but she was just like, "You're really good at structuring organizations. Can you help with this?" So I was just like, "Yeah, sure." And later that turned into the Indigenous Peoples Movement. And I love just being there at the beginning and help start it and jumpstart it. And that totally pushed me out of my comfort zone of helping with organizations and just presenting more and, having that engagement with Indigenous people. I really love it. Okay, so my next slide is advocacy and philanthropy. So another side story is how Cheyenne, Miss Indian World, and I started the Healing Symposium specifically for Indian country, and it started with my tribe hosting it. She just had an idea to start a domestic violence walk, but I was just like, we can do so much more with this and really help the community. And so that started my advocacy in recruiting speakers for that, and actually to see what speaking styles are so I can better help people bring out their speaking power. And from then on, during that whole Healing Symposium process, I realized the high statistics of missing and murdered Indigenous women and how it really impacts us on an individual level. And so that totally broke my heart of knowing the high rates of it and learning that there isn't much help or funding behind the movement. And so I just combined my beading hobby as a child and getting back into that. It was somewhat a therapy for me throughout school and university. So I combined the beading practice and the philanthropy behind it and started Indigenous Intentions with me and my best friend. It's just us two running a business and really loving the support that you all give us. And so we just combined that and had a business model of always giving back and reinvesting in these communities, whether it be Indigenous, Brown, Black, whatever you identify as. If there's a cause attached to it, we love to get involved and make cause jewelry for these organizations. So enough about me, back to you all. I want you all to think of what type of legacy you will want to leave here on Earth for the next generation, and what you would want to be remembered for. And what a legacy is a property or a name inherited or passed down from generation to generation. What I ask you is, what do you want to be remembered for that you haven't done yet, or that you've been procrastinating with, that you actually want to be remembered for? You want to just place it in stone and say, hey, this is what I know my purpose is and what I want to be remembered for, and the good deeds and the cause and the purpose behind everything that it is that I do. I want people to say this about me. What might that be? That's just a mindful question to you all. what type of legacy you want to leave and impact that you would want to leave. And you can incorporate finding your inner voice or having your unique voice from the speaking styles that I have taught you all. Hopefully you remembered it. If not, you can just email me and I can send you the presentation to better help you all along this journey if you do struggle with being someone who's quiet or shy or don't really know what the narrative or the purpose is that you want to go with within the Indigenous community. The point of this whole presentation is leaving a legacy influence. The goal was to shift you into taking action steps towards what it is that you said that you want to be remembered for. And that's just having that accountability to yourself and knowing, hey, I said that I was going to do this. I'm going to do this. What is stopping me from having this purpose, this mission, this cause, or whatever it is that you want to stand behind? What's really stopping me? And lastly, I want you all to think about 3 people you encouraged lately, like the most recent people. And what was the motion behind you speaking life into them? What made you want to encourage them? Because inside of all of us, we really do have that inspirational speaking background. But sometimes we think we need a crowd to be inspirational. But you can be talking to one person and, you know, touch their spirit, 10, 100, 10,000, however. It's just, you have to have that connection with the person to know the impact that you truly make within people. And that's all I have for today. I want to thank you all for taking the time to listen to me today. I hope that I added some clarity towards this conversation and towards this whole Indigenous Peoples Day event. And I'm so excited to have spoken with you all. It's really a pleasure. And I want to thank GCNA and Sarah Rose for inviting me. And they just told me to put my contact information. So you can, if you want the presentation or anything, we're going to have it on Linktree in the bio on the Intentions Instagram, and that's at Indigenous Intentions. The email is indigenousintentions@gmail.com. And be sure to shop our Etsy. We have a lot of cause jewelry there going towards a good cause. And recently we just made a women's safety alarm to help somewhat put a stop to the missing and murdered Indigenous women epidemic. So go to Etsy, Indigenous Intentions on Etsy. Thank you all. Mado Shanabasha.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Tomasina.
Thank you.
You know, we have one of the things that you were speaking about, quiet or shy speaking, and asking yourselves, what kind of legacy you want to leave. You know, it's important, and there's a lot of people who work within our organization. There's a lot of young voices, a lot of young people who haven't yet found that voice, and I think the thought of public speaking tends to scare a lot of people, especially people who don't have an academic setting and haven't been, haven't had to sit through classes where they were required to speak, but they have a message, but they don't know how to deliver it yet. And I think everything that you said was important. I definitely encourage people to check out your social media, and we're going to try and get set up your links on our social media as well. It's important for people to find their voice, because old people like me, we can't always be in front of the camera speaking. I have a dozen people on the other side of the screen right now, and none of them want to be in front of the camera, but they have important things to say. So I think it's very important information, and I appreciate you being here. Thank you so much. Please join Zoom discussion room to discuss these issues directly with Dr. Tomasina Chupco during her question and answer session. Real quickly, I would like to also remind everybody that today is Sarah Rose's birthday. Feel free to leave birthday wishes in the comment section for her. Also, I'd like to welcome my brother Pete from the Navajo Reservation in Farmington, who is joining us. And we're going to go ahead and also give a shout out to Nani, who has returned from South Carolina. We have guests from New Zealand, from Australia. We have guests from Arizona, New Mexico, Seattle, Canada, South Dakota and North Dakota, Cree territory, Haudenosaunee territory. We're getting a lot of people from all over, a lot of relatives. We appreciate you checking us out on Indigenous Peoples Day Convergence on this Indigenous Peoples Day weekend in 2020, the year of COVID-19. I hope you all are staying safe. You all are washing your hands and not breathing on each other. I hope you're washing your pillowcases and not sleeping too close to your relatives, because this COVID is a very, very real thing. Again, we need to make sure that if you get a chance, that you visit with Tomasina in the Zoom room, in the Zoom chat room, and that you ask her all those questions you have about speaking private. I mean, speaking in public. We all know how to speak in private already. Let's see. What else do I got here? What else do I got here? We got all kinds of stuff coming up.
We could talk about how amazing it is that everybody in the community funded this whole event.
I don't know if anyone could hear what she said, but she said we could talk about how amazing it was that everybody in this community funded this whole event. It's very, very, I think it's a very important thing that we should speak about. I'm going to try and get Sarah Rose to pop up on camera. Actually, come here. Okay. Come here. Put this on.
I don't know if switching mic sets is a COVID protocol, but what am I looking at? Right here? Mm-hmm. Okay. Oh, right there. Okay. So when we started this, we had this idea that we would get a couple of people maybe to donate, like nonprofits. Maybe we would get $5 here or $5 there. But the exciting thing is that before even our first day started, the entire event was funded. So not only could we give generous honorariums to our presenters, we can pay for the expenses also. And like, that's really exciting for us because we're such a grassroots organization. The last time we did an event, we actually went in the hole a little bit. So the idea that the community came together and really supported this action is like heartwarming. And you can't see them, but they're like sitting here watching me, and it's making me so nervous. Can you guys turn around? Thank you. Yeah, so getting back on track, the idea behind this originally was that, you know, Indigenous Peoples Day is coming up, COVID is happening, we can't be together in the same space. You know, LA has amazing Indigenous People Day celebrations, so does New York. I mean, New York is my inspiration for this. And so I was just thinking, what if we just did it virtually? Because it's not just the presentations, it's not just the speakers, it's definitely the Zoom rooms, it's being together in shared space. It's the idea of sharing those conversations about indigeneity, about historic trauma. It's about talking about what it means to be, you know, biracial or multiracial, like talking about blood quantum, talking about lateral violence inside of our community. All of those are super hard conversations, and those things happen naturally when we get into shared spaces of indigeneity. So I'm super happy with how this is going so far. The Zoom conversations are so fierce and so outrageous, and not a single person has engaged in lateral violence. It's been safe for everyone. And everyone's not afraid to talk. We're all talking to each other and we're all asking questions and we're doing it in a good way. And, you know, that was my hope, was that even though we can't be together, that we would still be able to see ourselves reflected in our relationships with people that we may not know, but we have a heart connection with. And yeah, I feel really super grateful that everybody that I called up when it was just an idea said yes. And I'm super grateful that everybody who decided it was a real thing and could join after we had the infrastructure set up. And we're kind of laying the train tracks as the train is speeding down in one direction. So we run into little moments like this where, should we play a video? Should we sort of like converse? And yeah, we're doing our best, and we'll probably have Jerry come back on because he's much better at this than I am. And then we're waiting for one presenter, and I'm getting it ready.
Okay, I don't know if anyone, let's see. That's part of
de tu madre, el código genético de tu padre. Hicieron con amor y mucha pasión, pero el karma que te dieron está cabrón. Depende de ti si lo vas a enfrentar. Mejor cierra tus puños y ponte a luchar. La ignorancia humana debe de acabar. Rompe tus cadenas y sale a volar. Lo que llevo en mí también está en ti. Se quiere ser feliz, nadie quiere sufrir. No existen diferencias, solo otras creencias. Si odio te tengo a ti, odio me tengo a mí. Lo que llevo en mí también está en ti. Se quiere ser feliz, nadie quiere sufrir. No existen diferencias, solo otras creencias. tengo a ti. Oh, Dios, me tengo a mí.
Hi everyone. So we're gonna do the introduction. Penny, estamos ready. Necesito su voz, su micrófono. Necesito su micrófono, Penny. So while Nelson will, my Compuche. Hi everyone. I'm Akawi. Today, first of all, thank you very much for this organization, Sarah. Everyone that is putting this beautiful project together. This is crazy that, and I got asked to talk about the Mapuche. You know, my descendants is Chile Mapuche, but as I said, I think it's better to call a friend un huerquén. Huerquén is a messenger. He's the people that speaks for under the Lonco, who's the chief of the, you know, our chief of regions. There's a huerquén, and he's the person who's supposed to talk for the community. So I have my friend here, Nelson Painemal, who's in Cholchol, in Chile, in Gualmapu, and we're psyched to have him here, and he's gonna tell us way more because he lives in the, you know, he's in the community. He lives, and I got to spend a lot of time with him down south, and so Penny, I'll be his translator today. Penny, ¿puede ponerle unmute al micrófono, porfa? Todavía está mutado. Ahí. Dígale nomás, usted se introduce, yo ya lo dije, pero usted puede ir. ¿Me escucha?
Bien. Marimar, sí, te escucho muy bien.
Acá está.
Saludos a todos. Ya. Bueno, saludos a todos, hermanos y hermanas de los pueblos libres del mundo, de los pueblos indígenas del mundo. Un gran saludo.
Indigenous from the world.
Bueno, de acá soy huarquén de la comunidad Ramón Painemal del territorio de Solchol, como lo decía anteriormente el Peñecawi. Es un gran gusto estar con ustedes en este momento, saludarlo, poder compartir a través de traducción de acá. Y vamos a hablar unos temas relacionados con la contingencia o la fecha en la cual estamos estos días, en relación a la invasión que se hizo en tierras mapuche ya por más de 500 años en este territorio.
So basically, he's greeting everyone, and we're going to talk about the resistance and the actual cause of Mapuche for more than 500 years of resistance.
Bueno, nuestra sociedad mapuche, nosotros estamos viviendo en un país, digamos, en una nación libre, soberana, con todo nuestro desarrollo normal de todo pueblo, hasta que un día llegó la invasión, digamos, la invasión española a este territorio, con todo lo que conlleva eso, asesinatos, violaciones, despojo y homicidio, que es lo peor de todo.
So sovereign people, Mapuche, were living, and after the Spain colonization, genocide started happening, and they've been living through that repression since then, pretty much. It's still happening.
Eso. En este proceso de invasión, bueno, nuestro pueblo se opuso resistencia, digamos, una larga resistencia. No hablamos necesariamente de guerra, porque para que se genere la guerra deben estar asimilarse los poderes, digamos, y resulta que llegaron acá masacrando, matando, como muchos de ustedes sabrán tal vez, y como también sucedió con otros pueblos de la América. En ese proceso nuestro pueblo opuso resistencia y durante más de 100 años, y bueno, hasta que España, el mejor ejército preparado, o sea, victorioso, digamos, en grandes batallas por la Europa, tuvo que reconocer que aquí al sur de la América existía una nación libre y soberana. Entonces, donde se tuvo que reconocer que aquí había un pueblo, una nación con soberanía, un pueblo con su propia lengua, con su propia religión, con su propia historia.
So just want to say that the Spaniard, when they got to Chile and they faced the Mapuche nation, they had to face, and there was a sovereign tribe, sovereign people, and they had to start respecting them because they started really creating a big amount of resistance against the Spaniard crown that was so highly, armed, and but Painemal doesn't talk that as a war, because it wasn't the case of a war, It didn't get to get there to call it a war, because both sides weren't the same.
Producto bueno de esta resistencia se logró llegar a un parlamento general donde, como bien decía, se reconoce la soberanía de la nación mapuche desde el Biobío, del río Biobío al sur de Chile, donde se firmaron alrededor de 25 tratados internacionales con la República Española, digo con la corona, perdón, y hasta que en algún momento por ahí de la historia Chile decide independizarse, bueno, y entonces es allí donde nos cambia la historia nuevamente a nosotros. Comenzaron ya a invadir estas nuevas tierras que teníamos, no nuevas tierras, digo, el resto de tierra que nos estaba quedando.
So after the resistance, the resistance got to end with something good, because the General Parliament got to hear what the Mapuche Nation were asking, and after that, Chile got to be after the crown of Spain, Chile got to be a independent, right? And then Mapuche Nation, we got to be once again. Another battle started happening within the Chilean. Before it was a Spaniard, now it's the Chilean.
Producto de la invasión y nuevamente la resistencia por la defensa del territorio mapuche, también se firmaron ya y se lograron poder establecer 2 tratados internacionales con la naciente República Chilena en esos años. Y bueno, estoy haciendo aquí un recorrido muy rápido por la historia acá. Y
Story, right? We're gonna just try to make it. Dale nomás.
Entonces, bueno. Entonces, ahí es donde comienza tal vez una nueva historia y una nueva realidad con este pueblo chileno, con el pueblo, no con el pueblo, sino que con el Estado chileno, digamos. Entonces, es de ahí donde ya se nos disminuye todo el territorio, digamos, quedamos, nos obligaron, nos despojaron de nuestros territorios, de nuestras tierras, de nuestros espacios, y en ese espacio comenzaron, digamos, a traer colonos, a regalarles tierra a colonos, y producto de aquello aún se deriva producto de aquello la lucha esta que existe ahora, la resistencia que tú puedes ver o que se ve por alrededor del mundo de nuestro pueblo mapuche.
So Chilean started again creating and invading Mapuche territory, and since then, Peñi, ¿cuántos años de resistencia frente a la nación chilena, que se podría decir?
Bueno, la invasión, estamos hablando del punto donde Chile invade nuestro territorio, decide invadir por la avaricia. Estamos hablando de 1881 a la actualidad. 1881.
1881. So from 1880, there's been resistance from Mapuche. That's where Chilean started trying to invade again Gualmapu and Mapuche territory. So since then, 1881, Mapuche have been fighting to get their land back.
Producto de esto mismo, bueno, se generan varios problemas durante la historia, en el sentido de que, a ver cómo te explico. Quiero hilar una idea que no sé cómo explicarte, va a ser un resumen bien corto. Producto de esto se invadió, digamos, se invadió nuestro territorio y comenzamos con un despojo, pero que fue absolutamente, digamos, no sé cómo nombrarlo, un genocidio inmenso a nuestros territorios. Entonces, es de allí donde ahora, por ejemplo, se vienen a crear diferentes focos de resistencia frente a ellos mismos.
So a big genocide happened after that, through those actions, when the massacres happening in a bigger number, and yeah, so things got really more uglier than before, with less respect, let's say.
Claro. Procesos también por los cuales que no solamente se fue perdiendo el territorio, también fuimos perdiendo el idioma, por así decir, por también decirlo, fuimos perdiendo aspectos culturales, fuimos perdiendo muchas veces nuestra riqueza por el mismo desplazamiento, porque no solamente se desplazó, también se robó. Fuimos perdiendo nuestra población mapuche, digamos, y también nuestra gente tuvo que ya comenzar a emigrar a las grandes ciudades de forma forzada, prácticamente.
So through that action, like many indigenous communities, we lost our language, our traditions, our art, you know, because we had to go, they took over the land, and many, there was a big transportation, was a immigration from Mapuche to the big cities, and that made all those things happen after that, you know, the loss of culture and your identity.
Claro. Bueno, producto de ello, ahora muchas de nuestras comunidades, digamos, se encuentran en procesos de resistencia y de poder volver a hacer uso de aquellos suelos que les fueron usurpados, volver a hacer uso del territorio que antiguamente poseíamos. Ahora tú puedes ver en todo el Gualmapu, en todo el territorio mapuche, cientos de comunidades que están luchando, cientos de comunidades que están en procesos de resistencia. Producto de ellos también hoy en la actualidad puede haber una gran cantidad de jóvenes muertos producto de esta resistencia. Se supone que estamos en tiempos donde existe un Estado que es más humano, digamos, más civilizado, entre paréntesis, pero sin embargo se siguen matando gente mapuche, simplemente por la defensa de su territorio, por la defensa de sus tierras, de su vida, por la defensa de, de una cultura.
It says that we've been living through. It should be like a better government, right? A lot of people see Chile is one of those countries that is Latin America is doing really well, but the way that Mapuche people are treated, I've experienced it myself. In Chile, many Mapuche leaders are being killed, assassinated, without mention and any judgment towards the police, Carabineros de Chile. It's a big fight, and it's something really, really that's made like normal almost. It's so sad that it's like, oh, once again, many Mapuches have been assassinated, and you see that once every 6 months someone's gonna get shot, and there's no justice for it.
Claro, dentro de estos procesos de lucha, como le decía, de resistencia, también que están llevando a nuestros hermanos por todos lados. Han existido muchos, digamos, presos políticos, muchas veces sin motivo alguno, sin razón alguna, se mantienen en prisión preventiva, que se llama, que le dicen, por años. Después, muchas veces también la justicia fallando a favor del pueblo mapuche.
There's a big case of political prisoners in Mapuche political prisoners, and they've been there unjustly with no justice, being incarcerated on preventive condition, and that's a big matter to the actual. Right now, there's a big thing of Mapuche political prisoners, and it's been for Peña, ¿cuántos años que está la situación de los presos políticos mapuche?
Bueno, los presos políticos, digamos que siempre ha existido prisión política para el mapuche, sí, y siempre ha existido injusticia para el mapuche. Recordar que durante los años 1900, por ejemplo, muchos de nuestra gente mapuche no solamente luchó por su pueblo, sino también apoyando los procesos del pueblo chileno. Y muchas de esas personas también fueron perseguidas, fueron asesinadas, fueron torturadas. Pero el último proceso de prisión política mapuche, ya estamos hablando más del año 99 en adelante, aunque igual durante el 92, con la creación inclusive de la bandera mapuche, varios peñas fueron encarcelados, dirigentes fueron encarcelados. Voy a citar el mismo Peña Eucán Wilcamán, que estuvo como 6 meses encarcelado simplemente por proponer una bandera que era diferente, que era una bandera que representaba a la sociedad mapuche, una bandera política, digamos. Esa misma bandera, un par de años después, Chile levantó por todo el país.
¿El nombre del Peñi nuevamente?
Eucán
Wilcamán. Laucan Wilcamán was a Mapuche brother who esto fue en el 99.
En el 93.
93. In 1990, just got incarcerated for 6 months just to rise up a Mapuche, the new Mapuche flag. You know, so there's been many political prisoners. Those are the cases that are happening, and they're still happening in Guatemala. You know, and according to
Claro.
this, is really kind of to mention that a lot of Mapuche have been in battles with the Chilean cause, and they've been incarcerated. You know, it's not even their cause, but still they come to battle and they try to put the front, and they get incarcerated when their own rights are not being respected.
Recalcar también de que el año, bueno, a fines de los 90, 2000, se aplicaba la ley de seguridad interior del Estado en este territorio. Y esa ley, curiosamente, siempre solamente se le aplicó a la sociedad mapuche. Y entonces, luego con la creación de otras organizaciones que fueron un poco más confrontacionales, que fueron directamente a atacar los intereses empresariales que estaban al interior de las comunidades, se endurecieron más las represiones hacia nuestra sociedad, dejando una montonera de gente herido, dejando una montonera de niños, mujeres heridas con balas, balinas al interior de las comunidades, presas, gente muerta. Entonces, precisamente estas organizaciones se fueron creando por el poco interés de la sociedad, o sea, del Estado chileno en dialogar con la sociedad mapuche. Refiero específicamente a la creación de la coordinadora Arauco-Mayeco.
Oye, ¿me puede citar nuevamente el acuerdo que se hizo? ¿O lo que nombró en primero?
¿Cuál te refieres?
A lo último que me acaba de decir.
¿Qué producto del, digamos, el poco interés del Estado chileno se creó la organización, digamos, la coordinadora Arauco-Mayeco, coordinadora que su forma de actuar es un poco, digamos, ir directamente a un poco más al choque para sacar a los intereses comerciales del territorio mapuche. Me refiero a las empresas, específicamente o precisamente a la empresa forestal y minera.
So now we're getting into the coordinator Arauco Mayeco. We're getting into the business where they got to, and there's not much of interest like happening in any indigenous communities about the culture. You know, that's where they got into, and they saw the money within, and they're just starting to be really repressive against Mapuche in Mapuche territory. You know, that's where, and with the forests and las forestales y
mineras, empresas mineras,
and mines and forests companies. You know, so that's where it got even more uglier.
Claro, estas empresas, cabe recalcar y volver a mencionar de que están interviniendo esos espacios que en algún momento fueron de las comunidades y que también en algún momento se fueron, durante el gobierno popular, digamos, fueron entregadas a las comunidades y luego con la llegada de la dictadura militar se las quitaron a la sociedad mapuche nuevamente para ser entregadas a forestales. Forestales que por lo demás no aportan en nada al pueblo mapuche.
So the lands were given. They were gave back, kind of, you know, from seguramente el mandato de Allende, o fue antes. Yo estoy en dos videos. You know, they were
durante, claro, el mandato de Allende.
You know, during Allende's presidential time, Mapuche got to gain their land back, and after the civil el golpe de estado, that happened in 1973, the coup d'état, all those lands were retaken. Were taken, and they were given to forest companies, mines, and something that Mapuches are not being rewarded whatsoever. Zero. As a matter of fact, it's something funny. I mean, they plant pine trees, and it's not a tree that is from the land, and it soaks all the water and it changes everything. Estoy hablando del pino ahora, como yo también quedé como a los pinos aquí, la gente no les gustan los pinos, porque no es un árbol que viene del Gualmapu, ¿no es cierto? Y el eucaliptus también, que hablamos de eso, So those are pine trees and eucalyptus, and they develop those trees, they plant those trees, but there are not trees that they're from the land. They're mainly used for businesses, for exploitation, and they destroyed everything in the bioenvironment from Gualmapu.
Así es, pues, Akawi. Producto de estos procesos que se ha estado viviendo en el último tiempo, y producto también de la represión, como le mencioné anteriormente, no solamente el gobierno militar estuvo reprimiendo, digamos, la sociedad mapuche, sino que todos los gobiernos que han existido post-dictadura. Acá nunca existió, si bien existe una ley indígena que se logró con mucho esfuerzo, que se modificó también, nunca existió, digamos, justicia para el mapuche, nunca existió una verdad para el mapuche en estos términos. Y cabe destacar además que esta empresa, ya sea minera o forestales, no prestan ningún, digamos, servicio en nuestras comunidades, ni siquiera en la región. Son empresas que tributan en la capital, que no hacen ningún aporte directo, digamos, en nuestro territorio.
Yeah, so he's just reaffirming again that all those mining companies and the forestal companies, they're not contributing to anything to the Mapuche nation, and everything is going to the capital and to the other, of course, all the other countries where they belong, where they're from, and there was never justice made after post. Coup d'etat, military coup in Chile, there was never justice made under the name of the Mapuche people. So there's many fights, and we're talking about this because it's really important. The reason why I was so inclined to call my friend Nelson, it was because a lot of Mapuche and Chile. First of all, Chile is really like nobody talks about Chile, and so many things happening. And Gualmapu, it's even under. It's like nobody talks about Mapuche. It's crazy how we've been creating resistance for 500 years. Of people that is, it's not a big region, but the people there, and nobody really talks about it. And the fight is being perseverance, and sometimes it's like kind of like an example to follow. I say it proudly. So it's important that Nelson is talking about this and to show how much there've been the resistance is still alive. When you see an elder woman who's like 70 years old on top of a truck of a police car, smashing. I've seen, you're wow. You're like, estoy hablando de tanta resistencia que se ha dado en el pueblo mapuche, que hay papá y de cuando tú ves en la foto y está encima del auto del Paco y luchando. ¿Por qué estamos hablando de eso, de la resistencia mapuche? Porque como no se habla, la gente no llega a escuchar la resistencia mapuche. Por eso estoy mencionando que estamos pasando muy importante sobre estos temas.
Claro, de repente rescatar o también, o sea, más que rescatar, digo, lo que te quiero decir es la desigualdad en cuanto a la justicia que existe, por ejemplo, en este país. Hace pocos días pudimos ver que un grupo de mapuche peñi, digamos, fueron detenidos por, supuestamente lo encontraron con armas de fuego y fueron encarcelados inmediatamente. Sin embargo, encontraron otro grupo de personas chilenas, digamos, con una gran cantidad de armamento y quedaron en libertad. Entonces, el trato de justicia no es igual para el chileno común que para el pueblo mapuche. La discriminación en ese sentido, a pesar de que ha pasado tantos años de la invasión, siguen siendo inmensas.
So the invasion happened so many years ago, and the level of justice for Mapuche versus Chilean, it's completely day and night. An example: a few days ago, some Mapuche young people were they found it. Police authority found them with some arms, guns, you know, and they got immediately went they got put into jail. And the same thing happened with Chilean, and they didn't, you know, nothing. They didn't have that penalty like Mapuche had. So and this keeps happening and happening and happening over and over every day.
Sin ir más lejos, otro caso es que no que vino, por ejemplo, a ser un tema muy importante a nivel regional. El caso de racismo, pero como en la antigüedad, digamos, que fue manifestado con el intento de linchar a un grupo de mapuche que mantenía ocupada un municipio, un Curacautín. Eso habla de que las odiosidades hacia el mapuche siguen estando permanentes en ciertas sociedades chilenas. No hablo del pueblo chileno en general, pero sigue el, el, el fundero, digamos, el descendiente de aquel colono que llegó, sigue estando ese racismo al interior de las comunidades.
Es el
O sea,
incidente,
el territorio mapuche.
es el incidente donde gritaban el que no suelta es mapuche, ¿no es cierto?
Ajá.
¿No es cierto, Peña?
Sí.
Sí. Yeah, a few 2 months ago, I mean, the racism within, I mean, there's been an opening of indigenous identity through the world, and we can see it now. This is why I think this event is happening, you know. And in Chile, it's happening too. We cannot deny that. But he said something important, you know, the roots of that colonial mentality, that racism, that colonial mentality brought with him is still really rooted in Chile. And something happened maybe 2 months ago. A bunch of maybe 50, 60 men were yelling, "Who doesn't jump is Mapuche," as like, and everybody was jumping. It's something that happens. We do in Chile, you know, and because some people were taking over the municipality to make a protest, you know, and police shot tear gas bomb in the place, in the building where Mapuche indigenous women's with their kids, with their babies. They didn't care about that, you know. Imagine tear gas bomb, and a tear gas bomb gets into the place where you're at, and it's extremely dangerous. So that happened, and it proved us that the racism, the seed, you know, it's still there, unfortunately.
¿En qué terminaste?
No, que no fue eso, justamente, que ese racismo, esa raíz, esa semilla de estar todavía bien sembrada en la mente del chileno, de esa mentalidad colonialista con la que vive.
Bueno, independientemente a eso, hoy Chile está pasando por un momento de, digamos, de formar, de constituir una nueva, o sea, de organizar, de escribir su nueva constitución, ¿cierto? Donde el pueblo mapuche muchas veces, nuevamente, de cierta forma, está apoyando esos procesos de lucha del pueblo chileno. Entonces, de repente se da la paradoja. Por un lado, existe ese racismo en una parte de la sociedad chilena, pero por otro lado, el chileno por todo el país, digamos, levantó la bandera mapuche. Entonces, y también mucha de nuestra gente mapuche también está apoyando el proceso constituyente chileno. Y porque es muy bueno que el chileno tenga por primera vez en su historia, digamos, pueda escribir su constitución, una nueva constitución.
So as we mentioned before, there's been this rebirth after since October 18 last year. There was this big social movement that happened in Chile. People are asking for a new constitution, you know, and asamblea constituyente, you know, where after Pinochet left, he probably left and died, but his legacy, everything that he put in order, is still the Chile that people have been living for the last more than 30 years. So, and now Mapuche's, the Mapuche flag, got to be symbol of resistance. Curiously, it happened. You know, maybe some of you saw that in the news, and maybe now, after the first, only for the first time in Chilean history, Mapuches are getting to be, I wouldn't say respected, but recognized, you know, and they're going to have a place in this new constitution. So things are looking, we're living in a, you know, as we can say, as everybody knows, we're living in some crazy times of change. And that is something that is really, people are looking forward for that. You know, October 25th, it's the referendum.
Eso a modo general, digamos, a modo de lo que está pasando hoy en día en la actualidad. Y a modo, bueno, yo soy, digamos, huarquén de Coihue Painemal, del territorio de Cholchol, donde también acá, en nuestro territorio, la invasión forestal ha sido grande. Los proyectos, tanto hidroeléctricos como mineros, también tienen puestas los ojos sobre nuestros territorios. Las empresas de fruta, de otras empresas están poniendo los ojos sobre nuestro territorio. Y es allí donde nosotros también estamos comenzando ya a organizarnos para también oponernos a esos tipos de invasiones.
Ya que estamos en confianza, ¿cómo se retoman los terrenos de las forestales?
¿Perdón?
Ya que estamos en confianza, ¿cómo se retoman los terrenos de las forestales? ¿Cómo la gente hace para retomar eso?
Bueno,
But first, I just want to, me olvidó mencionar, right now, people they have the eyes, like people are the companies of hydroelectricity, you know, mining and fruits, they put the eye again in Walmapu soil because they know it's good soil. So right now they're creating a resistance from now because they know what's coming. So people are aware what's going to happen, you know. So they're slowly creating, getting organized to fight it back.
Bueno, antes de tu pregunta, nuestra gente, la memoria, la historia la tiene en su memoria, la historia está presente. Si bien nuestro pueblo se caracteriza básicamente por transmitir la historia de forma oral, muchas veces esa historia no está escrita, digamos, pero está viva, está presente en nuestra gente. Por ejemplo, por darte un ejemplo, la gente sabe de quién eran los fondos que hoy son forestales. En el caso nuestro, hay una forestal llamada Las Vegas. Esa forestal fue territorio nuestro y esa forestal hoy en día está en proceso de reivindicación por nuestra comunidad. Precisamente por aquello, porque en un momento nuestra gente simplemente se la arrebató y fuimos expulsados, digamos, de cierta forma de ese territorio.
I can, yeah. So people know through in any most of indigenous culture and the way of living, it's many things are orals, right? So people know that's which territory belongs to which family, you know. And now there's a mining company, not a mining, a forestal company in that is right now Las Vegas. Las Vegas es una forestal, ¿no es cierto?
Sí. El fondo se llama Fondo Las Vegas por propiedad de Jaime Muro. Este fondo en cuestión fue pasado, de que se nos fue arrebatado, y ha pasado como por 4 propietarios aproximadamente. Y hoy está en mano, claro, de la forestal Las Vegas, propiedad de Jaime Muro.
Okay, so this land is called Las Vegas from Jaime Muro, and now and it's in his territory, and it's in process of reivindication, you know, and the way that people do it over there is strictly, sometimes they will go and like in many other also indigenous territory, sometimes they will just go and take those trees out, you know, by themselves, because they need the resistance is real. But so yeah.
No, ¿en qué terminaste?
No, eso, explicando que están en proceso de reivindicación.
Claro. Bueno, los procesos también de reivindicación, recalcar que se producen básicamente al hacinamiento que se está viviendo ya en las comunidades. Pues. Si tú ves, tú que has estado acá en nuestro territorio, ves cómo en la situación que se encuentra viviendo nuestra gente. Cuando nosotros éramos niños, uno alcanzamos a ver los campos libres, pues, abiertos, una casa, qué sé yo, muy distante a otra. Las casas, no habían cercos, por así decirte. La gente se podía desplazar libremente, y entonces ahora al reducirse, al estar más hacinado, también se van creando diferencias, porque entra mucho a jugar el tema de la propiedad privada, empiezan a alambrarse los campos, ¿te das cuenta? Y producto de que también se inicia esta mirada hacia el lado, esta mirada a la historia, donde nuestra gente dice, oye, pero si mira, si aquí tenemos un territorio que nos fue usurpado, nos robaron los animales, nos robaron las tierras, y mira, y ya estos tipos han sacado provecho económico durante muchos años. Y entonces, y ahora es tiempo de que nos las devuelvan. No solamente que nos las devuelvan así con el uso que le han dado, porque el uso forestal, después de un uso forestal, tú sabes que queda la tierra muy degradada, entonces, sino que también se exige que esa devolución de esas tierras sean en condiciones óptimas para poder desarrollar la vida.
¿Sean como qué? Disculpa, se cortó lo último.
Que sean con condiciones óptimas para desarrollar la vida.
Yeah. So basically, it's Nelson could live. He said, I went, you know, being in Walmapu, you see the condition that people are living. and how the forestals and all those companies are there, and people right now asking for those land back, like straight up. And after a forestal, people know about this. Indigenous people that live in the land, they know after a forestal company or mining company lives there, when they leave, everything is a mess around, because it's just being exploited, and pretty much sometimes the soil is not even it's not of good, it's not fertile, or it's really in bad shape. So people are demanding the land back, and they're not only the land back, but that they give it back under good condition for them, for the Mapuche be able to work it and and live in those lands. Peñi, ¿le quiere hablar un poco del tema cultural?
Sí, muy bien. Precisamente producto de este hacinamiento, por así decirlo, la gente los que emigraron, digamos, tuvieron que desempeñarse en diferentes trabajos en las ciudades grandes. Y acá, bueno, igual la gente está con oficios múltiples, no solamente oficios, digamos, que son propios de una cultura, sino que de cierta forma se tuvo que adaptar forzadamente a la sociedad, a la vida de la sociedad chilena. Y es ahí donde, disculpa, y ahí es donde nosotros hoy en día estamos en un proceso no solamente de recuperación, digamos, territorial, sino que también en un proceso de reestructuración cultural.
Puede poner eso en. I mean, what he's saying is that now the cultural and the cultural current situation of Mapuches, it's to get because everybody is kind of having so many jobs just to survive, and there's being a rebirth of cultural events in the communities, and that's y ahí hace parte el festival Coihue Painemal, ¿no es cierto? Y toda esa para allá va eso.
Sí, para allá va eso.
Yeah, so and that's where so many other projects out of self I forgot this word, the self autogestionados, that there's no they don't have any grants from the governments, are being built. Like Nelson here, that's where I met him, through a festival that is a circuit festivals, and it's pure, a lot of Mapuche artists, and also non-Mapuches, and we've talked about he has an important mission that he wants to do a educational art school to learn. Thank you. It's self-autonomous. That's the word I was looking for. Okay, so dile nomás, Peñi, hable. Introducí un poco el tema.
Bueno, precisamente hoy en día al adaptarse forzadamente, digamos, a la forma de vida, a la educación tradicional chilena, también se fueron perdiendo muchos de nuestros aspectos culturales, entre ellos la lengua, digamos, el mapudungún. Se fue introduciendo, digamos, durante todo este periodo de invasión, la religión, se le introdujo, por ejemplo, la chilenidad, el patriotismo a mucha de nuestra gente. Entonces, en ese proceso nosotros vimos que era urgente poder crear espacios donde se puedan, espacios de conversación, donde se puedan ir analizando estos temas, y también y producto de aquello, digamos, comenzar un proceso de formación o de reformación hacia los niños principalmente, aportándoles conocimientos que tienen relación con la lengua, la cultura y otras área.
So through all the process of invasion, people lost their, as we mentioned before, they lost their language and all the culture. So now there's a big movement where the language is trying to get, and there's a big movement also of identity of patriotism within the Mapuche about being Chilean. So people are starting to realize that, as the elders starting to realize like what's going on. We're lacking, we're losing our Mapuche identity, our our ceremonies. So now there's being a rebirth of it, and Nelson is part of that movement through the art, through the language Mapuzungun schools, and giving workshops and creating. There's a lot of the rebirth is strong. People trying to really get back, like we could say, re-indigenize the movement in the territory.
Acá ve diciéndome lo último que terminas tú menos
Falta
explicando.
5 minutos.
¿Perdón?
Faltan 5 minutos.
Ah, no. Bueno, producto también de esto mismo, se fueron creando espacios artísticos a través del arte, poder manifestar cierto descontento, poder denunciar ciertas situaciones. Y en ese marco también nació, digamos, desde nuestra iniciativa de escuela comunitaria autónoma, digamos, la creación de un festival independiente, autónomo mapuche al interior de las comunidades, que se levanta, digamos, con la fuerza, con las ganas, con el entusiasmo de poder proyectar el arte o proyectar nuestra demanda a través del arte. Festival que por lo demás hemos contado con muchos artistas de muy buena calidad, mapuche y no mapuche, y en la cual también tú has sido parte y ya estás como presentador de esta iniciativa.
Voy a mencionar también que la gente no sabe de eso, y eso es algo que a mí So going back to that artistic, to wrap it up, I think we have like a few minutes left. People in capital, there's a circuit of festival, Mapuche festivals, autonomous. There's a autonomous school created in Nelson's community and in many others' community, and those festivals are autonomous funded. I mean, they're self-sufficient. Like there's no way. This year, last year, I went 2 years ago. And after that, Nelson asked me to be the MC, and I was like, I will be honored to be your MC, And so I started presenting the 3 days festivals, high calibers of Chileans and Mapuche and Chileans artists. Also, some people come from Santiago, from across the country, and they come in and pretty much for free. Sometimes it's just like the money and for the travel, and of course the welcome, as indigenous people know how to do, And in Santiago, I was a part of this organization of music, independent, and they didn't know about this. They didn't know anything about Mapuche Circuit Festival. They didn't know any about indigenous Mapuche artists, and that thing shocked me. I was like, how can I come from Canada, Montreal, come to and have knowledge of this, and you guys live in Chile, and you pretend to be part of the music industry, and you guys have no clue whatsoever what's going on. That's something to reflect on, like crazy.
Right. So Nelson and Akue, this is such an important discussion, and we are so grateful that both of you were here with us today. I have a lot more questions. I think other people do too. Please join both of them in the Zoom discussion room. The link should be right there on YouTube. And if you have any questions, Any comments? Please join them in the Zoom discussion room. Thank you very much.
Shut the mic, Jerry. Thank you very much.
Absolutely. Thank you. It was an amazing, amazing conversation. Peace.
Penny,
Thank you.
Nos vemos ahí en el Zoom.
Yep. In the Zoom. Maybe. They might just leave us here. Maybe we just, oh, there we go. Okay. Our next guests are Leah Lewis and Votan Henriquez, the artists behind Insurgents. These two people have created some of the most iconic indigenous street imagery in North America today. Leah and Votan transmit indigenous thought, philosophy, and resistance through their work. Welcome, Leah and Votan. All right, can you hear us? Oh, you gotta unmute yourself. Can you unmute yourself? There.
Better?
Okay, there we go. Better. Now we can hear you. Thank you.
Okay, so I'm Leah Lewis. My Indian name is Povi, which means flower. I'm Pueblo and I'm Danette. And this is my partner, Votan Henriquez, and he's Mayan and Nawa.
Hello, nice to meet you all.
Together, we make up Insurgents, and we are an Indigenous brand, business, and art collective that has been around since the year 2000. So we just celebrated our 20-year anniversary this month. Do you want to talk more about it?
Yeah, we were actually going to put together an event for it, but because of the pandemic, we're actually postponed it for next year. It'll probably be held in Los Angeles. But basically, the history, a short history about the Insurgents collective / brand is that we were inspired by the Zapatista movement, and that's where we got the name Insurgents from the Zapatistas. They use the word insurgentes, so we basically just translated it to English. And a lot of their teachings is what we also strive for to represent in our art, our collective, our philosophy, our inspiration. One of the most important things about the Zapatista movement is I think that they were ahead of their time with what they were trying to, the messages they were conveying to the world. And I think that that is what caught on for a lot of people from my generation and now into newer generations, like, for example, Leah's generation. What we also found that was very important is that we needed to create a voice to basically get our messages across, creating a platform, not just through social media, but through a mural, through art, through clothing, whatever way we could possibly start up a conversation and perhaps educate people on what's happening in our communities. And this has been very fruitful because it's allowed us to connect with different communities from different parts of the continent, but also the world as well. Did you want to share a bit about some of the murals and your experiences?
Okay. I think our mural that's getting the most impact right now is our mural that we did up in Duluth, Minnesota. It was done on the American Indian Community Housing Organization's building. And it was in collaboration with Honor the Earth and ACO. And it's a 3-story water protector MMIW mural. And it was done,
I guess we basically had to mesh like the story of, because we went to Standing Rock, right? The whole Standing Rock movement took place, and we went there. And then we've had already worked with Winona LaDuke from Honor the Earth for years, doing murals with her. And she basically asked us to put something together where we can paint a water protector, but also represent the missing and murdered Indigenous women. And Duluth is one of the hubs, I guess, for women going missing as well. just like many other cities throughout the United States. So we put together this image of a woman wearing a red bandana representing not just Northern Native folks, but even the Zapatista movement through the bandana. But the bandana was representing the silencing of the women. And it also represents how, in Standing Rock, a lot of water protectors were wearing bandanas. And now, which is really interesting, it resonates with the pandemic. So it's all kind of like telling the story of what our communities have experienced and have gone through. But most importantly, when we were up there with Leah, Derek, who assisted us, he's also part of the collective, and we had our baby up there as well. And it was interesting to come into the community and not really know anybody, but then really truly learning to build community with the folks that were there to assist, to help, to contribute in any way that they could to this experience. And I'd like Leah to actually share her experience. Because we live in Albuquerque now, but we've always talked about how Indigenous women have been going missing for such a long time, and there wasn't really anything that was addressing that. Now we were hired to do this massive mural in Duluth, Minnesota, which I had never even heard of the city Duluth, but now because of that mural, a lot of people have been educated on that. And not just that, I think from her perspective too, of us just having the conversation, but her actually having the experience of almost being kidnapped, which actually really truly brought the whole experience home. Maybe she should talk about it.
Okay, so being down here in the Southwest, I think a lot of us really take for granted that we can go places freely, and it's not as scary as I feel what we've encountered up in the northern states. So up there, as soon as we got there, people were telling us, okay, well, don't go places by yourself at night. Make sure you stay with Votan and Derek and have them go with you if you go somewhere. And it must have been halfway through the mural, like day 20, and we were so hot and exhausted, and we wanted ice cream and cold water. So we thought it would be safe for me to go just about a mile away to go get water. And as soon as I went and we got down there, I noticed I was being followed, but I kind of didn't think anything of it. So just went inside CVS, and I realized the man came inside and he was walking parallel in other aisles with me. And then finally, he wasn't shopping for anything. Finally, when I was checking out, he was waiting by the door, and I thought that was weird. So I waited for somebody else to check out at the same moment, and when they checked out, I left. And when I was leaving, he was waiting right by his car, and he was trying to figure out which car I was getting into. So I realized, okay, everybody's right. You have to be vigilant with where you're going and what your surroundings are. So I got into the car and was leaving, and he followed me. So I was trying to call Votan and Derek, but they're up on the top of the scaffold working on the mural. So I just drove around till I found a police station, and then he finally left. But I took pictures of the license plate in the car, but this just snapped us into reality of this is a Native woman's reality up there. This is what they're talking about. And when we were working on the murals, we had so many women in the community come up to us, and they were telling us their stories, and some women themselves were even telling us their stories of being trafficked. They were put on, like, men got them hooked on drugs, and then trafficked them. So there were so many stories about trafficking, and then there was even stories about women being hunted, literally being hunted by men in trucks, trying to throw them in. And this is the reality up there. This is something that has to come out. It's not safe, but then you'll see other women in other groups walking around by themselves because this doesn't affect them. So this is definitely something that has to come out, and we have to teach our young daughters and our children what to look out for and who these people are and why this is happening.
I mean, it's interesting too that most of these cities where this is taking place don't really acknowledge what's happening. The police department is not really doing its duty on basically arresting anybody. And now, fortunately, there's a lot of task forces that have been created in different states. But I think that we have to continue to push that narrative so that more people can truly understand and support what's going on, and we can change, that reality. And, it's crazy how Indigenous people don't truly feel safe on their own territory, which is a common story throughout the entire continent and even the world itself. But we felt that, for years, every time we have the ability, the choice, and also the opportunity to paint a story through whether it's, a t-shirt, merchandise, a mural, or whatever the case may be, we love to use that platform to further the cause of Indigenous people, and also help educate non-Indigenous people, or people who don't. Everybody's Indigenous, but a lot of people don't consider themselves to be Indigenous. But we use that platform to narrate the stories, but also shed light on the original peoples from whichever area we're in. And I think that's also very important, is acknowledging and recognizing the people from the area where you will be, painting, attending, doing whatever you may be doing in that community. But also, too, is important to reach out to those communities and become familiar with those folks, and eventually build families with those communities. And I think that's one of the most important things of the work that we do, is to be able to connect with people. It's important to be online and create an online presence and have online family, but it's very important and vital to Indigenous traditions to be in the community as well, which I think is something that we strive for with all the projects that we do. So we'd also like to talk a lot about some of the work that we've been doing. Things have changed a lot now, where with the current situation that we're in now, the pandemic, but also the political environment has brought out different gifts within ourselves as human beings. And one of those is to give back. And, when the whole pandemic came about, we thought about how we were going to be able to survive, but then also how do we continue to work in community. And Leah started coming up with some ideas, and we went back and forth, and we decided to first we collabed with an organization that's online called the Social Distance Powwow. We did an image for them, and it sold really well. So we were able to generate funds, not just to pay our bills, but also to give back. And Leah came up with this amazing idea to give back to homeless folks, to unsheltered relatives, and she could speak on that.
So we started noticing right at the beginning of the pandemic, we saw a lot of our elderly people riding on the bus system, and they didn't have masks. They didn't have any type of protection. And I don't think a lot of them knew where to get it at that moment. So we decided, hey, we should really help out with our people and try to get them some PPE and just whatever they need that they might be struggling to get. So we also noticed a lot of our unsheltered relatives on the street. It's already hard for them now with facing everything they're facing, from colonization,
racism.
Yes.
There's so many issues that we face, as Indigenous people to begin with, but then the unsheltered relatives suffer way more than we do, and we can never imagine.
Right. So
we
thought of them. And
yeah.
You're like, they're gonna need our help just as much too. So immediately we put our own funds in, and we purchased hundreds of masks, gloves, sanitizer, snacks. So we started creating care packages, and every week we started distributing about 250 to 500 care packages, and we would go and hand them out, and people were so grateful. People are saying that was when there was a shortage, so people weren't able to get masks. And then we took it a step further by sending masks out to the reservation. So we created care packages in big family-style bags, and they were packages of 5 meals that would feed a family of 5, along with we gave them sanitizer, we gave them masks, we gave them cleaning products, we gave them sponges. We just gave them basically a whole package to protect themselves.
Yeah, plus a lot of different, some canned foods, dried goods, beef jerky, whatever we could get our hands on. And then we decided to go online and perhaps get other folks involved. And we were able to raise close to $10,000. So we were able to, service part of the Navajo Nation for a while. And then we moved on to the Hopi Reservation. And then eventually we realized through the whole process that having kids, we thought about how our kids were being affected by being on lockdown and how other kids were going to be affected the same way. So Leah also came up with another, I guess, in addition to the project as well.
So along with the family packages, we would create kids packages. So we figured there's multiple kids in one household. So we would put 4 toothbrushes, we would put toothpaste, we put toys, we put coloring books, you name it. We put everything in there, and we sent them out with the care packages, and we got a great response. So many kids, so many parents saying thank you and that it was much needed. And there was hardly any access at that time, especially for people living on the res, to go off just for toys, because people were buying basic necessities and their PPE, all of that. So I think it was important that we did take care of the kids during that time. And we always, we talked about that. We always want to continue that in Insurgents and keep providing for children. So that's led us to even thinking about how we want to establish online art lessons remotely, right?
Yeah.
For kids who are on reservations and who are just living in these new times.
But also too, during that whole process, we started talking about, because we chose to homeschool one of our kids who was currently going to public school because of the pandemic and for our child's safety. And during that process, there is truly no curriculums that cover history from an Indigenous perspective. There are some people that have done some coverage of it, but truly there isn't anything that offers honestly our own history, right? So we started to pull resources, talking to different people, and we're thinking of creating, actually in the process of creating, I should say, a curriculum that's more justifiable to Indigenous people from an Indigenous perspective, and talking about American history truly as it is, right? A lot of the things that our children have learned, in the past, even for this month, for example, going from Columbus to Indigenous Peoples Day, addressing the true history behind people like Columbus, people like all the men that are in our currency and what they represent. And, even the whole term decolonization and the decolonization of schools, of homeschooling, of what we eat and consume as Indigenous people, but it could go even further than that. And I think it's very important, Leah has been mainly the teacher of the class, but also I think it's important that we're able to share these resources with other families and other people. And hopefully, eventually, it could be in the public school system. You can never hope or dream too big, right? So, I mean, that experience has been a lot for her as well, like just going about gathering the information, right?
Right, and creating it. There's a lot of worksheets we've created because nothing like it exists. So, for example, our 8-year-old is really into geology. So we created our own worksheet that has the scientific part of it, but we also added the spiritual aspect of it. So it can apply to anybody's beliefs. And that's what we're striving for, is all the worksheets that we're creating, that they will be blank, but any Indigenous nation can fill it in using their beliefs. So it's not going to be a colonized perspective where we're telling you, hey, this is what you have to believe, or this is what you're being told, you know? So anybody's culture can be placed into it. And so we're doing that with health, we're doing that with science, we're doing that with even math, and just Indigenous lessons regarding like the moon and the sun. And
yeah, I mean, like a lot of the information that's out there now, you know, is being, that's powerful information that our relatives have contributed to the world, are being fed back to us through like the whole New Age movement. And I think that, you know, we should be able to tell those stories. We should be able to benefit from that. We should be able to take it upon ourselves to give that knowledge back to our children and perhaps other children from other nationalities as well. One of the most important things too, I think, is the fact that while we were doing all this type of work, we were learning about other people's struggles. And, you know, just the fact that we travel so much throughout the year, we're able to connect with different peoples from different backgrounds. And I think it's very important too to uplift people of color, like what's happening now with, you know, Black folks. I think is very powerful, and we need to stand behind them and support them and uplift them, because all of us are going to be affected in a positive way when we react that way to what's happening in our society. So we've seen it happen. We've seen the change, and it's taking place like we've never imagined before. Like Leah and I were having a conversation about how all these statues have been going down. Like, you know, we used to go up to statues and put up stickers on them, like the hello, my name is, and we'd put slave master on it and just put stickers on it, just clowning statues. But now that they're going down, it's like, wow, this is crazy that it's actually happening, that we disagreed with how we worship these people, and now that's changing. And it's, you know, there's small steps, because there's a lot of things that are going to have to change. Colonialism has been here for hundreds of years, so it's going to take quite a time, you know, I would say probably a long period of time to be able to completely change. I mean, and even the whole term itself, like it's defined differently by different people. But we went up to Minneapolis right after, you know, the civil unrest took place, and we felt like we had to be there at the time. And we experienced some things ourselves in regard to what was, you know, the sentiment towards Black folks up there. And we felt that we needed to speak up for that and support them as well. So
I think we should actually talk about that, because we've never publicly talked about it and we've never put it on a post, but that's something that should be talked about, because we had taken a trip to Mall of America, and we decided we would just go visit.
So
real quick.
One of our friends had never been up there, and she was with us on this trip. So, like, you know, like typical tourists, you're like, okay, Mall of America was like the greatest mall or the biggest mall in the United States. So we decided to take her there. But at the time, there was a curfew, I guess, for the mall hours. And as we were walking in together as a family to, you know, just check out whatever was open just to kill time as well, because we were going to be on our way up to Duluth the next day. And as we were walking in, there was two young Black men that were trying to get into the mall.
They were probably about 14 years old.
Yeah, 14, 15-year-olds. And the mall security, which happened to be all white folks, you know, were cracking down on how many youth they were going to allow into the mall. Now, keep in mind that there is no schools. Kids are basically bored out of their mind, and their parents are encouraging them to go hang out at the mall with their other friends.
And it was a Saturday.
Yeah. So we saw that 3 kids walked in together, and they only allowed one because that one kid had an ID. The other 2 kids, they told them, no, you can't come in. You have to leave. So just the expression in their face of something so simple like hanging out at the mall, you know what I mean? Just that they were devastated because they had been dropped off by one of the parents, and they were going to be stuck at the mall or outside the mall for who knows how many hours. It just made me realize, or perhaps even triggered me, you know, that it reminded me of my childhood growing up and how I would be persecuted in the mall for looking the way that I did when, you know, in the 90s, I was all in a graffiti, hip hop and all that. So obviously we were constantly being kicked out or sweated at the mall, and it just didn't sit well with me. So I walked up to those kids and I asked them if they were being kicked out, and they told me that they were. So I said, you know what, let's go back in. I'm gonna have you guys come in with me. I'm gonna be your chaperone. I was like, once we get inside the mall, you guys can do whatever you want, but I don't think this is right. Like, you guys are kids. You guys don't look like you're up to, you know, bad, you know, committing any harm to anybody. I'm like, and plus what's happening right now, you know, with the whole George Floyd thing, I just didn't feel like it was right for me to just walk away from that situation. So I felt like I have to stand up for these kids, man. So we talked about it with Leah real quick, and we're like, okay, well, let's just go in there. And right away, man, like, all the securities were all over me, like harassing me in my face. And I was like, I started yelling, and then people started recording, and they felt uncomfortable. And what it came down to is them saying that kids were in there creating problems. And I said, that's a perfect example of stereotyping everybody into the same character, right?
Oh, but meanwhile, there were white kids walking right through
with
as
IDs,
this was happening.
Yeah, so it was odd, but at the same time, I asked, like, aggressively asked. I said, show me where it states that I can't walk in here with 2 kids that I'm going to chaperone or be responsible for. So I kept insisting on that, and they didn't have a comeback for that. So they basically allowed us in. They were so upset, and they said that they were going to follow us to see that we made sure that we stayed with these kids. And, you know, we have 2 kids that are teenagers ourselves. So I hope and I pray that someone would stand up for my kids in any situation like this. So we have to stand up for other kids as well, because justice should be justice for everybody. And we walked in with those kids, and they were like happy to go hang out with their friends, which, you know what I mean? It's very basic and ridiculous at the same time that they have to go through things like this. But at that moment in time, I felt like we need to show the youth that we're here for them, that we're their parents, and we're going to look out. And if they do go in there and they cause trouble, like, it's not about reprimanding them and beating them. It's about having a conversation about why they were reacting that way. So,
and they're not choosing to be out on the streets. They're not doing drugs. They're not doing anything like that. They're just choosing to go to the mall. And
then
why can't we provide safe spaces like that for children, for teenagers?
And that's what causes people to get in trouble, right? You're not being allowed to be in these places. Yeah. So therefore, what do? You're on the street. Your mom ain't going to pick you up. You're not with your friends. Like, you're going to get in trouble.
So right after this had happened, when he was done chaperoning, we ended up leaving, and we have video footage of the mall security chasing other Black kids off the property. He was on his little bike, making sure, like, walking or riding right behind them, making sure they're going right on the edge of the property. And it's like, it's a freeway right there. It's just insane in this time that we're still.
Oh, what's funny though is that we decided to go and get other kids and get them in the mall through the other door. And, you know, it was like, man, this is terrible that this is happening. And, like, you know,
within what? A week and a half after.
Yeah, about a week and a half after what, you know, the George Floyd incident. So we even talked to the security, because the security guard saw me trying to get other kids in through the other gate. And he's like, hey, wait a minute, I thought I saw you with those other kids. And I was like, I got a bunch of kids, I told him. And he was like, this is not right, man. Were you lying to me? I told him, man, I said, first of all, you got to think about what you're doing. I said, you are being racist, even though you don't want to acknowledge it, but you are being racist. You're targeting these kids, and the majority of them are Black kids, and you're kicking them out. What do you think is going to happen? You're putting them on the street. Their parents aren't here. Their parents are dropping them off. What do you think is going to happen? Why do you think problems occur? It's because you're contributing to that problem. Like, this mall ain't even yours. You're not even getting paid enough to take care of this mall, first of all. So why aren't you allowing these kids to get in? And your job is to be a security. So go watch these kids inside the mall. Instead of kicking them out, go watch what they're doing and see if anybody is creating any trouble. The majority of stores, 50% of the stores were closed. So most of these kids are just hanging out, talking to girls, whatever. You know what I mean? So it's ridiculous that things like that have to continue to happen and people aren't woken up by the reality of racism within that city, state, country.
But even in this time of trafficking, and they're trying to find people, especially young men and women, to be put into trafficking, and then like the mall security is pushing them out there, like not letting anybody know where they're at. It's just awful. Shame on America.
But you know, that's one of the things that we try to point out to people on how you know
how backwards some things are.
Yeah, and how the system is like rigged against us, and we have to be able to change that. And I try to have a conversation with the security after we had argued, but like his comeback was, well, I'm just getting paid to keep them out, instead of having a damn heart and be like, you know what, like I can't do that. Like, hey, let's find a better method on how we're gonna chaperone these kids or whatever. But anyways, the fact is that we succeeded in what we did, and I think it's very important that all peoples, you know, stand up for people of color, because we are living in those times, and it's amazing to see that change. It's amazing to see other nationalities support the whole missing and murdered Indigenous women, but also see Indigenous people support Black Lives Matter and whatever other causes that are going on. I think it's very important. If it wasn't for this moment in time, things like, you know, the Washington Redskins name and logo probably wouldn't have changed for another few years. But it's because of what's happening now and the momentum that has built up, that we have to support it and push it through, so that we can all be able to benefit from this change. Also, other projects that we you know, currently are working on.
The charge is it's at 1%.
Oh, okay.
And then we have to.
So, you know, one of having kids, we are able to create art that speaks to the youth as well, and we've collaborated.
We're almost done.
Okay.
NSRGNTS.
Oh, yeah, okay. So we created kawaii style, which is a Japanese like cute style of art. We've created kawaii characters that represent Indigenous traditions from different communities, and they tell the story of, you know, who they are, what they wear, and what they represent. And I think that's a very captivating way of educating the youth, so that they grow up understanding what it is to be Indigenous. You guys can go and check out a lot of our work, our murals, our street art. We do a lot of street art. We do a lot of workshops. We collaborate with other artists and other organizations. You can go to our website. It's www.NSRGNTS.com, Insurgents. You can also check us out on Instagram and on Facebook and on Twitter, where we plug a lot of our art and our work. And then lastly, we wanted to address the fact that we are working on a design that we're going to be releasing for this month, you know, as Indigenous people, for Indigenous Peoples Day and month, actually, on the missing and murdered Indigenous women, where we're
Okay. I think we lost Insurgents. I think we lost them. We lost the feed. Okay, well, they were talking about the mural in Duluth, and it is one of the most iconic art pieces that I guarantee your auntie or your here we go, right behind us. It's this piece right here. Everybody is wearing this t-shirt. That is the mural that they are talking about. So now you recognize their art. I want you to make sure that you visit their Instagram, you visit their websites. Their art out on the street, their art on t-shirts, their murals, and their projects are important. They are iconic to what's happening and relevant in the native in the native world right now. I appreciate both of them for being here, Leah and Votan. Hopefully we can get them back on. I'd like for them to continue on and continue this discussion in the Zoom room. The link should be on our YouTube or Facebook as well. And thanks again for all the work you put into the community, Leah and Votan. Next up, we have Robert Rice. Our next guest is Robert Rice. Robert has been organizing and mobilizing on behalf of Black and Indigenous liberation and environmental awareness issues. He is currently pursuing a degree in cultural anthropology and history with a focus on African and Native American history. He seeks to utilize the education and skills he acquires to help revitalize and maintain cultural heritage within his own Indigenous community and abroad to promote decolonization and sovereignty. He also hopes to steadily engage this work by continuing to contribute to cultural and social building in the immediate community. Robert Rice.
Hey, thanks for having me. Good to see you again, Jerry. It's been a little while. How have you
Good
been?
to see you, Robert. Oh, you know, I'm here. These my crew here is pushing me and they don't give me no rest. It's good to have you on.
Yeah, I'm glad to be here, and I appreciate this opportunity. This conference that is very important. And observance of Indigenous Peoples Day, which of course is tomorrow, but we're going to celebrate all weekend. So glad to be here and glad to present. I was asked to be involved, and I figured I will go towards my passion, which is history and anthropology, like Jerry was saying. And I feel like that's so important in conversations, and I tend to believe that it gets left out a lot. People talk political science and economics and philosophy a lot, which is just as important, but I think we have to raise up our histories and understandings of that. And, we've always been the facilitators and keepers of our own history and knowledge. So I want to help encourage more Indigenous people, African people, et cetera, to get involved in history, anthropology, archaeology. And as a Black Native person myself, being Saponi, Catawba, Tuscarora, Bear Clan, it's of personal interest to me as well. So that's what I'm going to be speaking on today. Is actually normally what I do when I present this topic on like Black Native history and interactions. It's more of like a presentation, PowerPoint kind of thing, but I'm not going to really have the focus be a PowerPoint. I'm going to just kind of be more presenting it more in a talking kind of style, but I'm still going to be following along with my slides. Basically, it's like my own note cards in sense. But normally this takes about an hour, but I condensed it 30-40 minutes or so. So bear with me. There's some growing pains moving through it. I had to tweak stuff around, move stuff around, but yeah, but we'll just dive right into the conversation. And really a lot of people think that getting straight to it, Black Native, when people don't really necessarily fully even understand, the long, rich interactions between Black and Native people. A lot of times, I think largely out of anti-Blackness, but then also, the Hollywood stereotype of what it looks to be a Native person. The long flowing hair, the headdress, the teepee. So seeing a Black person with darker skin, curly hair, whatever, like that might not click, but again, for generations and centuries, Black and Native people have been interacting. And there's been such a beautiful, rich history, but of course, a lot of hardship and struggle, lateral violence and colonization. But again, it's gone on for centuries. Even before 1619, there were Black people throughout the Americas in relation to especially going back with like the Spanish and the Portuguese. And even there are some studies, me personally, I don't really care about DNA testing and using tools like that, but just going off of their own research and studies, they even found that about 5% of Black people in America have about 2% Native ancestry, which is consistent with about 1 in every Black person carrying some sort of significant amount of Native ancestry, which they detected to actually be at a higher rate to European Americans. A lot of people would think that, white people would tend to have more Native ancestry possibly, but, there's a lot of, again, mythologies and twisting around of that. And me personally, going deeper, like pre-Columbian and stuff like that, I'm not really one who buys into a lot of the fringe conspiracy theories, right? You know, clearly not the Eurocentric Soul Train, probably pronouncing that wrong, kind of, or Celtic theories of native inhabitants, or the more Afrocentric, oh, well, the original native people were Africans, but and now they're just, the native people today are just mongoloid mutants. No, I don't buy that. But with the same breath, I do acknowledge that the very strong possibility of African people being here before Columbus, because why not? You know, if you can have Chinese people, Vikings, etc. here before Columbus, then I feel like it's an anti-Black assumption to assume that there couldn't have been a few African people who did come here, you know, coming from the largest, one of the most diverse continents, you know. So like, considering just that rich, diverse history of Africa, why couldn't some African people be here? And even in like early written accounts and oral histories of places like the Kingdom of Mali, they noted that there were expeditions just for like educational purposes and like seeing the world, to explore the New World and stuff like that. So we even have those written accounts, and even it said that even in Columbus's own journal, he reported of seeing Black traders already there, and even Giovanni da Varenzo in 1524 noted that a lot of the native people there looked like they may have had or looked similar to African people. So again, I don't acknowledge. I think it's very problematic to just totally revisionist erase people's histories and say like, oh, native people were all just Africans, because that's a slap in the face of native history and native culture. And also I think that's a slap in the face of African people, and African cultures have just as rich of a history and culture, you know.
Hey, Robert, there you go. I was going to say you're, I don't know if your camera was moving, but your head was getting lower and lower and lower. Now
Really?
you're back square in the picture. All right, we're good.
All right. Do I sound good?
You sound amazing. You sound really good.
I'll continue on. I don't know what's going on. I'll try to stop moving, perhaps. All right. Thank you. So moving on a little bit, diving a little deeper into it, it's a growing conversation around what are the organic roots behind that kind of laid the foundation to the colonization that, you know, we see in our experiencing today. What are the, you know, native people of Turtle Island, Africans, etc. And of course, there's two things that stand out to me, and fortunately, I think it's a growing awareness around it, and that's of course the doctrine of discovery, which was a papal bull decree from Pope Alexander in 1493. And then also something that even I was starting to get more privy to recently was something that played just as important role into the racialization of people, was the Inquisition, and how they had purity of blood laws in Spain to basically kind of alienate and separate people who were considered to be of Jewish descent or Muslim, etc. You know, so between those two things, the doctrine of discovery, which in essence said, if you weren't Christian, you were pagan, and therefore if you're pagan, you don't have title to the land, you don't have claim to the land, etc. So that is what kind of opened between that and these the Inquisition, purity of blood laws. That kind of opened the floodgates to colonization and then eventually slavery in Africa, as well as the Americas, Turtle Island. And the first contact outside of some of the things I had mentioned earlier between Africans and natives, maybe post-Columbian, besides possible connections pre-Columbian, was believed to be around 1502 when Africans had arrived in Hispaniola, and even some Africans had escaped from the colony of Santo Domingo and started intermarrying and connecting with native people throughout Hispaniola, throughout the Americas, and of course started growing maroon settlements and different settlements and regions like that. You even have places along the PD River, with different Spanish colonies of where it was noted that there were, Africans and Native admixture there. And, something that always irks me is there's always this kind of problematic notion where people will say, oh, well, we're not our ancestors, we'll mess you up, like we'll fight back. And I think that's a slap in the face to our African and Native and whoever else ancestors, Pacific Islanders, etc., who have always fought back, rebelled, stood up. It's not like they just allowed these things to happen. Like going all the way back to Christmas Day, 1522. It was recorded how 20 enslaved Muslim Africans revolted in Hispaniola, which is then governed by the son of Christopher Columbus. So again, there was always this effort to fight back and stand up for ourselves. And then, later on, as these settlements started to grow and the slave trade, of course, began to grow, you're seeing more African people coming into places throughout Hispaniola, throughout South Carolina. Eventually, you have like St. Augustine, Florida, which was founded in 1565. And actually by 1616, and the early 1600s was Jamestown, some of my ancestors were brought there. Some of my early African ancestors, my 12-time great grandmother Margaret Cornish was part of that 20 and odd group that was forcibly kidnapped and brought from Angola, and eventually wound up in Point Comfort and Jamestown, Virginia, and stuff like that. And even then, there's connections with the Pamunkey people, Powhatan people, and stuff like that. So technically, as I mentioned earlier, I have Saponi, Catawba, Tuscarora ancestry, but I also have ancestry from tons of other Native groups in the region. Because that's a common thing, especially on the East Coast, coastal communities. There was so much interactions and migrations and movements between Native and African people, which I'll kind of go into in a little bit. What we start to notice as we move deeper into the mid to late 1600s is how codified the slave system becomes more entrenched, especially in places like Virginia, which was, of course, British colony. Technically speaking, the African people brought their people would say were more akin to indentured servants, which, to me, you're still enslaved. Obviously, you're getting forcibly kidnapped from your home. But the point is, and of course, during that earlier time, Africans, Native people, and even Europeans, poor whites, English, Irish, etc., were indentured servants and will work side by side on the same plantations. And basically what that means is you're indentured for a certain period to a colonizer, and you had a debt to pay, and you were eventually possibly be able to work that debt off. But what they know is, again, with the continual unification, rebelling between Africans and Natives and white people, they had to find ways to separate us. So, going into like those kind of divide and conquer tactics. So we look at Bacon's Rebellion, for example, in 1676, where Nathaniel Bacon led a rebellion against Governor Berkeley. And for a multitude of reasons, we have issues with people having issues with the colonial government, nothing new, white people fighting, as usual. But one of the particular concerns that they had was they felt like the Virginia colony wasn't doing a good job of protecting them from hostile Indian raids. And they were having issues from Native people from northern regions attacking and raiding some settlements. But of course, to Europeans, any Native person was an enemy, they didn't differentiate. So if one group, if one nation they had issues with, they'll take it out on anybody. So unfortunately, during Bacon's Rebellion, my own ancestors, Okanichi, Saponi, and Tutelo, as well as Susquehannocks and Pamunkeys and et cetera, were attacked during the Bacon's Rebellion. You know, like it was essentially akin to like your Wounded Knee or Sand Creek. You know, for the Occaneechi, for example, people estimate up to 300 Occaneechi, 400 Occaneechi, mostly women and children, were massacred. And that was a major turning point in Saponi Occaneechi history. But also, after that Bacon's Rebellion, you start to see laws that are enacted saying, hey, white people can stay indentured, but Black people, you are now codified as chattel slaves in Virginia now. And that kind of implements on a psychological, not just socioeconomic and cultural level, but a psychological level. Hey, we're different. White people have the right to move up the social strata, while Africans and as well as Native people were still forced into chattel enslavement. So, you know, and there was other things as well where actually, I believe in 1705, there was after my ancestor, John Bunch, and a few others had attempted to run away, they've had another series of acts and laws codifying differences between different groups. Again, just for that kind of divide and conquer kind of essence, you know, to differentiate between, you know, and that's really where a lot of it, you know, these racial differences outside of religion, you know, like again, you know, Jewish or non-Jewish, you know, it was largely out of slavery as well, where you see a lot of these racial codification come about. And even going through the 1700s, we're seeing continual different acts passed to define who was enslaved or what does it mean to be an Indian. For example, it was noted in 1719 in South Carolina, they decided that anybody who should be an Indian will be taxed for purposes since American Indian slaves were taxed at a lesser rate than African slaves. The act stated, and I quote, "And for preventing all doubts and scruples that may arise, will ought to be rated on mustangs, mulattoes, etc. All such slaves as are not entirely Indian shall be accounted as Negro." This is an extremely significant passage because it clearly asserts that mustangs and mulattoes were persons of part American Indian ancestry. And something I can get into a little bit later is how a lot of times people of Native descent, especially if it was mixed Native descent, weren't always put down as Indian in records. They were put down as mulatto or musty or even Negro. So just because you see, for people who are doing genealogy, for example, just because you see mulatto or Negro put down on certain records doesn't necessarily mean they didn't have Native ancestry. So it's worth further research. And, you know, looking at the census, for example, Native people weren't even recorded on the census until 1870. So anything before that, you were just recorded as white or all other free colored, you know, because technically speaking, if you were enslaved, you weren't even put on a census. You were just a number, you know, check that because you were property. So that's just a little, just kind of a little side note there. And really, again, you know, Native slavery was the biggest kind of factor, was the biggest population of slaves within the Americas, within Turtle Island. But we start to notice a shift between that predominance going from Native to it being predominantly African. Because again, they were bringing people who African descendant slaves since the 1500s, right? But again, it was still way cheaper and less hassle, to be quite frank, and just to slave the local population. But due to things such as Native people knowing the lay of the land and constant rebellions and even disease to an extent, they started shifting the focus towards people of African descent. and especially by the Tuscarora War and the Yamasee War of the early 1700s in North Carolina, which were wars that that were in response to the slave trade. That's how rampant it was. Native nations conducting raids on other natives to sell them to Europeans, etc. Again, going back to that sort of divide and conquer. So it's noted that by maybe the 1730s or so, the majority of those enslaved were Africans. And Native people were still enslaved, but again, that's when you start to notice that shift, right? And you can even look down into the Sea Islands, coastal areas, the low country of like South Carolina, Georgia. It'll get to the point where, like you can look at the Gullah people in the islands, they were forced, to be worked as enslaved people year round. The Native people, if they weren't enslaved, at least if they were free, a lot of times they will leave the islands during the wintertime. A lot of Native people didn't stay on the islands, Outer Banks, during wintertime. That was only really a summer fishing kind of thing, but the African people were forced to stay there because they're enslaved. And then again, we just see the growing divide and conquer tactics against Native people. You're even starting to see a shift towards Native people owning slaves. And it started largely just to imitate Europeans. You say like, hey, we can be civilized like you, but later on, you do start to notice a cultural shift as well from a colonized standpoint of Native people even holding contempt for African people. So you're seeing, in South Carolina in the 1700s, where even the Catawbas had complained to Governor Glenn about not appreciating trading with Africans. You're seeing Joseph Brant enslaving people. Yeah. And even during the mid 1800s, nations like the Pamunkey had actually started to pass laws forbidding intermarriage with Africans. Because again, we were intermarrying so much, but then it got to the point where a lot of Native people were actually starting to get disenfranchised from land and different treaty rights, etc., for having a lot of African admixture, which is something that I'm going to get into a little bit more. And just briefly, I also want not only talk about Hispaniola and the Caribbean and everything, or the Southeastern United States, but also New England, right? So there's a lot of African Native admixture to this day that went on in New England with the Pequots and the Narragansetts, the Wampanoags, etc. And a lot of the major conflicts, including the Pequot War from 1634, 1638, and which is also when they declared, a day of Thanksgiving, right? And so between the Pequot War and the King's Philip War, those wars were largely due to the slave trade, right? So again, we're seeing this throughout the Americas, not just in the Southeast, not just the Caribbean, but, throughout the Americas. And kind of going back to an earlier point I made, a lot of we have this issue today of recognition, right? Tribal recognition, federal recognition, etc. And me personally, just kind of going off sidetrack a little, my personal opinion is I don't really care for it. I don't need a foreign colonial entity to tell me if me or my people are legit or recognized. I kind of like what John Kane says, FedRec, WRECK, because that's really what it is. Going back all the way to the Doctrine of Discovery, to the John Marshall rulings, to the Indian Reorganization Act, if you ask me, for citizenship and all of that. I just think those are other colonial tools and mechanics to basically make us subservient, make us quasi-sovereign. But anyways, getting to my point, for those who do want to have efforts to reach towards federal recognition, a lot of Native people have struggled with that because, again, largely a lot of Native people didn't even petition for federal recognition. Again, it was just granted kind of through like the Indian Reorganization Act. But many others really didn't even have too much of a shot at for multiple reasons. Like I mentioned, the paper genocide, where Native people weren't always recorded as Indian, they were recorded as mulatto, etc. But also, we start to see the death of reservations, right? So the Choanoaks, the Jinkaskins, the list goes on throughout Virginia and North Carolina. These were communities, these were nations who literally lost their reservations and access to their land and what they had lived for since time immemorial, solely because they intermarried with blacks too much. The settlers wouldn't know that, why are we respecting these people as Native people? Why are we respecting their land, whatever treaty rights they may have, anything? Because they look black to me, kind of, doesn't that sound, kind of ring a bell? Donald Trump, what he said to the Pequots, they look black to me. But that's an old kind of notion, right? That we're not going to now, even if we know that they're Native, we're not going to really treat them as such or acknowledge it because, they've intermarried with black people too much. And again, they tried to do that to the Pamunkey in Virginia, which is why Pamunkey took almost like a reactive stance to that, saying like, hey, nope, we're not with black people. We literally banned intermarriage with them so they wouldn't lose their reservation, So we're seeing how that kind of, effort just further that kind of divide and wedge between us. And like I said, and I'm gonna be honest with you, not everything is peachy, like our histories, again, it's a beautiful, rich history and solidarity interactions. But again, from colonial forces, they know that we were always natural allies and beautiful cultures. So they had to find ways to throw those wedges between us, right? And again, we see, an increased amount of Native slave ownership, especially from like the 5 civilized tribes, right? Where it even said by the 1835 census for the Cherokee, they showed that 10% were of African descent. And eventually you start to have, actually, before I even go into the freedmen issue, which I'll talk about for a little bit, is even during the Trail of Tears, they had brought African, not just mixed Black Native people, but even enslaved Africans and enslaved mixed Black Native people with them along the Trail of Tears. And they helped build a lot of the Native communities in Indian Territory, now known as Oklahoma. And, there was treaties that were signed between the Cherokee, for example, with those African freedmen. And freedmen simply just means you are now freed. Essentially is what it's saying. You were formerly enslaved by Cherokee, Choctaw, Chickasaw, Seminole, Muskogee Creek. And, not to say that those were the only Native people who owned slaves, but they were some of the more powerful, larger nations who did, right? But, so they made these agreements saying like, hey, many of you all had not only intermarried with us, but whether you intermarried with us or not, yeah, we enslaved you. And sometimes, there's this myth that, oh, well, the Native people were nicer slave owners. And that's not always the case. Even looking at some of the slave testimonies, they know how some of the Native slave owners were just as cruel, if not crueler, kind of just to show off like how white they could be, And even the Cherokees, they didn't want to, as sovereign people, they're like, hey, after the Civil War Emancipation Proclamation of 1865, there's no reason for me to free my slaves. I'm sovereign. The United States, anything the United States says doesn't affect me, right? So, it took almost, I believe it was intervention from the U.S. government that almost kind of forced like, hey, you got to free your slaves. So like by 1866, they finally, talking about the Cherokee did free those who they had enslaved, and they signed a treaty. And eventually by like the Dawes Allotment era of the late 1800s, early 1900s, when they start checkerboarding Native people's lands in Oklahoma and throughout Turtle Island, like you can look at, again, the Cherokee, for example, or the Chickasaw, where they will have people enrolled, whether it be Cherokee by blood or Cherokee by marriage, Choctaw freedmen. And some, from what I've heard, a lot of people were put down as freedmen even if they weren't necessarily ever enslaved, but just because they may have appeared to have African phenotype, right? They were still to be put down on that freedman role. And for a long time, they were given the same citizenship in every equal way, at least supposedly, to the rest of the Native community, because they were given that by treaties that they had made an agreement with. But of course, by the 70s and 80s, we start to see the disenfranchisement and disenrollment of the freedmen's, which I think is just a travesty, because again, not only are they breaking their own treaties and agreements that they made, also, you know, it's just, to me, it's just a poor excuse of sovereignty. You know, people is like, yeah, you're sovereign and you have the right to do however you please, you know, but you should still be responsible with that, right? So just because you're sovereign and you get to make your own decisions for your people and your community doesn't mean you should do something horrible and wrong. You know what I'm saying? So, and then again, something I wanted to bring up just briefly was also, you know, people are probably familiar with the Seminole Wars, right? And just kind of backtracking a little bit, some of the biggest slave rebellions now, because again, not only the Native people owned slaves, but a lot of Native people supported, again, going back earlier, African people escaping bondage. And largely the Seminole Wars, there's 3 Seminole Wars, was largely over the fact that the Seminoles had intermarried with blacks in these maroon kind of communities. And they tried to push them out because of that. And or you can look at even Nat Turner's rebellion in 1831, which some of my great whatever uncles were involved in. There was an allegiance and alignment between the Nottaways, the local Nottaway people, and the African people there. And some even theorized that Nat Turner himself may have been of Nottaway descent. And then moving on a little bit, let me see. I guess one thing I should also note, of course, is during this time period of the 1800s, you have the Buffalo Soldiers, right? And that's kind of another kind of sore spot in our histories, right? Because it's a time where many of the Buffalo Soldiers were actually former slaves. So with very little economic opportunities, they would enlist in the military, just like other groups do, you know. But unfortunately, during the time of the mid to late 1800s, you're starting to see these Indian Wars campaigns really vamp up, and especially to remove Native people. And the Buffalo Soldiers were sometimes the frontline people that they used to subjugate those Native populations. But even in the written records and testimonies, a lot of the Buffalo Soldiers, the Black soldiers, had even noted, you know, that they felt remorse for doing some of the things that they were doing, because they knew deep down it was wrong, and they knew that they were harming and subjugating another oppressed people who they had more in common with, right? But again, you know, a lot of them, you know, almost felt like they had no other alternatives. So they would join, you know, like the 9th and 10th Cavalries. And, you know, whether it's with the Apaches or I believe the Lakotas, they played a large role in the Cheyenne. The Cheyenne were actually the ones who gave them that name, apparently, of Buffalo Soldiers, because they noted that the skin of, you know, people of that melanated tone reminded them, and plus the hair reminded them of buffaloes. And then even after the Indian War campaigns, you know, the Buffalo Soldiers were, you know, involved with, you know, the Spanish American War, the Philippine American War, Mexican border wars, the World Wars. And one thing I would like to note before I move on with from this point is, a lot of people don't know that many of the Buffalo Soldiers were actually mixed natives as well. There was entire divisions of the Buffalo Soldiers who were Black Seminoles, Black Seminoles and people of other Black Native mixture, because, who better to go after natives than another native? And, and that kind of goes into the whole history of scouts as well, getting Crow scouts against Lakotas, or Apache scouts against other Apaches. And, not only, of course, was these the divide and conquer tactics between natives and Blacks, but between natives and other natives, right? Or between Blacks and other Blacks. You can, going back to the Tuscarora War, looking at my ancestry during that time, you had the Upper Town Tuscarora, who were considered the more assimilated Tuscarora, versus the rebellious, hostile Lower Town Tuscarora. And eventually, after all said was done, a large portion of the Tuscarora had to relocate up to New York, where they were accepted as the Six Nations into the Haudenosaunee. But my point in bringing that up again is just to show that divide and conquer, again, has split the Tuscarora essentially in half, along with other nations who were involved in that conflict. And then just another, one thing I actually kind of learned about recently was, I've always kind of, growing up as a kid, thought, enjoy watching Western movies and outlaws, Billy the Kid and stuff like that you always hear about. But turns out there was actually a lot of Black and Native and Black Native, outlaws that I thought was just kind of interesting to note. You had groups like Cherokee Bill, also known as Crawford Goldsby, and the Rufus Buck Gang. And, they were like Cherokee, or in Rufus Buck Gang, Mixed Creek and stuff like that. And, many of them committed, crimes, murder, robberies, etc. And, these were disenfranchised people, of course, just trying to get it how they live to survive, and I'm not saying, trying to paint a pretty picture of their lives, but, or say that they were all innocent and angels and certain things that they did. But I just thought it was an interesting thing to note, like my point is the Wild West, right, is always seen as just a place of white people or natives, but, very rarely do, or you can look at Bill Pickens, Black Cowboys, the history of Black. Now, very rarely is that noted. And, because we can look, of course, anytime people think of Black people or Black Native people, they only see it in the context of the East Coast and the South, which makes sense because, obviously that's largely where the African population was brought to, by force. But that doesn't mean that people didn't move it. There's still Black and Native interactions out West as well, which is, my point there. And then, moving towards, we're going now to maybe the late 1800s, the mid to late 1800s, you see the rise of boarding schools, right? So after these military campaigns where they thought maybe it was too cumbersome, it wasn't good for PR anymore, there's this consciousness of white guilt among the public may started to be raised a little. The government was like, hey, we can't keep fighting these Indians all the time and slaughtering them or getting slaughtered ourselves like Custer and the 7th Cavalry, So you start to see this more twist towards forcibly removing the culture, forced assimilation, which is just as genocidal, it's just as colonial as killing you physically, killing your spirit, killing your mind. And really that boarding school kind of effort isn't new because you can trace that all the way back to the 1600s, 1700s, those same kind of colonial efforts, with the praying towns in New England, or the French missionary Jesuits, with the Wendat, Wyandotte people and the Mohawks, or Fort Christiana, which, the Zappones were at in Virginia, which were, again, these ways to kill the Indian, save the man. And that was what was noted later with Carlisle. And actually one thing I found very interesting was that Richard Pratt, the head of the Carlisle boarding school in Pennsylvania, he actually, a lot of his influence in that effort came from, well, let me just quote it. Basically, what he stated was, left in Africa, surrounded by their fellow savages, our 7 millions of industrious Black fellow citizens will still be savages. Transferred into these new surroundings and experiences, behold the result. They became English-speaking and civilized because forced into association with English-speaking and civilized people, became healthy and multiplied because they were property, and industrious because industry, which brings contentment and health, was necessary quality to increase their value. Right. So we notice that again, when we talk colonization or imperialism, it's a global international attack. And a lot of what they did to Native people here was imitated from what they did to African people in Africa. And then you can see that later on, like the Japanese internment camps, what they did to Native people, that, they forcibly put Japanese people into internment camps, or, Hitler noted about, where he got a lot of his influence for the concentration camps and death camps for was how the American government treated the Native population. And then you can look at ICE today and how, what they're, all the horrible things that they're doing in those camps with, Latinx folks, which of course are indigenous people, and who migrated across imaginary border. But my point of saying that is, so much of it, just broadening our scope, so much was what was done here was done there. And so I just wanted to make that note of it as well, is, all these things that we might think are isolated kind of issues only happen to those people here or there, so many things were connected. And of course, there's people are going to be treated differently slightly considering the circumstance, especially if you're indigenous people on your indigenous land, as opposed to someone who was forcibly removed and taken elsewhere, right? But despite those kind of differences and nuanced portions of history, again, like we see similar patterns. And going more now, as I start to head towards the conclusion of this presentation, we see heading towards the more contemporary era of the 1900s. We see the rise of the civil rights movement, right? And we have, these sit-ins and peaceful demonstrations and boycotts. And then, of course, later on, we get the rise of more militant radical advocacy, whether it be MLK, Stokely Carmichael, Malcolm X, etc. But my point is, at the same time that we're seeing that rise in the civil rights movement and the Black Power movement throughout the early to mid 1900s, we also see, of course, Native people doing the same thing. And, you can even look at the American Indian movement, AIM, which was founded by Clyde Belcourt and Eddie Benet and Dennis Banks, etc. was, they were largely influenced from the Black Panther Party, of Huey Newton, Bobby Seale, Stokely Carmichael. And both organizations were in response to, for a multitude of issues, but really the key combining factor was police brutality, between the Black Panther Party of Self-Defense and the American Indian movement in Minneapolis, who I believe started as the Red Shirts, right? And there was always solidarity between those movements, and issues too that in kinks that we had to work out throughout these generations. But they knew that there's a natural allyship. So we see at times where AIM and the Black Panthers have worked together and collaborated, right? And then, of course, there's other Native movements. You have like the warrior movement, the warrior society that came out of the Haudenosaunee and the Mohawks during the 1970s, which was like a stance on sovereignty, and then they really hit their peak by the 1990 during 1990, the Oka Ganasatage crisis, which was a fight against the destruction of a Mohawk burial ground to build a golf course, right? But my point is, we see all the way to this day, there's that continual resistance that both Black and Native people have shared and worked together on. And, going all the way today with, I Don't Know More, Black Lives Matter, No Dapple, you know, the list continues. And really, in conclusion, you know, despite the hardships that, you know, Black and Native people endured, you know, at the same time, there really was like this rich culture. And me as a cultural anthropologist, me personally, like I found a lot of interest in seeing, studying it from more of a cultural standpoint. You know, I learned how many stories and herbal knowledges, knowledge were shared. And you can look at cornbread, for example, that's big in Black culture, but obviously corn comes from Native people. Certain dances that are common in Black communities, like Sadico, in Louisiana Creole culture, comes from Native interactions with the local Native people. And so my point is there's a lot of sharing and good cultural kind of collaborations and intersections there as well. So
Well, Robert, I just wanted to say thank you for creating space for Black indigeneity. You know, I wish we had another hour to listen to you talk. You were cramming a lot of information in there. I took a lot of notes. There was a lot of, you know, especially notes about, you know, the origins of racism going all the way back to the Inquisition. Thank you so much. Please join Robert in the Zoom room for questions and answers or to talk more. He's going to transition now to Zoom as I welcome Lehu Nani DeFranco. There we go. Lehu Nani DeFranco is a Kanaka Maoli protector for Indigenous rights, a Brooklyn-based dancer, and an activist for Native Hawaiian sovereignty. She works with Uprooted and Rising to end higher education's support for big food and white supremacy in the food system. She worked to protect the Mauna Kea from the desecration by the proposed 30-meter telescope and is currently campaigning for the University of California to diverse from the project. Lehuanani helped organize the weekly Mauna Kea rallies in New York City, including the NYC KIE Hills Protocol in solidarity with the Protect Mauna Kea movement. Please welcome Lehuanani. There you
Aloha
are.
kako.
Aloha.
Mahalo for having me in this space. Really, really appreciate it. So aloha mai kako, o Lehuanani DeFranco ko inoa. Hello, everyone. My name is Lehuanani DeFranco. Mahalo for that introduction. As you said, I'm a Kanaka Maoli. I'm Native Hawaiian. And I'm a protector for Indigenous rights. I'm an organizer with Uprooted and Rising. I'm also a performer with Te Mana, which is a performance group that expands the presence of Polynesian culture through creative projects, workshops, community gatherings. So I will be sharing a dance in a bit to Tahitian Ori with everyone tonight. But I do want to talk about some of the campaigns that I'm working on now. So Uprooted and Rising, it's a BIPOC-led movement for food sovereignty to end higher education support for big food and white supremacy in the food system. Currently, I am personally working on 2 campaigns. So one is to prevent genetically engineered salmon from entering our food market later this fall. We're working with Indigenous salmon protectors on the West Coast who have already been working for years and years and years to restore the salmon runs there, which I'm sure many of you know about. So there's a company called Aqua Bounty. It's pretty unknown. It's an American company, and they've just been given approval by the FDA to sell the first genetically engineered animal to the general public. So this company, they represent a commercial and industrial scale aquaculture system that will put Indigenous fisheries out of business, but also not to mention their just complete disregard for taking the sacredness of salmon and changing its essence. And eventually, you know, if for some reason this genetically engineered salmon happen to escape and go into the rivers and the oceans, that would be catastrophic for the ocean ecology and for the salmon and the other fish and the other water relatives who do live there. So this past weekend, this campaign is taking part in a countrywide action to bring awareness to this issue. So in New York City here, better known as Lenape Hoking, I'm currently on Lenape and Canarsie lands here. We did an action with a Take Columbus Down event earlier today, and we brought awareness to this issue as our fellow relatives will be doing all across the country this weekend. Indigenous folks have been working too hard to restore their salmon runs to just not be acknowledged and not be in the conversation when companies like this, companies who work with companies such as Cargill, that's where they're getting their feed from. And Cargill, as many, I'm sure you know, is responsible for burning down the Amazon. They're also linked to a number of industries that have been accused of child slavery. And it's not just this one animal. They're going to be digging into all of the animals. They already have been looking at other countries, including Israel and Brazil, to sell this genetically modified salmon. So we're working on that campaign, and it's definitely picking up speed because the release of this GE salmon is slated to be at the end of this month, early November. So please keep an eye out for that. FDA approved that, you know, all it has to say that it's a genetically modified animal could be anything as small from a phone number to a website to a barcode. So please talk to your grocery stores wherever you shop to make sure that nobody's selling this GE salmon. And another campaign that we're working on, which is close to my heart, is to prevent the desecration of our sacred mountain in Hawaii, Mauna Kea, which is at threat of being built. On top of it, the 30-meter telescope. There are already 13 telescopes on top of this Mauna. And this is the one too big. This is the one too many. Many people see this as a battle between culture versus science, not understanding that our religion is based inside science. So when we talk about who we pray to, we are talking about the rain. We are talking about the mist. We are talking about the Mauna. And this telescope would be on virgin ground. And every time they build a new telescope, they are just cutting down the mountain. So we are protecting our Mauna because that's also where our water comes from. There's an aquifer that sits right inside of her. So to continue cutting that down, that means that, you know, the clouds that are hitting against the mountain and then having it rain, now they don't have anything to hit anymore because they just keep shaving down our Mauna. We're also protecting the very fragile ecosystem that is up there on the summit. And Kanaka Maoli have been fighting these telescopes for years and years and years. This is not a new battle. This specific telescope, this battle has been going on for about 10 years. And these telescopes, they represent the continued illegal military occupation of Hawaii. And we see this with Pohakuloa, which is a military base. Their lease for that land is going up in 2029. So currently they are starting the EIS process and they're collecting public comment to hear from the public about getting that lease back. And with Mauna Kea, the lease for that land up there for those telescopes to be used, that goes out in 2030. So what that means is that it'll take this telescope 10 years to be built. They are seeking federal funding from the National Science Foundation. And if they get approved funding for that, then that is another 2 years for another environmental impact statement. And then 10 years after that before this telescope is built. So really there's no guarantee that this telescope will ever be built. Our campaign with Uprooted and Rising is specifically with the students of the University of California. So we are working with them. The University of California is one of the major funders of the TMT, and we are working with them to pressure the UC to divest completely from the 30-meter telescope. So we show up at every Board of Regents meeting to voice our extreme displeasure on how the UC treats its Indigenous students and how it supports the desecration of their ancestral lands. And no matter what, our people will continue to be fighting for our mana. Our Kupuna already have said multiple times that they are willing to lay their bodies down for our mana. And we're going to continue to fight. So as it was said earlier, we held protocol for 1 year in Lenapehoking every week to show solidarity with our relatives on the Mauna. That's actually where I met Sarah Rose that first day. And that was almost a year ago now. So yeah, we will keep on fighting. And so I'm gonna share this dance with you that talks about our lineage, that talks about our Kupuna, and how important that is. Mahalo.
Playing from Alien.
So mahalo for having me in the space. Kukia Imona, defend the sacred.
Thank you so much, Lehuanani, for sharing with us tonight. We appreciate it. That was beautiful. And again, it shows the importance of how we, all of the different indigenous cultures share that history and their stories. Thank you for sharing that with us. Please join Lehuanani in the Zoom room for questions and answers or to talk more. We're going to go ahead and close down day 2 of Indigenous Peoples Day Convergence. And thank you for coming together, family. Thank you for all of today's presenters for holding space with us. And thank you to the community for funding Indigenous Peoples Day Convergence. Because of you, this event could happen. We are looking forward to day 3. Now we ask Don Knickerbocker to close the day out with prayer. Welcome, Don. Okay. So so it looks like Dawn is not with us yet. So if you notice down the left-hand corner, I have changed my identity to radical activist. Apparently, they have been one of the being the organization that abolished Columbus Day in Cincinnati and changed it to Indigenous Peoples Day. I felt that radical activist was something that we should go with. I am going to give you an idea about tomorrow's schedule. We got a lot of things in store for you tomorrow. We have Mark's family, Indigenous family structure, Indigenous school systems. We have Nikki Sanchez talking about Indigenous media. We have Stuart James, Native hip hop. Shepherd Sotsi, decolonizing your reading list. Akui, Mapuche music. Adam sings in the timber representation in indigenizing colonized spaces. We have Indigenous dancing in the Mauna panel, ongoing efforts at the Mauna. So we hope that you will be able to join us tomorrow as we continue on finishing up on Indigenous Peoples Day 2020. And we appreciate all those people that have gotten here. have been able to make it here over the past 2 days. We still got one more day to go. We got a lot of great guests that are coming up. Again, Lehunani, we appreciate you stopping by and sharing with us. In case you haven't been keeping count, we've had people from the Mauna, we've had people from New Zealand, we've had people from Canada, and the list goes on. The Indigenous relatives that we have are not only from Turtle Island, but from all over the globe. I appreciate all of you. So again, we appreciate all those people who got with us early, all those people who donated to us, all those organizations that donated to us. We created a tremendous amount of money, and we couldn't have done it without those contributors and those people who donated money. You really made this success for us, and hopefully we can do it again for you next year. So again, with our closing prayer, Don Knickerbocker.
Thank you so much, Jerry. This whole day has been really incredible, and I just want to acknowledge our guests and all of the people who are behind the scenes. I don't know if everybody realizes, but we have the most incredible volunteers who have been doing tech, who have been monitoring the Zoom rooms, who have been planning for this for a very long time. So with that, I want to offer the tobacco and the sage and cleanse ourselves and be so grateful. Gitsi Manadu, everyone, especially to our elders. I want to acknowledge our elders who are significant in our society and who remind us how we should be living, how we should be behaving, and how we should walk. And whenever prayers are done, it is to evoke the grandfathers and the grandmothers to come within our presence, to be around us, to guide, to teach and protect, and to recognize what has happened. So, gracious Creator, thank you. We offer our prayers, our tobacco, and our hearts. As we have come together from many backgrounds and many experiences in many nations, it is with gratitude and respect that we thank you. Our minds have been opened. Our hearts have been broken open. We have been softened to our preconceived notions and transformed. We listened and engaged in solidarity, and this convergence has been healing. Aho.
Thank you, Don. Again, we look forward to everyone joining us tomorrow for day 3. Thank you very much. You guys have a good evening.